Less than awe, the heck with it exclamation point greater than Fuken. What? I said I wasn't ready for a marriage. But, I never said I wasn't against getting to know my best friend all over again. I think the best way is to take her out for dinner and a movie. What? Yukio stuttered. Ranma smiled and said, I want to make a fresh start. Why don't we let bygones be bygones, Fuken? He then held out a hand. Hi. My name is Kojiro Shinkara and it would be my pleasure to take you out on a date someday. Yukio's heart began a rapid beat as this unexpected development sank in. Why you're asking me to go on a date? Ranma's expression became serious and happy at the same time as he said, I won't promise you that we'll get married someday, but I feel that we should get to know each other better. You deserve at least that much. Besides, I've missed you, Fuken. You were my best friend 10 years ago and I want us to be best friends now. And I meant it when I said you were cute. So how about it? Yukio still couldn't believe that this was happening. She looked down at the offered hand, then slowly reached out and clasped it in her own. She could feel the strength within him as she looked into the blue depths of his eyes. It wasn't any guarantee that they would someday marry, but it was a good start. She could settle for that. She saw him give her another one of his smiles as she said, I'm free on Sunday afternoons. Ranma nodded as he then said, oh and by the way Fuken, don't worry about it, Company-chan. Ranma's smile became even wider. At the Tendo home, Nebiki was getting more and more intrigued by a certain martial artist. For the past week or so, she had been trying to find any leads that pertained to Kojiro Shinkara. Many of the girls at school had expressed their interest in him, ever since he showed up and solved their hair problems and drove away the Hawaiian nut of a principal. They were willing to shell out huge amounts of yen for any information, photos or souvenirs. Nebiki was not one to ignore a potential income generator. However, the middle daughter of the Tendo clan had been running into a lot of dead ends lately. As she tapped away at her computer's keyboard, Nebiki could find no substantial information about Kojiro or his past. Hacking her way into the school records of Shimoto High had been easy, but the files that she needed were not listed and any relevant data was sealed away. Less than what are you hiding, Kojiro Shinkara greater than Nebiki thought as she stared at her monitor. Less than I can't find anything about your past up to the time of your registration. Your transcripts are not in the main system and I can't even find your current address. Now either the school board has become very sloppy in its registration or they've been paid off big time. I willing to bet on the latter exclamation point greater than Nebiki then thought back to when she came to the cat cafe. She had questioned the Amazons who had been chasing the martial artist all week. They were just as much in the dark as she was. Interviews with Kojiro's friends and acquaintances had also turned up very little data. Her contacts had also been unable to get her the scoop on him. They had been trailing him, But with Amazons getting in the way and Kojiro always taking those unbelievable runs across the rooftops, they just couldn't keep up with him. Naruki shook her head. Kojiro was a mystery. She didn't like mysteries. Mysteries were unknown and lots she didn't know, she couldn't control. That was considered unprofitable. Less than if there was only something or someone who could give me the lowdown on this guy! Greater than near the coast of Japan, a small ship was making its way from China. On board the vessel, a fat panda was brooding near one side of the deck. As various passengers and crew members passed the panda by, they wondered what such an animal was doing on board and why it wasn't being kept in a cage. However, whenever they approached it, the panda would hold up a sign, telling them to mind their own business. Genma was deep in thought. He had spent a year in China, searching in vain for any sign of his missing offspring. Less than damn. 1 whole year wasted. If I don't find that boy of mine and soon, then I'll have to go face Nodoka. What do I do? Wait a minute. I'll go over to Tenbo's. I'm sure he'll understand once I explain things to him. That ungrateful boy of mine has screwed up all of my plans, so at least I'll be able to hide at the Tendo dojo for a while. He'll help me! Greater than with that in mind, Genma looked over the horizon in the direction of Japan. He estimated that it would be another week before he got there. Ranma smiled as he walked home. Yukio would keep his secret. Of course, that meant that he would have to go out with her, but in retrospect, that didn't really sound so bad. He had always liked Duke, and this was a good chance to get to know her again. He had never liked deceiving his old friend and was glad that he could now talk freely with her. They could catch up on old times and perhaps something more would develop. Ranma shrugged. He'd just have to take it one day at a time. Now if he could only solve his problems with the Amazons that easily. At the Neko Ken, Cologne and Mascara were deep in discussion as their protégés were tending to the customers. The Amazons had told the matriarchs what they had seen during Ranma's fight with Brittany Diggers. So Kojiro is really the long-toothed tiger that we had been hunting previously. Mascara stated. Yes. This would mean one of two things. Cologne added. Either the boy is a lycanthrope or he has been to Jusenkyo. Mascara finished. I don't think he's a word beast. What makes you think that? As you recall, Kojiro had touched Conditioner's sword before with no ill effects. Her sword happens to be inlaid with silver. Mascara thought back to that first bat and nodded. Then, we must assume that he has been to Jusenkyo. That may explain several things. As I recall, there was a spring of ground tiger or some such thing there. This may also explain why Kojiro is the only person who has mastered the dreaded Neko Ken. There may be a connection. If he truly has access to such power, then that makes him an even more valuable prize, doesn't it? It does indeed. As Ranma headed home, he saw a gentle-looking girl in her late teens struggling with some grocery bags. When it was apparent that some of the items were about to fall out, He rushed over and caught each and every of them before they could hit the pavement. His hands blurred for a moment as each item was saved from being splattered all over the ground. Oh my! Thank you very much. She then got a good look at her savior and blushed slightly at the figure standing before her. He was tall and handsome. He had a well-built frame and moved with a fluid, cat-like grace. No doubt in Kasumi's mind. He may look younger, but he was definitely no mere boy. Ranma looked up as he cradled the packages in his arms. The girl was very pleasant looking and had long, brown hair tied up in a loose ponytail. She was dressed in a simple, conservative house dress and radiated a sense of serenity and calmness that made him smile. No problem. Looks like you could use some help here. Would you mind if I carried these things to your home? Oh, I don't want you to throw any trouble, kind sir. I can manage. No problem at all, miss. Kasumi Tendo. Tendo? You wouldn't happen to be from the Tendo Dojo of the Anything Goes martial arts, would you? Why yes. How did you know? I met with Nebiki and Akan. Would they happen to be related to you? They're my younger sisters. You really don't have to carry those things for me, you know. Oh, it's no trouble at all. I insist. Oh, very well. Follow me, mister. Kojiro Shinkara. A little while, Ranma and Kasumi made it to the front door of the Tendo home. Nebiki smiled as she saw who was coming inside the house with her older sister. Well now, this is convenient. Maybe I'll be able to get the scoop on this guy after all. Good thing that Akko's eye is out on that short trip to Hiroshima. Greater than she covered up her mercenary look as she approached the two. Why hello Kasumi. I see you've met up with Kojiro. Kasumi nodded as she gestured to the kitchen. Yes, he was kind enough to help me bring in the groceries. Hey Nebiki. Like what you've done with the hair. The middle daughter smiled as she ran her hand through the long tresses of her newly restored hair. She had decided to keep it long and tied in a loose ponytail. After helping the eldest daughter put the groceries away, Ranma then bowed to the two sisters and said, well, I guess I ought to get going now. Please, won't you stay for dinner? It's the least we can do to thank you for your help. Well, Ranma began, then looked into those brown eyes of the eldest Tendo daughter. All right, I guess I can stay for a while. Kasumi smiled as she began the preparations for the evening meal. Ranma and Nebiki took their places in the sitting room and were soon engaged in conversation. That is, Nebiki was drilling him for information about his past. Ranma became very wary of the sly looks she was giving him and was careful not to say much about his origins. A short time later, the two heard the sounds of someone else entering the house and a familiar voice was heard. I'm home. Ranma noted Akan's appearance with a nod as she entered the room. The youngest Tendo took one look at Ranma, then scowled. What are you doing here? Kasumi entered the room and said, Welcome home, Akan. I see that you've already met Kojiro. What's he doing here? Kojiro was so kind in helping me with the groceries that I invited him for dinner. I hope you don't mind. HMPF. Ken turned her nose up as she headed up the stairs to change. The two Tendo sisters and Ranma watched the girl walk up the stairs for a moment. When she disappeared behind her bedroom door, Kasumi regarded their guest with a bit of puzzlement. Please forgive my sister's lack of manners. I'm not sure why Ken is acting like that. That's alright, Kasumi. Your sister and I didn't get off on the right foot when we first met. That's right, sis. Nabiki added. She's still sore at the fact that Kojiro beat her so easily at the tournament and proved that she wasn't the best martial artist in Nirima. Let's not dwell over that, alright? I don't want any trouble starting. If you want. But I have to tell you, I've never seen anyone fight the way you did. You even beat up Ryode and he's a monster. It was just then that the father of the three girls entered the room. Kasumi, when will dinner be? He then noticed Ranma. Oh, I see we have a guest. Hello, sir. I'm Kojiro Shinkara. Ranma stood up and bowed to the Tendo patriarch. Pleased to meet you. I'm Sun Tendo, proprietor of the Tendo Dojo of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts. What brings you here? Well, Kasumi here was kind enough to invite me for dinner after I helped her with the groceries. We're glad to have you here, son. Please, make yourself at home. Dinner was a relatively quiet affair, except for the constant questions that Nabiki threw at Ranma. Ken totally ignored him throughout the meal. She only spoke when she finished her dinner and asked to be excused to go practice in the dojo. A while later, Ranma finished and decided to check out the dojo. Ranma leaned against the door of the training hall and watched as Ken went through a series of katas. She was dressed in a yellow gi and a headband wrapped around her head. Off to one side he observed that she had set up a few stacks of bricks that she would shatter later on. As he watched her go through the motions, he began assessing her fighting style. Less than HMMM. She hasn't really improved that much since the tournament. Still telegraphing her moves and relying mainly on strength and style. Not too much variation, and her punches and kicks are choppy. They're not flowing together as smoothly as they should. She's moving in predictable patterns and she's overexerting herself. Her defense still has holes that you could drive a semi-truck through, and she's being driven by anger. She's not really concentrating! Greater than Kia. Ranma then saw Ken shot through a stack of bricks with the side of her hand. Then another stack was split and then another. Soon there was a sizable pile of rubble near one end of the dojo. After the last stack was reduced to shattered fragments, she then took a defensive stance and looked toward the door with a smug look. So, did you enjoy the show? Ranma shrugged as he was already aware that she had noticed him. That wasn't half bad. Of course, bricks aren't much of an opponent since they don't hit back. Oh, and I suppose you could do better. I don't think I can do better. I know I can do better. Please, spare me your ego. I'm not bragging. It's just a fact. Well then, why don't we have a little match? I promise that I'll go easy on you. I don't really think that's a good idea. Why? You scared I'll beat you? Remember, I'm more concerned about hurting you. After what happened at the tournament, I really don't think it would be much of a match. HMPF. Pretty full of yourself, aren't you? Ken and Ranma both looked over to an adjacent door and saw a little black pig crawl into the room. It was wearing a gold and black bandana, and it looked like it had just completed a very long and tiring journey. P-chan, where have you been? It's been weeks. Ken rushed over to pick up her pet and held it close to her chest. The tired little porker blushed a bit as it snuggled close. P-chan. Ranma walked up to her. Ken looked at Ranma and replied, P as in pig and chan as in cute. Less than pretty silly name if you ask me, and sniff. Wait a minute. That porker smells familiar. Where did I encounter that scent before? Sniff, it can't be. That little bundle of bacon smells like Ryoga. Ryoga's scent is actually coming from that pig. That can't be right. Unless, sniff. Wait a second. I smell something else that's familiar. That faint odor of some kind of minerals and something else. My sixth sense is also picking up something that I've only felt once before. When I was in China, near comma greater than Ranma's eyes furrowed as we put two and two together. Less than well, what do you know? Looks like the lost boy may have stumbled into Jusenkyo. There's one way to know for sure. Greater than Ken. Your pet is pretty dirty. Maybe a nice hot bath is just what it needs. P-chan's eyes suddenly became as wide as saucers at the mention of hot water. He then began to struggle as if he wanted to get out of Ken's embrace and run for his life. Less than bingo. I thought as much. He's been to Jusenkyo all right. And if he's afraid to take a hot bath in front of Ken, then that means he hasn't told her about his little secret. I'll bet that little pervert sleeps in her bed too. Oh boy. Ken's going to be real mad when she finds out! Greater than, well, it looks like P-chan here doesn't like the idea of hot water now, does he? Don't pick on him. Ken said angrily. He's just a little shy, that's all. Less than I single quote well just bet he is! Greater than, well in any case Ken. Are you sure that you still want to spar against me? You bet I do. Ken set down her pet to one side and took a stance. Ranma calmly walked over to the other end and faced off against her. You ready? Ken nodded. However, as soon as she tensed up, she felt a wind rush by her and before she knew it, her right wrist was grabbed and she found herself flying through the air. She landed painfully on her rear as Ranma took a relaxed stance. Ken rubbed her backside as she slowly sat up. Ranma shook his head and called out to her. You left yourself wide open for that one, Ken. P-chan cried out angrily as he saw Ken get flipped over like a flapjack. I wasn't ready. Ken protested as she got up. She couldn't believe that anyone could move that fast. I asked you if you were ready and you nodded. Ranma simply stated as he stood there with his hands behind his back. Ken growled a little as she tried to size up her opponent. Less than okay. So his offense is good. Let's see how good is his defense! Greater than she let out a yell and charged at him, throwing a hard straight right. Ranma, however, sidestepped to dodge it. The blow missed him with millimeters to spare. She then tried a roundhouse kick, followed by a triple punch combination. Those were dodged with ease. Ken's temper began to rise as she continued to increase the rate of her attacks. However, not one of her punches and kicks could connect as her opponent moved with uncanny speed and skill. His evasion tactics were barely flickers of movement as he casually dodged each of Ken's attacks. Less than what single quote is going on? Why am I missing him? Is he reading my moves? This is just like that time at the tournament. Grrr. He's mocking me again. I'll show him! Greater than, stop dodging me all the time. Make a move. As soon as she shouted out that demand, Ranma did make a move. Ken found herself driven back when something struck her stomach. She was on her knees and doubled over as the pain in her abdomen flared up. She then looked up and saw Ranma standing with his right arm extended and palm spread out. That was a cheap shot. Ken staggered as P-chan went to her side. The little piglet gave Ranma an angry look. You said for me to make a move, so I did. Ranma stated calmly as he lowered his arm. That hurt. Ken protested. I only used enough force to do the job. Besides, martial arts isn't just being able to throw punches and kicks. You've got to able to take as much you dish out, sometimes even more than you dish out. If you can't take a little pain, then there's no reason you should even call yourself a martial artist. A true martial artist must endure hardship and some pain if he or she is to attain true mastery of the art. You really need to work on your defense, Ken. The openings you leave are just screaming for your opponent to attack them. Count yourself lucky that I used my open hand instead of a fist. I don't need your help. Come on, P-chan. She angrily got to her feet and left the dojo, followed by her pet pig. Ranma considered going after her, but then sighed in resignation. He really didn't like hitting girls, but this wasn't the tournament. He couldn't knock her out of the ring as before, so he had to end the match with as little force as possible. Throwing her or dodging until she exhausted herself would have been humiliating to her and would have insulted her skills. The open palm strike he used didn't have much strength behind it, but even with him holding back, he still hurt her. He shook his head. Before Jusenkyo, he wouldn't have even considered hitting a girl unless his life depended on it. The transformation and the trip to China on his own had changed all that. He was acting more like the tiger, which reacted to threats to its survival accordingly, never mind what gender the threat happened to be. He decided that he would have to work on getting more control over that. A short time later, Ranma bid the Tendo family farewell as he headed home. A while later, Soon called his daughters together for a family meeting. It seemed that he had received a postcard in the mail some time ago from his old friend Genma, who was coming to visit in a week. Not to be continued, offer single quote s notes. Well, the stage is now set for the inevitable confrontation between Genma and Ranma. There will be certainly going to be some major fireworks when Genma discovers that his son is alive and human. Will the pact between the Tenbos and the Shodoms be fulfilled? Not if Ranma could help it. We all know that any promise that Genma had made under his son's name doesn't mean squat to Ranma. Get ready, because the situation is going to get even messier. Cat Fist Fury disclaimer. Do I have to keep saying this? Less than greater than. Thoughts left curly bracket panda signs chapter 12. Oh. Ranma and Yukio walked out of the movie theater arm in arm. It was a bright Sunday afternoon as the couple walked down the street in relative peace. For Ranma, it was a welcomed respite from the craziness that had plagued him ever since he came to Japan. Things had certainly gotten hectic since he arrived in Tokyo. It had been a week since he had admitted his true identity to Yukio after she had deduced that he was her old playmate Ran-chan. True to her word, she had not revealed this secret to anyone and had started calling him by his new nickname, Ko-chan. As he had promised, Ranma had started taking his friend Yukio out. Although he had steadfastly maintained that these outings were not really dates, but rather a way to get to know her, Yukio still took delight in them. She figured that half an okonomiyaki was better than an empty plate. That was a great movie, Ko-chan. Yeah, it was nice. Ranma seemed to stare off into the distance, barely acknowledging her presence. Yukio saw that Ranma's mind was a million miles away. Hey Ko-chan? What's the matter? Huh? Oh sorry Yukio, but I was just thinking about a few things and how my life has been going lately. Well Ko-chan, other than the fact that those crazy Amazons are after you to marry them, you don't really have anything else to worry about. Ranma winced at the statement. The Amazons had been getting more determined lately to carry out that marriage law of theirs. In fact, in the last few days, they had come very close to giving him the kiss of marriage. It had been difficult to take Yukio out, but he had managed to keep their relationship secret. So far, they had been able to go out on 3 separate dates, making certain that they had gone to remote areas of the city where the Amazons were less likely to find them. One thing that he didn't want to do was to place his old friend in any danger. Hey Kojiro, don't worry about it. Yukio gave him a reassuring smile. No way am I going to let those hussies get their hooks into my fiancé. Well Uken, you might want to reconsider fighting those girls. What do you mean? Well, they have this other law of theirs that's kind of extreme. What is it? I've already told you about the kiss of marriage thing. Well, they also have the kiss of death that applies to any outsider female. Instead of marriage, they kill the girl who defeats them in combat. Oh. Yukio was a bit uneasy at that. You mean they'd really? Ranma nodded. If they're this gung-ho about their marriage law, then I'm pretty sure that they'd follow that other law too. I read about it in my friend's copy of their tribal laws. Hey, you don't have to worry about it. I can take care of myself, Ko-chan. Well, I'd rather that you didn't get involved at all. I don't want to see you to get hurt. Yukio smiled at the thought as it showed that Ranma cared for her. She then said in a cute voice, "That's so sweet, Ko-chan. You really do care about your fiancé." Ranma winced again as he said, "Fuken, I really wish you could, back off a little on the engagement thing. Please." "Why, Ko-chan? I mean, we are engaged, aren't we?" "Well, yeah, technically speaking, but I'm I'm just not ready for that yet. Besides, people know me as Kojiro Shinkara, not as Ranma Sodom. Mentioning the engagement is going to arouse suspicions. Well, if our engagement was known, then maybe it would get some of those girls off your back." Ranma shook his head. "Not likely. Just remember that Pop sold me off more than a dozen times to several families. If all those girls came to Jusenkyo looking for me, then I'm pretty sure that they got wind of Pop's other promises. They would all argue that their claim was better than the others were. And in any case, those Amazons are so determined to get me as a husband that I'm sure that they'll stop at nothing to get me, regardless of how many other fiancés I have." "Oh, I see." Yukio was clearly disappointed at her fiancé's reluctance to accept the fact that they were engaged, but she could understand his line of reasoning. After all, revealing their engagement would also reveal his identity as Ranma Sodom. The other girls that Genma had engaged his son to for food would certainly come looking for him. Competition was something that Yukio did not want. She didn't consider the Amazon's claim on him to be valid, but the deals that Genma made would hold more weight. As long as Ranma used the name of Kojiro Shinkara, the young Okonomiyaki chef had him all to herself. Yukio smiled a bit at that last thought. With her Ran-chan seeing her, it would only be a matter of time before something more than close friendship would evolve. She had fallen for him when they were 6 and being reunited with him only strengthened that bond. She could see it in his eyes too. He was genuinely glad to be with her, and although he only considered her as the friend he once knew, Yukio was looking forward to the challenge of changing his perceptions. With that in mind, she said to her companion, "Oh, all right, Ko-chan. I won't say anything about it if it makes you uncomfortable. It'll be our secret." Ranma breathed out a sigh of relief. "Thanks, Fuken." Yukio managed a small smile, then perked up a bit as she recalled something else. "Speaking of secrets, you did mention that you had a secret that you needed to tell me." Ranma gulped a bit as he remembered. Yeah, there's something that you should know about me if we're going to be seeing each other." Ranma's cheeks became tinged with red as he said the phrase "seeing each other." Yukio couldn't help but smile at his embarrassment. "So what is it?" Uh, well, Ranma hemmed and hawed for a bit before finally replying. Well, maybe it would be best if I showed you. Follow me. The daughter of Haruka Kwanji followed the Neko Ken fighter to the abandoned lot where Ranma had been using as a place to train. After motioning her to stand at one end of the lot, Ranma stepped back a dozen feet from her and faced her. Yukio, do you remember when I told you that I found out that you went to Jusenkyo with your father while looking for me? The brown-haired girl nodded. Yeah, I remember. So what's that got to do with anything? Do you know exactly what Jusenkyo is? Yukio shrugged. Well, no, we never bothered to ask the guide about it. In fact, we never even got past the front gate. All we wanted to know was where you and that no-good father of yours were. We didn't think to ask what that place was. Yukio paused for a moment, then said, "Oh, I did wonder why the guide called it the training ground of Cursed Springs." Well, the thing is, Ranma paused for a moment, trying to think of the best way to explain himself. About a couple of months before you came there, Pop and I came to Jusenkyo during our training journey. Pop was still the same idiot that stole your card, and he didn't even bother to learn how to read or speak Chinese when he got hold of a brochure that told about all the best training grounds in China. Jusenkyo was listed as one of them. Anyway, there are a lot of pools over there, and each one bears the curse of whoever or whatever drowned there hundreds of years ago. If you happen to fall into one of those springs, well, you become cursed to change into whatever drowned there. You're putting me on. Ranma shook his head. No, it's true. When we started sparring there, I knocked Pops into the spring of ground panda, and now, every time he gets hit with cold water, he turns into a panda. You are joking. Yukio looked at Ranma's expression and saw that he wasn't kidding. You're serious. Ranma nodded as his friend put two and two together. Wait a minute. If that's true, then are you cursed as well? Well, I'm not too certain if you could call it a curse since I don't change with cold water. But I did get knocked into a spring. Which spring was that? Ranma sighed as he decided to show her. Taking a stance, he began focusing his inner energies. In a bright flash of sky, his human form vanished and was replaced by a huge, prehistoric, feline predator. Yukio took one look at her transformed fiancé and then fainted. Ranma looked down at his fallen friend and sighed. Less than well. She took it better than I thought she would. Greater than an hour later, after Ranma had transformed back and Yukio had regained consciousness, the Neko Ken fighter began explaining about his powers and how his transforming ability worked. After several demonstrations, Yukio decided that Ranma's condition was something she could live with. It was bizarre, but it was still Ranma under that massive black fur, claws and fangs, and it did have its perks. For one thing, when Ranma displayed his hybrid form, Yukio felt her libido go into overdrive. Ranma's human form was attractive, while his hybrid form was downright gorgeous. As his sweet war tiger, he was so tall and buff. His clothes were stretched out to display the lean muscular torso, the strong legs, the feral yet sensuous face and the aura of power that he emitted. It also didn't hurt that he had a colored butt too when she looked up the length of his tail. She loved the feel of his soft fur as she ran her hand through his silken mane. She breathed in deeply of the faint musk scent that he emitted. There was no doubt in her mind. On a scale of 1 to 10, Ranma's hybrid form rated a 20 on the hycometer. Ranma smiled as he transformed into his tiger form and gestured for her to climb onto his back. Once the okonomiyaki chef was aboard, he bounded off toward the outskirts of the city. Yukio squealed in surprise and delight as she rode the prehistoric beast. It was exhilarating as they raced through the dense forests and foothills near Mount Fuji. Ranma took special care to avoid any areas where people might be as he gave his friend an exciting ride. He also made certain not to go too fast to keep Yukio from falling off. By the time the sun was just touching the horizon, Ranma and Yukio were already 50 miles away from any sign of civilization. They stopped on top of a small rocky hill where Yukio dismounted. Ranma sat down on his haunches as his friend settled down beside him to watch the sunset for a while before heading back to Tokyo. Absently, the girl placed a hand on Ranma's head, behind the ear and began to stroke it. This caused Ranma to become mellower as he emitted a low purr. Then the okonomiyaki chef rubbed the area on his neck. This made him give off another purr. She then placed her hand on his flank and stroked the area near his belly. It felt really good the way she rubbed down there and it tickled him a little. He gave a sound that was something between a purr and a laugh. Yukio noticed the pleased response and smiled, becoming mischievous. "Oh, so you're ticklish down there, Ran-chan." Ranma was about to transform back into his human form and remind her not to call him that, but then his friend used both hands to rub his stomach in just the right way. Ranma gave into his feline instincts and let off a series of contented purrs and meows as he was on his back and writhing with pleasure. Roar! Roar! Less than you won't you. That feels so good! Exclamation point greater than kitty kitty goo. Nice kitty. Good kitty. Ranma knew this wasn't dignified, but for now, he didn't care. He just let it happen. For once in a long time, he could let himself go and forget his worries. The playful nature of his cat form took over as Yukio laughed and tumbled with him on the ground in play. His friend liked it. She had never had a pet cat. Then again, she never had a boyfriend either. With Ranma, she had the best of both worlds. After escorting his friend home, Ranma headed toward his apartment in his human form, his senses always on the alert for anything that might attack him. Using his acute sense of smell, he began sniffing the surrounding area for any sign of either the Amazons or anything that might be a threat to him. He suddenly stopped when a faint, yet familiar odor crossed his nostrils. Less than HMMM. That doesn't smell like those Amazons. Greater than judging by the age of the scent, Ranma determined that whoever it was had passed by recently, no more than 15 minutes ago. Less than now, where have I smelled that scent before? ? Greater than Ranma paused for a long while as he tried to determine why the odor smelled so familiar. Finally, he decided to put those thoughts on the back burner, as he was too preoccupied with his current problems with life to deal with anything new. He then went home, not realizing that his troubles were about to increase tenfold. At the Tendo Dojo, another scene of great importance was taking place. It was at this time that a certain girl was about to blow her stack. What? Fiancé? Ken said in disbelief. Yes, he happens to be the son of a dear old friend of mine. His name is Ranma Sodom. Soon continued. You engaged us to someone in which we've never met. Is he cute? Nebiki asked. Is he older than me? Kasumi inquired. Soon gave a light-hearted chuckle as he replied. I don't know. I've never met him. Say what? You expect us to marry someone that neither we nor you have ever met? Ken said, half in surprise, half in disgust. It is a matter of family honor, Ken. The pledge was made long ago to unite the schools of the anything goes martial arts. Why, even Master Hako's eye here agrees with it. Soon gestured to the shriveled old gnome of a man who was sitting beside him, while trying his best not to show anything but respect for his sensei. Though some of his thoughts included putting him into a vat of quick-drying cement and dropping him into the Sea of Japan. The father of the Tendo girls was more than disgusted with the fact that his home was harboring the most perverted and evil man in Japan. No, make that in the whole world. Many years ago, he and Genma had trained under the one known as Hako's eyes, if one could call it training. The processes included stealing, lying, cheating and anything that went to feeding the master's enormous appetites. The little runt would make them pay for each of his crimes, whether it was washing dishes to pay for the meals he had eaten, cleaning mannequins for all the women's underwear he swiped, or get beaten to a pulp after helping him peep into the women's bathhouses. In short, Sun and Genma were his scapegoats. After enduring a few years of torturous training, the students of the little pervert thought they had gotten the better of him by getting him drunk and sealing him into a cave with several sticks of dynamite. After not hearing from him for several years, they thought they were rid of him and went their separate ways. However, Sun was given the shock of his life when Hako's eye suddenly appeared on his doorstep after having escaped from his tomb last year. Unable to stop him, the little gnome had set himself as a permanent house guest at the Tendo Dojo, and Nirima had suffered since then. Sun had spent most of that time groveling in front of his former master. Furinkenhide had become one of his most frequent haunts. His girls' panties, gym shorts and leotards were constantly being stolen. The entire district of Nirima was always in an uproar as underwear kept on disappearing from clotheslines and restaurants were frequently being stiffed as Hako's eye would eat and run. To put it simply, it was hell on earth. Even Cologne and her Amazons had found it difficult to contend with the ancient master. When it was revealed that Hako's eye was wanted for stealing some treasures of the warrior women, Soon had a glimmer of hope that justice would finally be done. The females of that fierce culture were revered as great fighters, and it seemed that their leader Cologne was Hako's eyes equal. The two grandmasters had clashed on several occasions, and there had been a lot of property damage done. However, the old pervert proved to be a hard nut to crack, and the panty raids continued. Soon had despaired at not being able to tell the authorities about the identity of the underwear thief. As of now, he was a member of the neighborhood council, and it wouldn't do for people to know about it. Furthermore, the dojo had very few students. Ken was the only student with any real training in their family style. If Hako's eyes crimes were connected to the anything goes martial arts, no one would want to learn the fighting style. Soon's only hope in redeeming the dojo lay with the promise he and Genma made to engage his son with one of his daughters. He turned his attention back to his daughters with that thought in mind. Girls, if one of you were to marry this boy, then the legacy of this training hall would be assured. Yes, Hako's eye nodded as he smoked on his pipe. And in any case, I'm looking forward to seeing Genma again. On that note, I have an announcement to make. Soon and his family became nervous at those words. I'm getting on in my old age, and I think that it's high time that I picked an heir. The 300-plus-year-old man leered at Ken. The youngest daughter gave him a glare and said, I'm not going to be your heir. It was bad enough that the little freak constantly stole her underwear and tried to grope her every chance he got. Hako's eye smirked and gave her a lecherous smile before turning his attention back to Soon. Oh, don't worry, Soon. The person I had in mind is Genma's son. Since he's going to marry one of your daughters and take over the dojo, then it's only right that I take him under my wing and teach him. A girl would never survive the training. Soon and Ken both breathed out a sigh of relief, although Ken was irritated at the chauvinistic remark. That feeling was soon to be shattered as they all heard a knock at the door. Ooh, that must be Ranma. Nebiki exclaimed as she got up and rushed to the door. Soon also got up and followed her while calling out, Sodom, my old friend. He silently prayed that his old buddy would be able to help him deal with the evil master as he did years ago. A moment later, the rest of the Tendo family and Hako's eyes heard the combined screams of Nebiki and her father. Another moment later, they both came running back into the dining room and tumbled to the floor as a large, furry shape came waddling in. The giant panda looked with a depressed expression on its face as he gazed upon the family. When its beady eyes fell on Hako's eyes, however, its eyes took on the size of dinner plates. It quickly made an about face and tried to bolt from the room. Unfortunately for the transformed Genma, his old master had lost none of his legendary speed as he leapt toward him and floored the panda with a kick in less than a heartbeat. The massive black and white fur was sprawled on his belly with Hako's eye leaning over him. The ancient lecher smiled as he recognized the aura of his old pupil. Well, if it isn't my other student Genma Sodom. I see someone's been to Jusenkyo. Hey Genma. The panda held up a sign while frantically shaking his head. I'm just a cute little panda. Oh come now Genma. Is that any way to greet your old master? By the way, where's your son, Ranma? The Tendo family was in a state of shock as they stared at the two. Just what was going on? Some time later. What? What do you mean that he's not with you? Genma, in human form, sighed as he sat with the Tendo family and Ako's eyes. After explaining and demonstrating the curse, the father of Ranma Sodom began telling his tale of woe. You see Tendo, it all began a year ago. After 20 minutes, Genma completed his story. So you see Tendo, for a year, I searched valiantly for my poor son, hoping to find him and return him to his human form. In actuality, he had only spent about 3 months looking for Ranma. The rest of time was spent in hiding as the families that he had engaged their daughters to his son had come looking for him. Many of those families were quite capable of dealing out painful retribution. So what you're saying is that Ranma is now a giant, saber-toothed tiger? Nabiki asked, very intrigued by this development. Genma nodded. Oh, what a terrible tragedy. To think that he survived the Neko Ken training, only to have become a cat himself. Tako's eyes widened a bit when he heard this, but he quickly smothered it. Wait a second, did you say Neko Ken? Ken asked, very interested that he knew about the fighting style that Kojiro used. Yes, the legendary cat fist. Genma burst out into tears, the crocodile kind. But what does it matter that he learned the ultimate technique when he'll never be able to fulfill the pledge? I can't even find him. I wonder if that happens to be the same tiger that has been seen in roaming around the neighborhoods. Kasumi said. Tiger? What do you mean? Genma asked. There have been numerous sightings of a large, black tiger with long teeth running around the city lately. Kasumi replied. The newspapers are calling it the Tokyo tiger and even the Amazons are hunting it. I believe that they've gotten more determined lately. Black, long-toothed, tiger. The little light bulb in his head went off. Ranma. It's Ranma. I know it. Oh happy day. But Sodom, are you sure? Soon asked. It makes sense, Daddy. Nabiki shrugged. I mean, how many saber-toothed tigers are there in Tokyo? Or in world for that matter? This Tokyo tiger has to be Ranma. It fits Mr. Sodom's description of Ranma's cursed form. Soon then bawled out, Wah! My future son-in-law is a wild beast. Don't worry Tendo. Genma soothed as he saw a new hope in this development. If Ranma's here in Tokyo, then we'll find him. Then we'll find a way to turn him back into a man and then he'll marry one of your daughters. Soon brightened up as he heard this. You're right Sodom. We shall prevail. For the good of the schools, both men stood up and took a pose. It's soon, and Genma's Operation Tiger Hunt. Both men said in unison. At this point, all 3 girls were in a state of shock. No doubt about it, the two were absolutely nuts. Now hold on a minute. Ken shouted. I'm not going to marry some freak of nature. Ken has a point, Daddy. Nebiki added. Shouldn't you find out how to change Ranma back first before you go chasing a tiger that's liable to use you both as scratching posts? Don't trouble us with minor details. Soon turned to his friend. Come on, Genma, let's go. Both men bolted out of the house and were gone, anxious to find the means in which they could retire early. It was also partly because they wanted to get out of the master's presence. This can't be happening. Ken said in disbelief. Tako's eye shrugged as he blew another puff on his pipe. That's Sun and Genma for you. Once they set their minds on something, they go for it, no matter how stupid the idea is at the time. The ancient lecher shrugged as he put out his pipe and got up. Those two are such a disappointment. I had high hopes that Genma's son would be able to carry on the school, but now it seems that I may be forced to choose one of them. In any case, I've got to go out myself for a little exercise. You mean go on a panty raid? Ken snorted in disgust. Hey, who said that stealing panties wasn't strenuous? The youngest Kendo was about to say something nasty about what she thought about it, then reconsidered as Tako's eye turned to leave. Grandfather Tako's eyes. Yes, my dear Ken. The little gnome looked back at her. The smirking leer he was giving her was obvious to all, especially when his gaze lingered at her chest. Ken quickly smothered her irritation at the way he was undressing her with his eyes. Do you know anything about the Neko Ken? Tako's face took on a surprised look. Then he did something surprising. Despite the fact that he was about to steal women's underwear, he got serious. Turning around so that his back was facing Ken, he answered quietly. Yes, Ken. I know of the Neko Ken. However, it would be best that you forget about it. I didn't think that anyone would be stupid enough to try to learn that powerful yet horrible technique, but I guess Genma proved me wrong when he subjected his son to it. But what exactly is it? I said forget about it. But I said no. With these angry words, Tako's eye walked out the door and was gone. A while later, after Tako's eyes had gone, Nebiki was in her room and thinking about the day's events and revelations. At first she didn't want to believe it, but after seeing Genma's curse, hearing his story and news footage of the Tokyo Tiger, there was no doubt in her mind that this Ranma person was the same person. After all, it fit in perfectly. Saber-tooth tigers were supposed to be extinct, and the appearance of one plus the fact that Ranma had fallen into the spring of ground monster tiger was a connection that went far beyond mere coincidence. Then she thought of something else as well. The mention of the Neko Ken reminded her of only one person who claimed to be a master of it. Less than HMMM. The Neko Ken that Daddy's friend mentioned sounds like the fighting style that Kojiro Shinkara uses. Come to think of it, there's not much that we know about Kojiro. Hacking into the school records of Shimoto didn't show much. Those records were forged, but they were done expertly. The only thing that I could get out of my contacts was that Kojiro had been in China recently. I wondered, greater than Nebiki began looking over the notes that she and her flunkies had compiled about the Tokyo Tiger and Kojiro. She began remembering when she had first laid eyes on the Neko Ken fighter, the no-holds-barred tournament. She then recalled that she had a video of that event that one of her associates had gotten from a hustler from Imoto High, Kaimetsubana. She went through her desk drawer and retrieved it. She then went downstairs and sat down in front of the television in the den. Inserting the cassette into the VCR, she pressed the play button and began watching. On the screen, she became fascinated at the sheer strength and speed of Kojiro as he dispatched his opponents with ease. It was then that she started to notice something. Although she wasn't a martial artist, she had observed Akko's eyes, Akan and her father often enough to recognize several of their moves and stances. Her eyes widened as she saw Kojiro take a basic anything-goes stance when facing off against a wrestler from another school. No way. Nebiki then hit the fast-forward button and sped through the tape until she got to the part where Kojiro had faced off against Akan. Her eyes became even more entranced as she saw him dance around her enraged sister. The dodging maneuvers were more graceful and fluid than Akan could ever hope to accomplish, but they were definitely from their family style. Akan had been too angry to realize at the time that Kojiro had used her own style against her. She had also seen Akko's eye use similar evasion techniques during his panty raids, when he was being chased by an angry mob of women. There were displays of Kojiro's claw techniques and kai attacks, but the way he melded them together suggested the anything goes. After all, the basis of the school was to combine several different styles into a totally free-form way of combat. The ultimate Neko Ken that Kojiro used was very powerful and effective, but he seemed to fall back on the anything goes at times, as if by habit. Less than well, it looks like Kojiro knows how to fight in the anything goes martial arts. If that is the case, then who taught him? The only ones that know the anything goes is Akan, Daddy, Takozai and these new people, Genma and Ranma Sodom. Wait a second. Hold the phone! ! Greater than Nebiki thought back to Genma's story about losing his son and that he had been changed into a saber-toothed tiger. Then there were the reports of such a beast roaming the outer limits of the city. She thought back to the date of the first sighting. It was 2 days after the tournament, after Kojiro came to Furinkan High to restore everyone's hair and drive off the insane principal. She then remembered when the principal's henchman had run screaming from the school, claiming that some monster was inside. This was after Kojiro had run into the school. The same night, the Tokyo Tiger appeared on the streets. Nebiki ran up to her room for a notebook where she had written down the dates and times where the tiger had been sighted. She then compared the times in which she had her flunkies tail Kojiro. The times where the Amazons were chasing Kojiro and the times where the Tokyo Tiger appeared were only minutes apart and always within a closed area. Then there were the unconfirmed reports of a transforming cat being battling a young boy. They had torn up a good section of abandoned buildings, and one eyewitness claimed that the boy had turned into the Tokyo Tiger. She smiled as she made the connections. Less than well, if I'm right, then I think that I may have stumbled onto a gold mine here. Greater than she began working out all the facts. Genma's story about Jusenkyo and his son falling into the spring of ground monster tiger. Kojiro's sudden and mysterious appearance and his claim to have mastered the Neko Ken. She had also confirmed through her contacts that Kojiro had spent several months in China. The documents had been forged and the school board had obviously been paid off to keep quiet. The similarities between his fighting style and the anything-goes martial arts. Finally, the fact that Kojiro always seemed to disappear whenever the Tokyo Tiger would make an appearance. The end result was, the Tokyo Tiger was Kojiro and Kojiro Shinkara was Ranma Sodom. Nebiki was ecstatic. For weeks, she had been frustrated over the mystery of Kojiro, Ranma, and after hearing Genma's story, she finally had the final piece of the puzzle. Now, just how was she going to turn this into something profitable? In another part of town, the person in question was running for his life. He had good reason to. Hot on his heels were 5 amorous and very excited warrior females that were chasing him with the intent to give him the kiss of marriage. Ranma cursed his luck as he had taken a path back to his apartment that ran into all 5 Amazons, just as they were finishing with a large delivery. WOAINI. WODEAIRN. KOJIRO no go. Bubbles want tiger husband. Come back beautiful tiger and make shampoo purr. It was those last 2 statements that almost made Ranma trip over his feet. Less than OH. No. But out exclamation point greater than. He then remembered that they had seen him battle Brittany Diggers. Less than damn. They must have seen me transform. Well, if they know, then there's no point in hiding it. Besides, I run better on all 4s exclamation point greater than. Ranma then triggered his transformation and became the Tokyo Tiger. He then began to widen the gap between himself and his pursuers as he accelerated up to 90 mph, causing roof tiles to be torn off and scattered about in his wake. The Amazons were momentarily shocked to see the object of their affections become a huge predator, but they remembered that they had seen it before and redoubled their efforts to catch him. Mascara and Cologne were very determined to add his genes to the tribe, as they weren't about to let this much raw power slip from their grasp. Besides, the girls had gotten a pretty good look at his hybrid form and had been having very naughty dreams about their wedding nights since then. On street level, Sun and Genma were standing by an intersection, discussing their plans as to how to go about finding the Tokyo Tiger. Genma had admitted that he hadn't thought about it as much when he led Sun out of his house. He just wanted to get out of the master's presence, and that excuse seemed the easiest way of doing it. Oh, come on now, Sodom. Think. We have to figure out a way to find your wayward son. It's not like he's going to appear right in front of us. As if on cue, they both heard a tremendous roar from above. They both looked up and saw a huge black shape leap over the rooftop of a 3-story building from across the street to land on the sidewalk in front of them. With its back turned to them, it didn't see the two startled men as it looked off to one side. When it caught sight of the Amazons approaching in the far distance, it made a right turn and bolted down the street. Genma and Sun looked at each other and said at the same time, "Ranma." They then started running after the future of the anything goes martial arts. A couple minutes later, the Amazons ran by, thereby starting one of the most hectic chases in history. To be continued, offer single quotes notes. Well, I'm finally done this part. As one might expect, Nebiki has deduced Ranma's identity, and this will not bode well for the Neko Ken fighter. Genma is back, and this will also not be good for poor Ranma. As readers have constantly told me, I have changed the name from Kojiro to Kojiro. I will make the corrections to the other chapters eventually. Time for the mayhem to begin. Cat Fist Fury disclaimer. Ranma 1/2 was the brainchild of Rumiko Takahashi. I think that says it all. Less than greater than. Thoughts less than greater than. Chinese language chapter 13 Tiger Hunt. It was a quiet afternoon in the streets of downtown Tokyo. Citizens were going about their own business, and to a casual observer, nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary. Then a huge roar was heard in the distance, and the people on the streets all turned their heads at the sound. A huge black shape came down from the top of the roof of a 3-story building, and began bounding over passing cars and across the pavement. Citizens screamed in terror and scattered as they got a close look at the infamous Tokyo Tiger. The huge cat ignored the terrified masses as it raced through the streets, hoping to lose its pursuers. Going at an average velocity of 80 miles per hour, it sped through the streets like a runaway freight train, pulling over pedestrians and almost overturning a few of the smaller cars in its wake. Unfortunately for the transformed Neko Ken fighter, the Amazons were nothing if not persistent. Shampoo and the others had discovered early on that chasing Ranma flat out was not possible, so they all split up and tried to intercept him as he made various twists, turns and reversals. Every time he got away from one of the warrior females, there would be another coming at him. Their endurance was not to be believed. It would only be a matter of time before Ranma ran out of places to flee. Kojiro, no go. Brush and Cone said together as they launched a barrage of arrows and throwing stars, hoping to slow him down. Ranma leapt over the missiles as they sliced through fixtures and signs. He made a sharp turn into an alley and then had to make an about-face as he sighted Shampoo running toward him from the other side. Wait for Shampoo, Aaron. Go away. Ranma was getting desperate as he ran toward another alley. However, this was where Conditioner was waiting for him. She had prepared a large, weighted, metallic net that was suspended 40 feet above street level. As soon as Ranma ran over the tripwire, the trap was sprung. Fortunately for Ranma, unfortunately for Shampoo, he had caught sight of the falling net out of the corner of his right eye. With a mighty leap, he cleared the net before it could trap him. The metallic mesh instead caught Shampoo, who shouted out a few choice Chinese swear words to her sister warrior and rival. Conditioner was far from done though. She had prepared several backup traps just in case the first one failed. She had hidden several snares on the other side of the alley that would catch Ranma by the legs as him spread like an eagle. The saber-toothed cat just barely managed to avoid the first 3 snares, but his right hind leg got caught by the 4th one. Ranma let off a roar as he found himself being pulled upward. Digging his front paws and claws into the concrete, he desperately tried to keep himself from being hoisted. Looking over his shoulder, he saw that the rope that had his leg tied was connected to a winch-like device. Conditioner was gleefully cranking the handle as she smiled at her captured prey. Hiya! Conditioner catch very big fish, yes? The Amazon was elated that all the hard work and days of preparing the trap had paid off. It was then that she was grabbed from behind by a familiar and very misguided sweeter of Shampoos. Shampoo. Moose clomped onto Conditioner, thinking that it was his beloved. He had been following the girls to make certain that his intended bride would not be the one to give Ranma the kiss of marriage. Not Shampoo. Wham! Moose was sent up like a ballistic missile. Meanwhile, Ranma's rage had begun to reach new heights. His eyes glowed with a crimson light as he focused on the rope that was holding him fast. With a loud roar, he cut loose with twin beams of hot Kai energy. The rope was burned through in an instant, and Conditioner's joy at catching him and belting Moose was short-lived as she suddenly realized that her quarry was free and angry. Ranma leapt at her and the Amazon closed her eyes and braced herself. However, hurting her was not Ranma's intent, though he was sorely tempted. Instead, he soared over her and ran back into the alley, pulling over the still-trapped Shampoo in the process. Brush and Comb were also knocked off their feet as the huge feline barreled into them. Both sisters looked up at the screen and yelped as Moose landed on top of them. Crash! Just as Ranma got out of the alley, something landed on his back and gripped his sides like a vice. Then something looped around his neck and pulled, causing him to rear back like an angry stallion. Bubbles shouted out in triumph as she pulled back on the leather thongs and clamped down hard with her thighs. Ranma began thrashing about, trying to throw her off his back, but the warrior female was determined to hold on. The energetic redhead was ecstatic. The tiger was trying its best to buck her off, and it reminded her of that gay movie she saw on television. The hero rode the white horse and it had a mask. She wished she had a cowboy head as she waved with her hand and shouted out, "Why?" Meanwhile, the leather thongs were beginning to tighten and Ranma felt himself losing consciousness. He had to do something fast. Spotting a nearby store that had its large front doors was open, he dashed toward it with a sudden burst of speed and leapt, aiming for the space just below the top of the door. Bubbles was caught off guard at the sudden acceleration and was thrown backward. However, her grip on the thongs was enough to keep her from losing her grip on the tiger. When she straightened herself up, she leaped as she saw the door of the store rushing toward her. She only had about a moment's contemplation when she observed that the top of the door frame was about a couple of feet too low. Wham! Bubbles lost her grip on the makeshift reins as her face and upper body slammed into the top of the door. She was more than a bit dazed as she slid down to the ground. The images of stars and birdies fluttered around her head. Ranma raced through the store and smashed through the back wall. In his wake, shoppers had to dive for cover as the huge beast caused shelves to be overturned and merchandise to be scattered. He was about a few hundred yards away before the Amazons began to give chase again. After pummeling Moose into unconsciousness, they sprinted after their prize. About 3 miles from the chaos, two practitioners of the anything-goes martial arts were huffing and puffing near a convenience store. They had tried early on to keep up with the Amazons and their prey, but it was clear from the beginning that they had nowhere near the stamina of the younger girls. Genma was sweating like a pig and his friend Jusenkyo was about ready to fall flat on his face from exhaustion. 5 seconds later, they both toppled over and made audible splat noises on the concrete. Huff, puff, wheeze, gasp. Genma was in a little better physical condition than his friend as he had been training with Ranma before his son's accident at Jusenkyo. However, age and poor eating habits had taken away much of his endurance. Long-distance running was not one of his strong points. Short, fast getaways were more his specialty. Soon Tendo looked like he was dead from the effort as he moaned in exhaustion. SS Sodom. Tough, maybe, we should have, thought this out a bit more. Tough. You, said, it Tendo. That boy's definitely, too fast to catch like this. So, what should we do? Just give a moment to catch my breath. In another part of town, an old man was cackling with glee while doing what he did best. His face was covered up in a handkerchief that was tied below his nose. On his back was a huge sack that was filled with stolen women's underwear. The little gnome bounded over rooftops, snatching more of the lacy articles of clothing from their wash lines to add to his collection. Woohoo! What a haul! What a haul! Capo's eye was in fine form as he relieved the bras, panties and other women's unmentionables of their honors. With quick motions, the underwear were off their lines and stuffed into his sack in mere moments. Many of those times, the owners of said undergarments would emerge screaming from their homes and give chase. This was one of those times. However, Capo's eye didn't become the underwear thief extraordinaire he was by being so easy to catch. As of now, he was leading an angry horde of women down the streets at a breakneck pace. The crowds of enraged females were brandishing brooms, rolling pins, frying pans, clubs and other various blunt instruments in their hopes of catching up with the ancient pervert and pummeling him into a red smear. Coincidentally, the path of their chase was heading on a collision course with another chase. A chase that involved 5 Amazons and a saber-toothed tiger. Ranma put on a burst of added speed and managed to increase the distance between himself and his unwanted Amazon huntresses. When he looked over his shoulder to check to see if he was still being followed, he neglected to watch where he was going. At the same time, Kako's eye was rubbing a pair of pink satin panties against his cheek while running. Ah! How sweet it is! His eyes were closed in bliss as he casually increased his speed to outrun his pursuers. Wham! What the heck? Kako's eye was so absorbed in his newfound treasures that he was taken totally by surprise as a large black shape slammed into him like a truck. The old master went flying into the air as his sack was torn open and his ill-gotten loot went everywhere. The various undergarments came fluttering down like a light snowfall, and the thing that had run into Kako's eye stopped to look around. Less than how? Just what the heck did I run into? Greater than Ranma looked around for whatever or whomever he had just collided with. He had temporarily given the Amazons the slip and decided to pause to see if he hadn't caused any serious injury to an innocent bystander. Kako's eye may have been a bystander in this case, but he was far from innocent. The ancient lecher landed on his face with an audible splat. He groaned as he got up with rage. Who would dare interfere with his hobby? Seeing all of his treasures go flying everywhere, Kako's eye was ready to deal out punishment to whoever was foolish enough to tangle with him. Oh no! My silky treasures! All right! Who did that? Oh. The remaining words died in his throat when caught sight of what had run into him. Standing before him in a low crouch, ready to spring, was the biggest and meanest looking alley cat that he ever saw. Less than, whoa! He's a lot bigger than Genma had described! Greater than Kako's eye became very aware of the 2 huge fangs, the muscular and powerful body, and the large paws that each housed a wicked set of claws. This was no pussycat. So, you are Ranma, Genma's son? Ranma's eyes widened in shock at the sound at the mention of his father's name and his own. Less than how? Who is this guy? How does he know about Pops? How does he know I'm Ranma? Greater than Kako's eye noted the tiger's body tensing up and knew that he definitely had the right cat. He could also sense the animal's aura and it made him nervous. Less than yes, the boy has definitely gone through the Neko Ken training and it looks like his cursed form is amplifying it! Greater than Ranma's Kai energy was incredibly focused and radiated enough power to make even the Grandmaster of the Anything Goes martial arts become edgy. The old pervert's body shivered a bit as he remembered the rumors of what a Neko Ken fighter was capable of. Ranma was far more dangerous than what he had expected of someone who had been trained by that idiot Genma. For Ranma, he was very surprised to encounter someone as diminutive as the Amazon matriarchs, yet possessed just as much power. His aura was nothing to sneeze at. He also noted the scattered undergarments and how this troll referred to them as his silky treasures. Less than so, this is that underwear thief that Kai told me about. Taco's IV anything goes martial arts. Greater than, since Taco's I usually raided the areas near Furinkan and Imoto was quite some distance away. Ranma had never encountered the Lecher before. Before the two could make any move, Ranma's superior hearing caught the shouts of angered women that were approaching from a few hundred meters away. He went this way. Get him. We'll get that underwear thief this time. He's not getting away. Ranma knew that now was the time to get away. He could already see that the Amazons in the distance. Giving the old Lecher one final glance, he leapt up toward a nearby rooftop, then bounded away. Taco's eyes, however, was not as quick to his own escape. Still enthralled by the sight of the saber-tooth, he lingered a few moments longer than he should have. It was then that he remembered that his stolen haul of women's underwear was still scattered around the street. It wouldn't do for him to leave his silky treasures behind. After all the trouble he went through to rescue them from their clotheslines. Unfortunately for him, Taco's eyes perversion was to be his downfall for this day. Just as he desperately started to pick up his loot, the hordes of angered women were upon him. Their instruments of violence were brought to bear on the bane of everyone's existence. WHAMMO. OW. Clang. Hold on. Ouch. Now wait a minute. DOW. Yow. OUCHIE. Not there. OW. 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 Boot. Wham. 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 WHAP. CLONG. Things were made even worse for Taco's eye when the Amazons arrived at the scene and saw the enemy of their tribe. Not one to miss such a golden opportunity, they entered the fray. Temporarily forgetting their own mission to catch Ranma, they began to deal out their own share of retribution on the ancient Lecher. Huh? Where did you LOVELIEs come from? HODCHA. Come to Lappy. FFFFTDD. THOK. Hey! Watch where you're aiming those things. Wham! YOWZA. WHOMP. Slash. Whoa! Cut it out. Slash. 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 That's not what I meant. Wham. Mangle. Crush. Yow. OUCHIE. Now that was a low blow. Kick. Taco's eyes voice became high and squeaky. I take it back. That was a low blow. It was then that a combined attack of kicks, swings and uppercuts by all the women present, sent the greatest evil in all of Japan on a one-way ticket to the upper stratosphere. About 100 meters away, a shadowy figure grinned as he watched Taco's eye become airborne. He then looked down at the streets and could see the distant form of Ranma's tiger shape race off toward the horizon. Less than HMM. Very interesting. So the rumors were true. Another has appeared. Well, it's been some time since I went up against someone who knew the Neko Ken. The others were quite pathetic. Yet this one could prove to be a challenge to me. Yes, he might be very entertaining. Greater than in another part of town, a cloaked figure also looked up and saw the distant dot that was Hako's eye soaring toward the heavens. He then shrugged as the ancient letter was too far up to be recognized. However, he did have serious business with the master of the anything-goes martial arts. He looked down at a scrap of paper that had the address of the Tendo Dojo written on it. Less than soon it echoes eyes. I shall wreak my vengeance against you! Greater than Ranma, in his human form, huffed and panted his way into his apartment. He didn't know why those Amazons had suddenly stopped in their pursuit of him, but he wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. The run through Tokyo while evading both the Amazons and their traps had left him totally exhausted. He just made it to his bedroom when he fell face first onto the bed and promptly fell asleep. The very next morning, Ranma was just finishing his breakfast when the news reports on the television caught his attention. He sighed as he saw that his appearance as the Tokyo Tiger yesterday had once again caused a media sensation. He also became interested at a report that concerned a riot and its connection to the mysterious underwear thief of the Nerima district. Less than mysterious, my butt. That was Hako's eye, alright. From what Kai and Shodan had told me about him, he was the same guy I ran into yesterday. But the big question is, how did he know my name? In cat form to boot. I mean, nobody knows my real name except Duken. Everyone else knows me as Kojiro Shinkara. And nobody in Tokyo besides Duken knows about my transforming powers. Who could have told Hako's eyes that I single quote and comma question mark greater than Ranma's face went pale as he realized that there was only one other person who would know about his secret. Less than, oh no. It can't be him. I left him in China a year ago. Damn it. I should have known that he'd eventually come back to Japan. And since Hako's eye lives at the Tendo Dojo, then that means that Pops must be there as well. He must have told him and the rest of the Tendo family. Great. Just great. Okay, calm down. Let's think this through. 1. He probably has told them that his son has been cursed to turn into a tiger, but he doesn't know that I can change back. 2. He doesn't know that I've been using the name of Kojiro Shinkara. 3. They don't know where I live or work. Okay, now let's look at the bad points. 1. They do know that a saber-toothed tiger has been running around Tokyo. 2. Pops has probably told them about the Neko Ken training and people already know that I use that fighting style. 3. There's Zabiki. Greater than Ranma was already aware of the interest the middle Tendo daughter had in him. He had known all along whenever Zabiki's spies had tried to tail him. Of course he always managed to ditch them. However, Akan's sister was nothing if not persistent. She had been asking around a lot for any information about him, and her numerous questions during the time that Ranma had visited their home had made him wary. Then he also remembered that his friend Kai had sold many copies of the videotape of the No Holds Barred tournament. Even though he was taller and more muscled than before he had come to Jusenkyo, Ranma had no doubt that Genma would recognize him if he were ever to see that tape. Fighting styles were like fingerprints, and he did tend to fall back on his old training in the anything goes. His father would recognize his son's moves and confirm his identity. Knowing Nebiki, she would probably start some kind of blackmail scheme on him, since many of her inquiries were about how much money he had. He knew that Nebiki had the sharpest mind in the family, and if anyone could figure out his true identity, it would be her. And once his identity was out in the open, all the troubles that were connected to the name of Ranma Sodom would come down on him like an avalanche. He wasn't concerned with old enemies like Ryoga, since he had already proved his fighting superiority at the tournament. If he had to, he could always use Ryoga's little secret to keep him in line. However, the various engagements that Genma had set up would come looking for him. Not to mention the many shops and businesses that the old man had conned, using him as collateral. He shuddered at the thought. Ranma was at a loss over what to do, as he had never really planned for the possibility that his father might find him again. For now, he would have to keep on his guard and cross whatever bridges as he came to them. Meanwhile at the Tendo Dojo, Nebiki was smiling triumphantly as she showed her sisters and the two returned fathers the videotape of Ranma in action at the no-holds-barred tournament. Of course, she charged both her father and his friend 5,000 yen for them to see it. That's him. That's Ranma all right, Genma said with triumph. His son may be a lot taller and more muscular than he last remembered, but there were no mistaking the telltale signs of the anything-goes fighting maneuvers. The fat panda had spent more than 9 years training the boy until those moves had become a second nature to him. Kasumi watched with fascination at the images of Ranma as he soundly defeated each of his opponents. The way his muscular, yet lean body moved with uncanny grace and speed. The sheer strength as he threw people over his head like rag dolls. The maneuvers he used to win each match were poetry in motion, coupled with the fact that he emitted a kind of wild, fear allure that seemed to radiate sensuality and power. Within her body, long-denied feelings and hormones began to stir as she began to consider what it would be like to be with someone like that. After meeting him at one time, Kasumi had already felt a bit of an attraction to him. Now, with the announcement of the engagement, she began to have other images of him in her mind, many of which were not at all pure. Ken was more than miffed when she learned that the same person who had showed her up twice was also the boy that her father had arranged to marry her or her sisters. In her mind, she had no doubt that she would be the one to be picked, since she knew that neither Nebiki nor Kasumi had her good looks or popularity. Why else would those boys and Kumo chase her all the time? What made things even worse was the fact that she had been beaten at the tournament with her own style, even though she had been too angry at the time to realize it. Boys were nothing but perverted jerks, and now she has found that she was maybe engaged to him. Oh, happy day. Soon wept as he hugged his friend. Ranma is human. We can untie the schools after all. That's right, Tendo. All we have to do is go collect the boys. Genma was jumping for joy. It was then that Nebiki intervened. Hold on a minute, Daddy. You and Mr. Soto might want to think about this for a minute. The two stopped in their cavorting and regarded the middle sister. What do you mean, Nebiki? All we have to do is pick him up and then have the wedding. Soon said as a matter of factly. Nebiki hung her head, as she just couldn't believe just how dense her father was. Ranma may not want this engagement thing. What do you mean? He must follow through. It is a matter of honor. Soon replied. That's right. My boy would never turn his back on his honor. Genma added. Oh really? Nebiki said in a slightly sarcastic tone. Then why hasn't he tried to contact you, Mr. Soto? I mean, if he's able to become human again, then I would have assumed that he would have told you. And let me ask you this. If he wanted this engagement thing, then why did he go through all the trouble of creating a whole new identity for himself? What? Oh yes, that's right. Kasumi remarked. Ranma is going by the name of Kojiro Shinkara. What? Nebiki nodded. Yes. And there's another thing. He might be more than you can handle. I have a feeling that he doesn't want the engagement and I seriously doubt that you could force him into it. What do you mean? I mean the boy's good, but he's not that good. Tendo and I can handle him. Oh really? Nebiki pushed the fast-forward button on the VCR and the two fathers gaped in disbelief at the images as they depicted Ranma as he tore the Nirima wrecking crew to pieces. Soon and Genma became awestruck as they witnessed Ranma fight with inhuman speed, agility and power. They especially became fascinated with his claw techniques and his final attack. Now hold a minute, Genma exclaimed. I don't ever recall that boy having control of the Neko Ken. At least not consciously. Ken's interest perked up. Mr. Soto, you mentioned the Neko Ken before. What exactly is it? Genma's expression took on a serious look as he began his explanation. Freestyle cat fist fighting or cat fu. Training is deceptively easy. You're supposed to wrap the trainee in fish sausage and throw him down into a pit of starving cats. That's it. That's all you have to do. Ken couldn't believe that a fighting style that was so powerful had such a simple method of training. She began to get ideas about undergoing the training herself and show up that jerk Ranma, when his father then dropped the bomb. Unfortunately, there was a bad side effect. He reached into the front of his GI and produced a small booklet. Here is the ancient lore which describes this technique. Let me see that. Soon reached over and took the book. Opening up the first page, he began to read. Incredible. Anything goes martial arts, final attack cat fist. HMMM, how to master cat fu. Wrap the trainee in fish sausage and throw him into a pit of starving cats. You see Tendo. The training sounded so simple that I should have known that there was a catch. Turn the page and see for yourself. Soon did so. This method has been banned for causing severe psychological distress. Genma chuckled for a bit. Too bad I never read the page. So what kind of psychological distress are we talking about? Nabuki asked. Ranma developed an irrational fear of cats after the training. He gained increased speed and the ability to shred through wood, rock and even metal with his fingers. Bushels. There were two problems. The first problem was that he became unstable. He'd go into a state of near panic at the mere sight of a cat. Whenever he was with a cat for an extended period, his fear would go beyond a certain point and then what, Mr. Sodom? Kasumi asked. He'd meow. Huh? Akan said in confusion. It's true. He'd start acting like a cat. He'd walk around on all fours, wash himself with his tongue, purr, meow, and play with balls of yarn and stuff like that. You'd hardly believe that he was human. That also led to the second problem. He could only use the cat fist techniques in that state, and when he became like that, anything or anyone that was seen as a threat would get shredded. Genma shivered at the memory of when his 6-year-old boy had mauled him. I trained Ranma when he was 6. Kasumi was shocked as she thought of the young boy being subjected to that horrid training. Akan was having second thoughts about undergoing that method as she thought of herself acting like a cat. She didn't like the idea of being mauled by 100 starving cats either. Nabuki kept quiet. Genma continued. In any case, I can't understand how Ranma has been able to get conscious control of the cat fist. Whenever he became overcome by the madness, it would take an old woman from our neighborhood to snap him out of it. Well, I would guess that it has something to do with that spring of ground monster tiger he fell into. Nabuki suggested. It looks like he's got full control over it, and I haven't seen him show any fear toward cats. I would think that he would be frightened of his own curse by now. Genma nodded as he turned to Soon. Well, in any case, that boy still has an obligation to marry one of your daughters, Tendo. Yes. We must formulate a plan to bring him here so that he may meet his fiancée. Ranma's cat fist training would strengthen our schools even more. Speaking of which, Soon looked at Akan with a fatherly gaze, which made the youngest member of the family very nervous. Akan, since you're both martial artists, then it would be fitting that you marry him and carry on the dojo. What? Akan shouted in disbelief. I'm not going to marry that freak. Count me out of it. I hate boys and he's the worst of them all. No way. Oh, I'm not going to do it. Akan stormed out of the room and up the stairs to their own bedroom. Soon smiled as he said, You see, Sodom? They're perfect for each other. Couldn't agree more, Tendo. So why don't we go out for a drink and start planning on how to get our children on the road to happiness? I'm with you, Sodom. Soon slapped his friend on the back as they both exited the house, leaving Kasumi and Nabuki alone. I can't believe that they haven't even thought things out. Nabuki shook her head as she got up to leave. Where are you going, Nabuki? Kasumi inquired. Debiki gave her sibling a small smile as she said, "Oh, I'm just going to check up on a few things and maybe do a little business." The middle daughter left without another word. Unknown to her family and Genma, Debiki had withheld one important piece of information. She had only just received that piece of data from her flunkies today. After an exhaustive search, she finally had the location of where Ranma worked. To be continued, offer single quotes notes while Ranma's cover is about to be blown and things are going to go critical. Ryoga will most certainly find out from Akan. He certainly won't approve of Ranma's supposed engagement to his beloved Akan, and there's also that grudge he has for that missed out duel. Who knows? He might just be obsessed enough to actually try the cat fist training in his quest for revenge. Debiki's upcoming encounter with our cat fist fighter should be interesting. Just remember that Ranma is more streetwise and has learned independence. He's not the dumb jock that the Tendo mercenary would have labeled him in the original series. As Genma soon scheme to force Ranma to follow the pledge, they will discover that direct confrontation will not work. They may have to resort to having Akose take him down. The old lecher would certainly blame Ranma for getting him pounded in this episode. When the ultimate Neko Ken goes up against the Grandmaster of the Anything Goes, well, the surrounding area is going to need some serious urban renewal. And just who are the two mysterious people who have entered the picture? Stay tuned. Cat Fist Fury. If I have to disclaim one more time, I'm going to hurl. Well. Ranma and anything else that has to do with anime or manga belong to their respective creators. Less than greater than. Thoughts Chapter 14 Preliminaries to Chaos. Ranma wearily walked into the Hookins where his best friend and sometime fiancé was just cleaning up her establishment and preparing to close for the night. The brown-haired girl smiled as she saw the object of her affections enter her restaurant. Kojiro. Good to see you today. Teuken. How's it going? Fine. But you look like something the cat dragged in. Yukio winced a bit as she realized the bad pun. Sorry about that. Ranma waved it off as he sat down heavily in one of the booths and said, "Believe me, I feel like something the cat dragged in, then dragged back out, and then dragged back in again. Amazon's giving you trouble again, huh?" Ranma tiredly nodded. "No more trouble than they usually give me. Oh, I think they've gotten smarter at hunting me. Ko-chan, I really think you should let me help you. Maybe between the two of us." Ranma shook his head while holding up a hand. "No, Fuken. I told you before that it wouldn't be a good idea. It's the same reason why I don't want anyone to know that I've been seeing you." Ranma got a bit nervous at that admission. You know that crazy Amazon rule of kill the girls and marry the guys if defeated. Getting beaten by them is bad. Winning over them is even worse. I also read some more on that book that Sean loaned me. It seems that obstacles to an Amazon's heart are meant for killing. I don't want you getting into any danger because of me. I can take care of myself, Ran-chan," Yukio said confidently. Ranma sighed as he said, Yukio, I told you before to never call me that. It was at that moment that Ranma thought back to his encounter with Rako's eyes. Then again, it may not make any difference after today. What do you mean? The Neko Ken fighter took a deep breath before relating the events that occurred that day. When he finished his story, Yukio nodded in understanding as she too came to similar conclusions. So, your father is here? Yukio's voice had a hard edge to it as she remembered what had been done to her 10 years ago. Absently, she began fingering the small throwing spatulas on her bandolier. Ranma nodded. That's the only reason that I can think of. Taco's I knew that I was Ranma, even in my tiger form. Besides one of the guides, Pop's the only person who would know of what happened to me at Jusenkyo. He must have told that old lecher and probably the Tenbos too. Then again, Pop would sell any secret of mine if it would feed his fat belly. Yukio's expression became a little darker and the fires of revenge began burning in her eyes. Well now, looks like I'll be able to dish out some long overdue payback. Then her expression softened a bit as she thought of something else. If that damned father of yours is at the Tendo home, then you'd better watch out for Nebiki. If I know that mercenary sister of Akan's, then she'll probably try to extort all the money you have. Yeah, the thought had occurred to me. Is she really as bad as people say she is? She's a lot worse. No secret is ever safe with Nebiki around, and if you've got something to hide, then she'll find out about it and use it to bleed you dry. Trust me, I've been there. And I hate to tell you this, but lately, she's been sending her flunkies around Tokyo, trying to find things out about you. A couple of her girls came over and tried to give me the 3rd degree. I didn't tell them anything about me and you going out, and my spatula makes a great incentive for people to mind their own business. Still, Nebiki has been snooping a lot in the last few days. The cat-fist martial artist nodded as he recalled all those times that Nebiki's lieutenants had been tailing him. So far, they had never been able to follow him to his workplace or apartment. But it would only be a matter of time before he was found out. Even though what he heard was only rumors, at the moment he had only those rumors to go on. I don't know why you put up with this, Ko-chan, Yukio commented. You have a bunch of loony Amazons after you. Your father is back and he's going to blow your cover, and when that's gone, all those other engagements and stupid promises that he made are going to come down on you like a ton of bricks. Have you ever thought about what to do about all this? I know. Ranma agreed. You know, I've been thinking about leaving Tokyo and starting over somewhere else. Yukio blanched at that statement. Ranma had already left her once, although unintentionally. She had no intention of repeating that experience. She was about to say that she would automatically sell her store and go with him when he continued after breathing out a tired sigh. It's tempting. It's really tempting to just drop everything and move out, but it's not really that simple. For one thing, I seriously doubt that those Amazons would stop chasing me if I left town. Heck, they wrecked most of Tokyo just trying to give me some stupid kiss of marriage. Yukio had to nod at that. The Amazons were pretty persistent. Secondly, I've never run from anything before, and now that I have the power to resist, Pop can't make me do anything. Ranma clenched a fist and lightly pounded it on the table. The wood shuddered under the impact, even though he had not put any effort into the blow. In any case, I'm not Ranma Sodom anymore. The name's Kojiro Shinkara now, and as far as I'm concerned, Ranma Sodom died at Jusenkyo. Still, if word gets out, Ranma gave his friend a reassuring smile. It hasn't come to that yet. I still have some time, and I do have some contacts that I can call on if things get out of hand, especially if Nebiki tries to pull one of her extortion scams. Hopefully, it won't come to that. I hope so, Ko-chan. I hope so. Yukio had been tempted to suggest a way of ending the insanity, at least the engagement part of it. She had been thinking about what would happen if her Ran-chan were already married to her, of course. That would certainly end the nonsense with the Amazons and invalidate all the other engagements that Genma had made. However, she had noticed that Ranma, rather Kojiro, had been pretty nervous at just taking her out on those few dates. It was apparent that Kojiro wasn't ready to make that big step. It had taken a lot of doing just to get him to take her out. If she tried to push him into matrimony, then there was a danger of driving him away. Yukio shelved these thoughts for the time being as she served up an okonomiyaki to her best friend. She wouldn't press him, at least for now. However, her mind did have an image of herself in a wedding gown. Meanwhile at the Tendo home, no, I won't do it. I'm not going to marry some freak, and that's final. After giving her father and Genma her ultimatum, Ken stomped up to her room to fume and rage. Soon simply smiled, oblivious to his daughter's resentment over the entire engagement idea. They're going to be the perfect couple, don't you think so, Dom? Yes indeed. Tendo. Arguing is what couples do best. They'll be perfect for each other. Genma agreed as he and soon played their usual game of shogi on the veranda. Now then, how are we going to get our loving children together? That's going to be a problem. We have no idea where your wayward son island, hey? Remember that videotape we saw? It said that Ranma was attending some school called Emoto. Well then, it's obvious as to what we should do. We'll just stake out the school and retrieve Ranma. We'll have the wedding right away. Good plan, Tendo. Nothing can go wrong. It was then that Akpo's eye appeared on the scene. I wouldn't bet on it. Both men cringed at the sound of the ancient lecher's arrival. When they saw Akpo's eye standing beside them, the instinctual terror that they had gained through training under him came to the fore. Master. What happened to you? Both men said. Akpo's eye was a sorry sight. His purple GI was tattered, dirty, and it had several rips in it. His body was covered in many bruises, cuts and several bandages. The most noticeable feature was that he walking a little funny at the moment. The mob of angered women had been very rough with him, especially the Amazons. The old pervert turned to Genma. If you think that you can just simply drag that son of yours to the dojo, then think again. He's a lot more formidable than you can ever imagine. Ranma did that to you. Tako's eye shrugged as he dusted himself off. No, actually this was due to a few of my occupational hazards. However, I have met the boy and I would say that he's way beyond both of your levels, especially with that cat fist. Nonsense. Genma denied. That boy may know the cat fist, but he can't possibly know how to use it consciously. As I remember, he could only use it when his fear of cats reached a certain point. I admit that his cursed form is a bit of a problem, but all we have to do is make sure that he doesn't get splashed with cold water. He'll be easier to handle that way. And what makes you think that his curse is the same as yours? Tako's eye said with sarcasm. Well, we just saw a video which showed him in his human form. I thought that, don't try to think, Genma. You'll only succeed in hurting yourself. Let me see this tape. Soon brought out the tape and turned on the VCR. After viewing the tape, Tako's eye turned to his students with a grim look about him. Genma, you're an idiot. That boy has full control of the cat fist. It looks like he has improved on the original technique. If you two try to attack him in either form, he'll shred the both of you like yesterday's newspaper. But master, against the three of us, we should be able to. Soon was about to ask the old lecher for his assistance. Even though he hated the ancient pervert as much as Genma did, he had to admit that Tako's eye was a great martial artist. And I've already had a good look at his aura. Tako's eye said, cutting off Soon's protest as he glared at his other pupil. It's very different from your cursed one. I'd say that hot or cold water won't affect him. How do you know, master? Soon asked. Let's just say that I've had some experience with dealing with Jusenkyo cursed victims. That's how I recognized Genma when he came here in his cursed form. But the pledge must be fulfilled. The schools must be joined. Both men said in unison. Tako's eye softened at that remark. Well, I must admit, having a fighter like that under my tutelage is very enticing to say the least. However, we have to get him when he is at his weakest. Then, it'll be a simple matter to bring him under control. Now then, the trick is how to go about doing it. KBOM. The three men turned their heads to the sound of something crashing outside the front gate. It was then that they heard a voice scream out, HAPPOSAI. Prepare to die! Double quote and single quote S room. 15 minutes before the ruckus started, soon Tenbo's youngest daughter stomped into her room and slammed the door with such force that the walls rattled slightly. The door swung open slightly after banging into its frame, leaving it ajar. Less than I won't do it. I won't marry that arrogant cat boy. Boys are all perverts and they expect me to marry that freak! Greater than I can fumed as she sat down on her bed. It was then that she heard a familiar sound. Wee! Akan's expression instantly became gentler as she caught sight of her pig entering through the opening. She quickly said, "P-chan, where have you been? It's been days. Come here, baby." Ryoga gleefully leapt into Akan's outstretched arms and sighed as she cuddled him closely. He then looked up at Akan's face and saw that she was a bit put out, despite being happy to seeing him. "We less than what single quote is wrong Akan greater than Akan looked down at her beloved pet and said, "I'm glad that you're here, P-chan. I really need someone who could pay attention to what I'm saying. We less than you know me Akan. I'm always ready to listen to you. Not that I have any choice in this form." Greater than Akan sighed as she absently started stroking Ryoga's head. "I thought that getting beaten at the no-holds-barred tournament by that guy Kojiro was bad enough. But now my father wants me to marry him." Inside him, Ryoga felt his heart break in half. It was then that Akan began telling him the whole story. 1 minute before the explosion, "P-chan, what's wrong? Where are you going?" Akan couldn't understand it. After she had finished with her explanations, her pet had gone into a fit of rage and began thrashing about in her hands. As soon as she mentioned the name Ranma, the black pig let off an angry squeal. When she told him about the engagement and the connection between Ranma and Kojiro, P-chan literally exploded out of her arms and ran from her room. Akan was about to chase after her pig, when she heard a loud explosion coming from the front of the house, followed by a death threat for Hako's eyes. She went toward her window to have a look. It was then that she then heard a distant cry from down the street that sounded like, "Ryoga, or Anmasa Audioimi, prepare to die." Now I know that you were just waiting for him to say that. Ranma was just walking home when he heard a loud explosion coming from the direction of the Tendo dojo. Even though he was curious, he decided not to risk going there as his father would most certainly be there. At the Tendo residence, Sun and Genma rushed to the front of the house and stopped in their tracks when they gazed at what was left of the front wall and gate. Standing before them was a figure that was wearing a dark cloak, which covered his body. The hood hid his face and all they could discern was the lower part of his face. "Who are you?" Sun asked. "Where is he?" the cloaked figure said in a low and menacing tone. Akan came running out the front door and stopped beside her father and his friend. "Dad, what's going on here? Who is this guy?" Seeing that the stranger was the one responsible for the destruction of the front gate, she immediately went into a stance and said to him, "Who are you? What do you want?" The stranger's head turned to Akan, looked her up and down, then decided to ignore her as he repeated his question. "Where is he? Who? I believe that he means me." Soon. All three looked down and saw Takozai calmly walking out of the house with his hands behind his back. He had changed into a new GI and was now assessing the newcomer with a calculating eye. "Well now, you've grown a bit since I last saw you, Taru. Or should I call you Dai?" The figure leapt forward, intent on delivering a vicious kick to the perverted master. Takozai nimbly avoided the kick and took out his pipe. With a casual flick of his wrist, he caught Taru's outstretched arm as he tried to follow through with a punch. Taru was sent flying through the air as the ancient lecher used one of his special techniques to launch him skyward. During the throw, his pipe tore off his cloak. Takozai calmly tapped his pipe as he waited for his adversary to come back down. Taru landed on his head with an audible crash. Amazingly though, he showed no signs of injury as he hauled himself up. The others took a good look at their visitor. Taru was Chinese and had a headband around his forehead. He was wearing what appeared to be a dragon skin vest. He had kung fu-styled pants and shoes and had a lean, but well-muscled build. He was about 6 inches taller than Ken and his eyes were fuming with rage as glared at the bane of everyone's lives. Tako's eyes, "You will die for what you did to me." Taru growled. "For what I did to you?" Takozai said with innocence. "Why, I can't imagine why you would be so mad at me. Wasn't I the one who christened you and gave you the wonderful name of Shut Up?" Taru exploded at the diminutive man, throwing punches and kicks in an attempt to pummel the master of the anything goes into paste. Tako's eyes, however, danced easily around the attacks, then countered with his pipe again. This time, his weapon lightly pushed against his opponent's forehead. The technique, however, was far more powerful than it appeared and Taru was sent flying backward. The Chinese boy went tumbling into the rubble that once was the front wall of the Tendo home. Ken was more than confused at what was happening, even though she was glad that someone was after the old pervert. She was curious as to what this Taru's grudge against Takozai was though. "Who is this person, master?" Genma asked. Takozai gave Genma a nonchalant look as he said, "He's my godson, Pantyhose." Pantyhose. Soon, Genma and Ken said together in disbelief. "Yes, a wonderful name, don't you think?" The old lecher smiled with pride as he watched as Taru pulled himself out of the rubble and glared at him. "Don't call me that," Taru yelled as he ran at the old man. As he charged, he pulled out what appeared to be a small flask of water. Takozai saw the flask and instantly realized what his godson was about to do. He blurred forward and knocked the flask out of his hands. With a quick disabling move, he was soon sitting on top of Pantyhose's prone body and said, Now, Pantyhose, we won't be having any of that. Is this the way you treat your godfather? After all I did for you, baptizing you and, shut up. And don't call me Pantyhose. That name has caused me nothing but grief." He tried to get up to attack Takozai again, but the ancient pervert simply rapped him on the head with his pipe. "And what's so bad about the name Pantyhose? I think it is a fine name, so very distinguished. It always brings a tear to my eyes whenever I think about how honored I was in giving you that name. Why you became the son that I never had. You miserable little gnome. I going to, so if you don't like it, why don't you just have your name legally changed? Ken asked. I can't, Taru said in dejected manner. According to the customs of my family, the only person who can change my name is the one who named me in the first place. He turned his head to the old master and raged, and you're going to change it, old man. Even if I have to beat you bloody. He lashed out with a fist to knock Tako's eye off his back. When the shrunken master got off, Taru saw the fallen flask of water and dug for it. Tako's eye, however, was still intent on keeping the Chinese boy away from any water drop moving faster than what was humanly possible. He snatched up the flask before Taru could get his hands on it. Give that back! Taru shouted as he began throwing punches and kicks. No! Tako's eye replied as he easily dodged. Change my name! Taru screamed as he increased the intensity of his assault. Don't wanna! Tako's eye sneered. Soon, Genma and Ken were still in awe and confusion at the entire event as they watched the two battle each other. In the course of their fight, the side walls surrounding the Tendo yard became pockmarked with holes from Taru's missed punches and kicks. Soon became more hysterical as his property was being demolished. No, my walls. My home. Taru didn't even notice that he was wrecking their home as he continued his relentless assault on Tako's eyes. Though he was a good fighter, he wasn't close to Tako's eyes level, and every one of his attacks missed the target. After a full minute of destruction and chaos, the ancient lecher ended the match by blocking the next punch and used his pipe to toss Taru to the ground. With a series of quick motions, he hog-tied the Chinese boy's wrists and ankles together with a set of 10 stockings. Let me go! Taru shouted as he tried to break free of his bindings. Unfortunately, the position gave him no leverage. Tako's eye smiled as he walked up to Taru and said, Well now, I must admit that your martial arts skills are impressive. You've gotten a lot better since last we met. You little asterisk at number sign. Change my name. My. Such language. And here I was actually considering of changing your name. Perhaps I shouldn't bother. What? Taru was shocked at this sudden reversal. Ken couldn't believe it either. Tako's eye was actually being reasonable. There had to be a catch. The old pervert smiled as he looked down at Taru. You've shown me a fine fighting spirit, and the name of pantyhose might not be worthy of such. Therefore, I had decided to give another name, on one condition. What's that? Taru said with suspicion and venom. Well, if you really wish to have a new name, then you must prove yourself worthy of the honor. As the Grandmaster of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts, I hereby decree that I will change your name if and only if you are able to defeat the school's heir. What? Me? Ken gasped. Erg. No, master. Not my little girl. Soon bawled as he embraced his daughter and threatened to squeeze the life out of her. Calm down soon. I wasn't referring to Ken. Tako's eyes shot Soon a glare. Soon immediately calmed down, but he had a confused look about him. But master, you said that Taru had to defeat the school's heir. I thought that Ken gasped out as her father loosened his hold on her. She had a mixture of puzzlement and irritation at Tako's words. What did he mean that he wasn't referring to her? Of course she was the school's heir. Who else would he have been talking about? Taru looked at Ken. When he thought that Ken was the heir, a bit of hope had come to his mind. Though Ken looked somewhat skilled in the martial arts, she wasn't at his level. Beating her would have been relatively easy and his name change would have been assured. His hope was dashed as he was told that Ken was not the heir. So, whom do I have to fight? The ancient pervert smiled as he said, his name is Ranma. However, he is currently going under the name of Kojiro Shinkara. If you are able to find him, defeat him and bring him back to the Tendo Dojo, then I will gladly change your name. Feel free to do anything to him, but he must be brought back here alive and relatively in one piece. Are we agreed? So all I have to do is this one task and you'll change my name? That's right. A few minutes later, Taru left to go search for Ranma. After seeing Taru disappear in the distance, Genma, Soon and Ken turned to Tako's who had taken a seat and started smoking his pipe. Master, just what do you have to gain by having this Taru person attack Ken's future husband? Soon asked. I told you before. I'm not going to marry that freak. Ken said with her usual brand of logic. The underwear-loving founder of the Anything Goes blew out a puff as he replied, it's quite really simple. As I said before, Ranma is far too strong to fight head-on. We need to weaken him first. Taru should suffice. If we able to defeat Ranma and bring him in, then all the better for us. But I really don't think he will be able to win against a controlled Neko Ken. He will at least provide us with an opportunity to test Ranma's abilities and gauge his limits. But Master, Genma jumped in, if Ranma really is as powerful as you think he is, then Taru won't stand a chance against him. On the contrary, Taru has far more power than you think, Genma. What you saw today was just part of what he is really capable of. He's given me a little trouble over the years in his bid to have his name changed. Why else do you think that I kept him from splashing himself with this? The diminutive enemy to all women held up Taru's flask. What is that? Some kind of magic potion? Ken asked. No, actually it's just plain, ordinary water. I don't understand. Why would stopping Taru from getting wet be such a big deal? Ken's eyes widened as she realized the meaning behind the flask. Hold on a minute. Are you saying that Taru has? Tako's eye nodded. Yes, he has a Jusenkyo curse, just like Genma's. In fact, I was the one who gave him his new form. You see, I baptized him in one of the pools at Jusenkyo and it happened to be the Niuhama or Niakwan. What does that mean? Well, it happens to mean the spring of ground crane with eel while riding a bull. The funny thing is, Pantyhose seemed to like his new form and I must admit it does have certain advantages. He possesses enormous power in that form. In any case, we'd better be there when he fights Ranma. I figure that he will find Ranma at Imoto High, since that's the one he attends. He may not be able to defeat the boys, but he should weaken Ranma enough so that we can take him down. Bravo, Master. An excellent plan. Genma gushed. Do you hear that, Neko? We'll be able to hold the wedding soon. The schools will be joined. Oh, happy day. I'm not going to marry him. Neko screamed as she stomped back up to her room. Though she didn't like the idea of sending someone after Ranma and forcing him to come to the Tendo home, she liked the idea of being forced into a marriage with him even less. Though a small part of her wanted to see the cat fist fighter get beaten. The memories of her two defeats at his hands still hurt her pride as the best martial artist in Nirima. The way he smirked at her when he casually beat her was so irritating and she did so want that jerk to be taken down a peg or two. Meanwhile, Ranma walked away from the crumpled heap that was Ryoga. Amazingly enough, despite the bandana boy's talent for getting hopelessly lost, he actually ran into his nemesis while aimlessly running through the streets. The fight had been short and Ranma had learned some unexpected and very unwelcome used-out flashback. Wham! Crash! Ryoga gasped out in pain as his back slammed into a thick, reinforced concrete wall. He left a deep depression as he found himself embedded in the wall. Though hitting the concrete didn't hurt him much, due to the Bakusai Tenketsu training he had undergone from Cologne, his chest was in serious pain after being struck by Ranma's open-palmed strike. The Neko Ken fighter possessed superhuman strength and would have caved in Ryoga's ribcage, had he used his fist. In his rage over discovering Ranma's identity and the engagement to his beloved Neko, the lost boy had totally forgotten just how outmatched he was against his opponent. Ryoga had spotted Ranma as he was making his way to his apartment and screamed out, "Ranma Audiomi, prepare to die." Ranma was more than surprised to hear his real name being shouted and turned to face the danger. Ryoga had charged at him, attacking him with his umbrella. Ranma didn't know what was going on but he reacted accordingly to the threat. Ryoga's fighting style depended more on brute power than on skill and defense, so it didn't take Ranma long to slash his weapon in half, break through his attack and have him pinned against the wall. At the moment, Ranma had one hand on Ryoga's chest and was applying pressure to keep him up against the wall. Whenever he tried to lash out with a punch or kick, Ranma would simply deflect the blows with his free hand and apply more pressure to his chest. In less than 30 seconds, Ryoga ceased in his struggling as his iron ribs began to strain and threatened to snap like twigs. His breath was strained as he spat out, "Damn you, Ranma. I'll You'll do nothing except shut up. Ranma growled, almost imitating a tiger's snarl. When Ryoga was silent, Ranma let off slightly on the pressure and said in a firm tone, "Now you're going to tell me why you're attacking me and why you think I'm this Ranma person. Don't play innocent with me, you coward. I know who you are. You think changing your name is going to save you from my vengeance? I'll jerk." Ranma began reapplying more pressure to Ryoga's chest. His ribs were almost at their breaking point. "Your vengeance? Don't make me laugh. From where I'm standing, you're just a heartbeat away from getting your shirt pressed while you're still wearing it. Now listen up. I don't know what you're talking about, and frankly, I couldn't care less. I don't appreciate being attacked like this. It's bad enough that those Amazons have been giving me headaches. You got the wrong guy. I'm Kojiro Shinkara. Liar. I know the truth. Ken told me that you're Ranma Sodom and she's being forced to marry you. Like I'm going to let that happen. And because of that fight you ran out on, I've been through hell. You're going to pay for it." Ranma pressed even further and then stopped. He knew that if he went any harder, then Ryoga's ribcage would be crushed. He was wearing an irritated scowl after hearing about Ken. "Less than damn it all. Looks like Pop sold me out again!" Greater than he glared at his enemy and said in a low, menacing tone, "Listen up, pal. You seem to be suffering from a delusion here. I don't know who this Ranma guy is, but I won't take any of this crap. I don't know what this is all about and I don't want to know. But I'm not going to take any of this and it's going to stop right now. If you attack me again, I'm going to pound and shred you so bad that you're going to think that this was just a warm-up. If you think you can threaten me, take my advice, P-chan. Don't mess with me." Ranma replied with a slight smile. Ryoga's face turned pale at the mention of that name. How did you? Ranma's smile became even more pronounced. "Oh yes. I know all about your Jusenkyo curse, P-chan. I noticed how frightened you were when I suggested to Ken to give you a hot bath. I can guess that she doesn't know about your dirty little secret, now does she? You probably use it to sleep in her bed or see her undress. Dirty little pig. Be really messy if she were to find out, now wouldn't it?" Ryoga became silent. Ranma let off his hand and Ryoga dropped to the ground unsteadily. He rubbed his sore chest and took a few short breaths. Each inhalation caused him to wince as his bruised lungs filled up with air. "Now that we got this misunderstanding out of the way, I'll be leaving you," Ranma said. "Now remember, I'm not Ranma Sodom. I'm Kojiro Shinkara. Right?" Ryoga remained silent. "Right, P-chan?" "Right," Ryoga said with his teeth gritted. His hands were at his sides, clenched into fists as he glared at Ranma. Ranma nodded as he turned his back to leave. It was at that time that Ryoga's rage made him throw caution to the wind and swung to attack him. "Damn you, Arg!" Ranma's sixth sense easily warned him, and he stepped back and slammed an elbow into Ryoga's chest. This time, a wet crack was heard and Ryoga fell onto the pavement. Before he fell to the ground, Ranma delivered a quick swipe to Ryoga's chest, causing his shirt to be torn, and 4 light red marks appeared on his chest. The cuts were not deep and would not leave any scars. Ranma stared down at the pathetic lost boy and said, "Consider that your last warning, Ryoga. Attack me again, and you're going to really know what hell is like. You are no match for the ultimate Neko Ken." Ryoga could only wince in pain as he watched Ranma walk away from the scene. Realizing that he had a couple of fractured ribs, he began getting up to go to the nearest doctor. Looking down at the marks, and the remnants of his umbrella, he fumed with anger. "Less than damn you, Ranma. I'll get you for this!" Greater than end of flashback. Ranma shook his head as he thought about the quick swipe that he had given Ryoga. Less than damn. What made me do that? When Ryoga tried to attack me again, all I could feel was rage and dread. It's like I didn't care about anything except giving Ryoga a reminder not to attack me again. Crud. I thought I'd have a better life when I left Pop and changed my name, but now it's all falling apart. And if Ken knows about my real name, then I have a feeling that things are about to get even worse. Hopefully, I can weather the storm. Greater than meanwhile, Ryoga had miraculously found his way to the Neko Ken, where the Amazons were currently discussing their plans to catching the Neko Ken fighter. "Great-grandmother, why you no want us to chase Kojiro anymore?" Shampoo asked. She and the others were very surprised when Cologne and Mascara had told them to cease their pursuit of Ranma. "Because, child, it is apparent that your present tactics aren't working. The only thing that you 5 are succeeding in is making the tiger even angrier. And there is nothing more dangerous than a cornered tiger. We must think of another way." It was then that Ryoga stumbled his way into the cat cafe. Some time later, Ryoga awoke into one of the guest rooms. He looked down and saw that his torso was expertly bandaged. To one side, he saw Cologne on her staff, looking intently at him. "Well, Ryoga, it has been some time since I last saw you. I would ask as to how you came to be so badly injured, but I suspect that you had a run-in with Kojiro Shinkara. How did you know that? I recognized the cuts on your chest. I am very familiar with the damage that the Neko Ken can inflict." "Why you know about the Neko Ken? Oh, come on now. You don't get to be my age without knowing about the legendary cat fist. Do you know how to train in it?" "Well, yes, but then teach me how to do it." What? You want to learn the cat fist? Whatever for. So I can beat Ranma Sodom. Ranma Sodom? Whatever are you talking about? Please, teach me how to do the cat fist. On the other side of town, a shadowy figure continued to watch Ranma as he headed home. To be continued, offer single quotes notes. Well, now things are going to get very chaotic and Ranma will find himself in more trouble than he will think was possible. Not only does he have to deal with pantyhose, Takozai and Ryoga, but he will soon be facing off against an opponent who will truly be a challenge to the Neko Ken fighter. Ranma is just now starting to realize the downside to his abilities, and this will reflect on his personality in the coming chapters. Fist Fury2, you know the drill about disclaimers. Anything that belongs to anyone is given his or her credit less than greater than. Thoughts Chapter 15 Battle Rage. Ranma begins to lose it. No. I will not teach you the Neko Ken. It is best that you forget all about it, Ryoga. Cologne replied. Why not? Ryoga said in anguish. You taught me the Bakusai Tenketsu and the Shishihokoden. That may be true, but the Neko Ken is far more dangerous than you could ever imagine. Although the training is deceptively easy, the results of the technique are too unstable and you are just not sweet for it. I can learn it, Ryoga insisted. If Ranma can do it, then I can too. Who is this Ranma person that you keep referring to? What exactly do you have against him that you would risk trying to learn the cat fist? Ryoga's expression turned dark as he said, You know him better as Kojiro Shinkara. He thinks he can hide from me by changing his name, but I know who he is. His real name is Ranma Sodom, and he's going to pay for all the suffering he's caused me. And I'm going to make sure that he doesn't marry Ken. Not if I can help it. What was that again? The elder listened interest as Ryoga began explaining his past with Ranma and the pledge to unite the Anything Goes martial arts schools. Cologne wasn't the only person to be surprised at this new development. On the other side of the door, conditioner, shampoo, bubbles, brush and comb gasped as they heard Ryoga's words. Hiya! What big boy talking about? Ryoga talked crazy talk. Kojiro no marry Ken. That's right. Kojiro marry Bubbles. Is only right. What you talking? Kojiro belong to shampoo. No. He is conditioner's husband. The girls were about to erupt into a free-for-all when they heard Cologne's voice again. They quieted down and listened through the door. Well, now that's very interesting. So Kojiro is really someone named Ranma Sodom? Ryoga nodded as he continued with his explanations. If he had only been at that duel when he was supposed to, then I wouldn't have made the mistake of following him to China and it had gotten cursed. It's all his fault. Now he's trying to steal Ken away because of some stupid promise between her father and his. He doesn't deserve her, and I'm going to see that he pays for all the hell he put me through. Well, be that it may, I still won't train you in the cat fist. Cologne replied, while mentally filing away this new information. I'd have to learn the cat fist. Ryoga raged. The techniques you taught me before were good, but they're not enough against that Neko Ken of his. I will get my revenge. The lost boy glared at the aged martial artist, who simply shook her head. Fine. If you won't teach me the cat fist, then I'll find someone who will. With these words, Ryoga stomped out of the room and headed toward the stairs, passing by the group of girls near the door. He quickly got lost as soon as he got to the bottom of the steps, and a minute later, the girls heard Mascara bodily pushing the lost boy out the door. Not that way. This way. Sometime later, both Cologne and Mascara were sipping tea as the others were preparing to close down the Neko Ken for the night. Ryoga seemed very determined to learn the Neko Ken. Mascara remarked. Indeed. Cologne agreed. However, it would be too dangerous for someone like Ryoga to know that technique. Can you imagine that? Mascara shuddered a bit at the thought. Ryoga was already incredibly resistant to impacts due to the breaking point technique. Added to his depression-fueled Kai technique and other skills, Ryoga was already a formidable fighter. The last thing they needed was someone of that caliber under the madness of the Neko Ken. I am still wondering as to how Kojiro has been able to consciously control the cat fist. Mascara said. I think I know. Cologne responded. I wrote a letter a while back and addressed it to Rince. I instructed her to go to Jusenkyo and question the guide about anyone who had fallen into the spring of drowned tiger recently. Since we know that the long-toothed tiger is Kojiro, then I suspected that he may have fallen into that spring. And what did Rince find? According to the letter I received, the description that the guide gave her, of the last person to be cursed by the spring, fairly matched Kojiro's. He had said that a boy named Ranma had been immersed in the spring of Monster Tiger a year ago. Since we now know that Kojiro is this Ranma, then we can make the connection. Mascara nodded as she began to fit the pieces together. So, you think that Kojiro had been trained in the cat fist, and now has conscious control over it, due to his being cursed by that spring? It sounds logical. Cologne agreed. Remember that the Neko Ken can only be activated when the subject's fear of cats reaches a certain point. To escape this fear, the subject's behavior becomes cat-like, and there's the problem. The person becomes unstable and will attack anyone or anything that he or she perceives as a threat. Some catnip or a ball of yarn can also easily distract Neko Ken fighters. That usually makes the technique useless overall. I see what you are getting at. Since Kojiro, Ranma is part cat because of the spring, he has now gained a mastery over the awesome power of the Neko Ken and had eliminated the fear of felines and madness. Very interesting. Mascara started considering the possibilities. Cologne shook her head and said, Now I know what you are thinking, Mascara. I too had considered training the village children in the Neko Ken, then dunking them into the spring of Monster Tiger. But there's a snag to that plan. The spring no longer exists. What? It's true. After Ranma had emerged from it, the spring exploded and all of its cursed waters had evaporated away. The guide had informed Rince that there was nothing left of that particular pool. Can we not make a new spring? Or perhaps use another pool where a cat had drowned in it? Cologne shook her head again. You know the rules of Jusenkyo. A spring can only make an imprint of an animal or person once and cannot be duplicated. Besides, Other than Ranma, there aren't any long-toothed tigers to drown. And I have thought to try to use the Maniac one. However, we would only be getting a pitiful fraction of Kojiro's power, and I'm not too certain we should even try that. No, if we want his power added to the Jusenkyo, then we'll have to get him as a member of the tribe. He is of excellent breeding stock and will pass on his traits to the next generation. As the two elders discussed their plans to catch Ranma, the 5 Amazon girls were also thinking. However, their lines of thinking were centered on one fact. The object of their affections was engaged to another. She was therefore designated as an obstacle. And true to Amazon fashion, obstacles were meant for killing. In each girl's mind was an image of a certain short-tempered girl dying a gruesome and horrible death that late afternoon. The very next day, Ranma exited the front doors of Shimoto High. As always, he kept his senses peeled for any sign of ambush, especially from the Amazons. As he headed toward the front gate, his friends Shang, Kai and Koso greeted him. "Niao Kojiro," Shang said. "How are you doing?" Kai said. "What's happening?" said Koso. Ranma shrugged as he politely greeted each of his friends, informing them that he was alright. As they engaged in small talk, Ranma's danger sense began to tingle, putting him on alert. He stopped suddenly as he scanned the surrounding area. Something was going to happen. His friends became puzzled at their friend's agitation, and they each asked him what was the matter. Ranma didn't seem to hear them as he continued to use his enhanced hearing and sense of smell to survey the vicinity. It was then that he noticed someone approaching from his right. His eyes narrowed as he saw that the figure was wearing a dark cloak that covered most of his body, but it hid the upper half of his face in shadow. Ranma judged the person's gait as sure and light. When the person stopped 12 feet from Ranma, the Neko Ken fighter tensed up as he sensed dangerous vibes being emitted from him. "Are you Ranma Sodom?" the hooded figure asked. Ranma did not answer immediately as he continued to stare at him. Then he replied, "Mumbarin Kojiro Shinkara." The hooded figure smiled as he said, "Then I found who I'm looking for." "What do you mean?" Ranma asked suspiciously. "I thought you said you were looking for someone named Ranma Sodom." "And I am," the hooded figure responded. "And now I've found him, Ranma Sodom." It was then that the stranger threw off his cloak and revealed himself to Ranma. "I am Taro and I challenge you, Ranma Sodom." As soon as he made the challenge, all the crowds looked in their direction. Ranma's friends were a bit puzzled as to why this new guy was referring to Kojiro as this Ranma person. They all took a few steps back and waited with everyone else. The students weren't the only ones who were watching the confrontation. High up on the roof of the school, 3 martial artists were also taking an interest in the upcoming fight. Tako's eyes, Genma and Sumi had gotten to the school at around 1 o'clock and had been staking out the premises. Sumi had to be physically restrained to keep from leaping down toward Ranma when he first emerged from the building. "There he is. That's my future son-in-law. Hold it soon." Remember the plan, Genma said as he grabbed his friend by the arm and yanked him back. He's got to be softened up first. But Tako's eye growled slightly and glared at his two disciples, making them instantly quiet down. When Soon gave him a sheepish look and sat down with Genma, the aged master turned his attention back toward the ground. Unknown to them, another group was also watching events unfold. On a rooftop opposite to the one the three schemers were on, the Amazons' matriarchs and their protégés were observing Ranma as he was facing off against Taru. It had been decided that they were to secretly tail Ranma and find out where he worked and lived, instead of chasing him all over town to give him the kiss of marriage. The plan was to approach him gradually and learn more about him. Then they would readjust their strategy in snaring him for the tribe. They had given the girls very strict orders not to go about chasing him like before. Cologne wondered who this newcomer was and what his business was with her soon-to-be future son-in-law. Then she spied Tako's eye on the opposite roof. Something was up. The others were all for attacking the enemy to all women, but Cologne motioned for them to remain. If Tako's eye was involved with Ranma in any way, she wanted to know of it. On the yard in front of the school, Ranma was still trying to figure out who this new challenger was. "Listen, Taro, is it? I don't understand why you're challenging me when I'm not this Ranma person. I already told you, the name's Kojiro Shinkara. Tako's eye informed me that you were using that name, Ranma Sodom, but it doesn't matter who you are. What does matter is that I must defeat you and drag your battered carcass to the Tendo Dojo." Taro looked over his opponent. He saw that Ranma was very strong-looking and he moved with a casual grace that spoke of long experience. Unlike that pathetic Akan Tendo, Ranma looked far more capable and would give him a good workout. What he didn't know was Ranma's true power. The Tendo Dojo? Ranma didn't like the sound of that. After learning about his father's plans to attack him Mariokan, the Neko Ken fighter was getting the idea that this confrontation somehow involved his greedy parents doing. Right now, with all the troubles that he had been receiving from the Amazons and the possibility of meeting up with Genma again, Ranma's temper had been on a tight leash and it had taken much of his control to keep in check. "Listen, I still think, enough." Taru snarled as he got into a stance. "Do you accept my challenge or are you a coward? Like it or not, you are coming with me to the Tendo Dojo, and if I have to beat you within an inch of your life to do it, then so be it." Ranma's brow furrowed at that remark. This Taro was challenging him directly in front of the whole school. He had to accept the challenge. Besides, no one called him a coward and got away with it. Deep within him, the beast began to stir out the first signs of an inevitable conflict. Ranma slowly went into a ready stance and said in a firm voice, "I don't know what this is all about or why you keep referring to me as this Ranma person, but if you want to fight, then come on." His friends recognized the look on his face and knew that things were going to get very violent. They began motioning for the crowds to step back. "Well, Sean and Koso tried to get them to step back. Kai was busily giving odds and taking bets. Ranma and Taru stood motionless as their eyes locked together. For Ranma, he wondered why this person was after him and was trying to figure out his motives. For Taru, he was sure that he could defeat this person. Though his initial assessment of Ranma gave him the impression that his opponent was a considerable martial artist, he was certain that Ranma wouldn't stand a chance against his other form. He smiled as he gestured with a finger for him to make a move. Ranma's battle aura began to glow as he prepared to strike. The power of the Neko Ken started to surface and his hands curled and uncurled. In an instant, Ranma shot forward at his opponent. Taru was a little startled at the speed in which his opponent moved and barely managed to deflect the blow to his chest. He winced slightly as his arm collided with Ranma's. He was hitting with more force than Taru had expected. He swung around and sent a jab to Ranma's face. However, the Neko Ken fighter tilted his head slightly, causing Taru's fist to miss his face by a mere millimeter. At the same time, he lashed out with his other fist and connected with Taru's stomach, forcing the breath out of the cursed Chinese boy and sent him back a bit. An instant after the first hit had made contact, Ranma delivered a fast three-hit combo to Taru's upper body. Taru managed to deflect the first two hits, but the third blow hit hard on his chin. He winced a bit more as that punch packed a bit more wallop than the first. He backed off a bit to get some more fighting room as Ranma waited. Taru ran the back of his right hand over his sore chin and saw that his lip was bleeding a bit. He smirked at his opponent and said, "Not bad. You drew first blood." "I'm just getting warmed up," replied the Tokyo Tiger. He was purposely holding back his superhuman strength and reflexes as he was assessing his opponent's skills. He had decided not to use any of his special Neko Ken moves until he knew what he was really up against. Fortunately, with his training in the Anything Goes and his past street fighting experience in China, Ranma more than capable of handling himself without resorting to the fury of the cat fist. Taru smirked again as he waited for Ranma to attack again. Ranma obliged. As he threw a roundhouse kick to Taru's midsection, the Chinese boy caught his foot and swept out with his leg to trip him up. However, Ranma countered by swinging his other leg up and lashed out while twisting his body. The end result was his foot smacking into Taru's face, causing him to release his other leg. Ranma rolled forward, got back to his feet and then sent an open palm strike to Taru's chest. The Chinese boy just barely recovered from being kicked when he caught Ranma's outstretched arm in a vice grip. He then delivered a hard kick to Ranma's exposed side before throwing him over in a Nakido toss. To his surprise, Ranma reversed the throw and then had him flying through the air. Taru slammed into the front gate, causing a series of large cracks to appear in the concrete. He slid down to the ground, but was on his feet again and faced off against Ranma. He had lost some of his initial cockiness as he realized that Ranma was a seasoned fighter. Kicking against Ranma's side had left a slight tingle in his foot. It had been like kicking against a thick oak tree. Ranma didn't even seem to have felt his kick. For Ranma, he saw that this Taru had an endurance that was somewhat less than Ryoga's, but was still much more durable than normal. Slamming into that gate would have knocked out an average fighter. Taru was nowhere near as strong or as fast as he was, but his overall skill level was somewhere above Moose and Ryoga's. He had also gotten the feeling that Taru wasn't showing his true power. They exchanged several more blows at each other, but it was clear to all those present that Ranma seemed to have the upper hand. Whatever hits Taru managed to land were either shrugged off or weren't even registered. Ranma's hits were increasing in force with every blow, and it wasn't long before Taru's body began to feel sore. He had suspected that Ranma was holding back, but he had no idea as to how much. He stopped a cross-kick to his chin, but then was stunned when Ranma moved his arm forward and knocked his elbow into Taru's jaw, making him release his arm. In the split second before Taru could recover, Ranma shot a jab to his ribs, followed by a strike to the throat, then reared his head back and slammed it into his opponent's forehead. The crowd winced as they saw Taru driven backward from the headbutt. After being struck in the flank and throat, the Chinese boy had not expected such a blunt and brutal onslaught. He staggered backward and resumed a shaky stance as Ranma's battle aura began to intensify. In all his years, he had never faced up against an opponent who was just as a mean fighter as he was. For the Neko Ken fighter, he was fighting hard to keep his rage from erupting. The recent troubles that he had been getting from the Amazons, plus the stupid deals that his father had made, using him as a bargaining chip, had made him very irritated, to say the least. Furthermore, due to the fact that his cursed form was attracting too much attention, he had not been spending much time as a tiger lately. He was long overdue for a romp through the forest and for some hunting. Since the fight began, his primal emotions had begun to swell and simmer beneath the surface. He had refrained from using his Neko Ken skills as he had assessed that his opponent would not be able to survive such deadly techniques. He was strictly adhering to the anything goes and the street fighting techniques he had picked up, but it wasn't enough. The tiger inside of him wanted out and it wanted out now. Already he was moving with far greater speed and hitting with enough power to crack concrete. Taru was bruised and battered by now. It seemed that his opponent was gaining speed and strength with every blow, and whatever hits he could land on the Tokyo Tiger were now as effective as hitting him with cotton balls. Things had begun to go downhill and Taru was unable to stop it. The fight had started out well enough, but now it looks like that he would have to cheat. Less than I will have my name changed ! Greater than Taru reached over to the front of his vest to get the flask of water, then realized that he had left it at the Tendo home. He had been so eager to beat Ranma and get his name changed that he had forgotten to retrieve his flask or get some more water. This slight pause was all Ranma needed to rush forward and deliver a straight kick to Taru's midsection, plowing him back several yards. The Chinese boy was sprawled on his back and Ranma used this opportunity to come down. Taking slow and deep breaths, he glared at his fallen opponent and said, "Had enough?" Taru gave him an angry look and hissed, "I'm not done with you yet." He staggered to his feet and took a quick look around. He could see no immediate sources of water and was at a bit of a loss of what to do. He then spotted the pool on one side of the school, but it was too far away and the beating the Ranma had given him left him too weak to try to make a break for it. He was about to attempt a suicidal lunge at his foe when salvation came to him in the form of Rako's eyes. The aged pervert and grandmaster of the Anything Goes school saw that Taru was in trouble and it was time for him to interfere. Bringing out the flask that he had gotten from Taru, he tossed it down to the ground. "Pantyhose. Catch." Taru became angered at hearing that stupid name but then smiled as he looked up and saw what was dropping down toward him. He gleefully caught the flask, unscrewed the cap and gave Ranma a smirk as he held it above his head. "Now you are going to get it." The Neko Ken frowned when he looked up and saw who it was on the roof. He then went into a defensive stance when he saw Taru grin. What was up with that flask? Was it some kind of potion? "What is that?" "Water." Taru sneered. "Less than water? Why would water be such a big deal? Unless he's—" Oh no! Exclamation point greater than all hell broke loose when Taru got wet. The crowd gasped and screams were heard, as a 20-foot monstrosity appeared where Taru once stood. The beast resembled the Minotaur of Greek legend, but had a few differences. It was roughly humanoid in appearance and it had the head of a bull. Its horns were about 3 feet long and looked capable of tearing open a tank. On its shoulders were large wings and it also had a tail that resembled a snake. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it was actually an eel as it thrashed about. The transformed Taru stomped his feet and snorted at Ranma, preparing to charge. His eyes were red with rage and promised the Neko Ken martial artist a world of pain. On the rooftop, Genma and Soon were in shock at the sight of the cursed form of Taru. Master? Is that Taru's cursed form?" Genma said. Tako's eye nodded as he said, "Now you can see why I stopped Pantyhose from getting wet." He then grinned down at Ranma and said, "Let's see if Ranma can handle this." The throngs of students decided that they no longer wanted to see the outcome of this fight and began fleeing in terror. John and his friends were almost trampled in the sudden rush to get away. It was then that Taru charged. Holy yes, Ranma was just barely able to leap to the side as the monster barreled down on him. Taru then swung a massive arm at Ranma and knocked him aside, sending him flying into the pool. He made a tremendous splash before disappearing beneath the water. There was a moment of silence as Taru paused in his assault, waiting for Ranma to emerge. When he did not immediately resurface, he wondering that he might have killed his opponent with his punch. Those who had not fled with the majority of the crowd were also stunned at the sight. Was it a question mark on the roof of Timoto? soon wailed. That monster has killed my son-in-law. Genma was speechless as he stared at the pool. It couldn't be. Ranma couldn't be dead. He had to be alive. He must marry Ken and unite the schools. Genma's dreams of a long and luxurious retirement at the Tendo Dojo were dashed in an instant. Then a chill went down his spine. What would Nodoka do to him? It was then that the pool started to froth and bubble. The water thrashed about as large, black shape exploded from it. It let off a tremendous roar as it landed on all fours in front of Taru. The winged bull monster's eyes widened in surprise as he beheld the saber-toothed tiger before him, getting ready to pounce. He was surprised to learn that his opponent was also Jusenkyo cursed, and his new form did present some problems. Although he did tower over his transformed opponent and was stronger than the cat, he was unsure if he could defend against the tiger's claws and fangs. At the appearance of the Tokyo tiger, the few remaining students did the smart thing and headed for the hills. On the sidelines, huddling behind a tree, Chung, Kai and Kosho were in awe at being this close to the infamous saber-toothed tiger of Japan. As they watched the cat face off against its larger opponent, Kai asked the obvious question. Is that Kojiro? After seeing Ranma disappear into the pool and the tiger re-emerging from it, it didn't take a rocket scientist to put two and two together. Chung nodded as he said in a serious voice, "Iya. Kojiro is cursed to turn into tiger when wet. He is cursed from Jusenkyo." "Huh? What are you talking about?" Kosho asked, his eyes never leaving the scene. "Chung know from letters from Cousin Gel. Cousin Gel is Amazon, same as mousse and shampoo. She tell all about Jusenkyo." "What's Jusenkyo?" Kai asked. "Not what. His word. Jusenkyo is very bad and dangerous place. Old training ground in China. Had many different springs and each had one terrible tragedy happened there." "What are you talking about?" Kosho asked. "Springs of Jusenkyo is magic. For many years, springs had people and animals drown there. Now whomever fall in cursed springs take body of poor person or animal that drown there. Water cause change in person. Cold water change into cursed form, hot water change back." "I don't believe it," Kai said. "Chung no believe either until now. Friend Kojiro and other person must be cursed by springs. Is only reason why they change when wet." Meanwhile, the Ranma and Taro were mixing it up. Ranma had decided to change into his feline form to give Taro a shock and let off some of his anger. He knew that transforming was inevitable against this monster, so he decided to deliberately mislead Taro, Genma, soon, Tako's eyes, and all those who were watching, that his curse was triggered by cold water. Except for the Amazons and Yukio, no one else in Japan knew that Ranma could control his transformations at will. That gave Ranma a considerable advantage. Taro tried to pound the cat into the pavement, but the tiger was far more agile and easily evaded the blow. As his arm came near, Ranma gave a vicious swipe to it, causing Taro to roar out in pain. He quickly retracted his arm and looked down at it. Despite his thick hide, Ranma's claws had cut through it, leaving 4 deep gashes near the wrist. The tiger then charged forward and plowed into Taru's cut, driving the air out of him as if a speeding bus had hit him. The sudden impact drove him off his feet and he was slammed onto his back. The ground trembled as more than a ton of transformed martial artists crashed down on the concrete. Ranma was in a rage as his long-denied feral emotions came to the surface. He started slashing away at Taru's chest, leaving deep cuts and caused the huge monster considerable pain. Taru realized that he had gotten more than he had bargained for and that Ranma's tiger form had an advantage in speed and ferocity. With both his arms, he desperately grabbed the feline by the midsection and hoisted him above his bloody chest. The tiger continued to writhe and thrashed at Taru, trying to sink his claws into him. Taru rolled over to the side, slamming the cat to the ground, causing a deep depression in the pavement. While pinning it down with one arm, Taru began to mercilessly pound at it with the other. Ranma roared out in pain as he was severely pummeled. If Taru wasn't already weakened from considerable blood loss and Ranma had such high endurance, the Neko Ken fighter would have blacked out by now. But in a minute or so, he would black out anyway. Using all of the brute tiger strength he had, Ranma managed to twist his body around enough and sink his fangs into Taru's flesh. Ranma winced as he tasted blood, but clamped down. Taru let off an inhuman scream of pain as he was forced to stop his pounding and release the saber-tooth. Ranma scrambled out from his grasp and then faced off against the bull monster. He was near the boys' locker room as the battle had moved closer toward the school. His battle aura suddenly flared as his eyes glowed with a crimson light. Letting off another roar, the saber-tooth fired off twin beams of hot Kai energy at his foe. Because Ranma's vision was still swimming from Taru's pounding, his aim was off and his eye beam struck not Taru's chest, but his shoulder. The Chinese boy howled out in pain anyway as the searing heat caused a deep scorch mark to appear. The tiger then leapt at his foe, intent on finishing him off. Taru swung an arm and managed to slam the cat back, causing him to go flying toward the boys' locker room. The huge feline made a tremendous crash through the roof and then another crash was heard. Suddenly, a huge spout of water erupted out from the hole in roof, drenching the surrounding area. It wasn't just any water either. It was hot water. Taru was just shaking off the effects of Ranma's last attack when it spied the spout of steamy liquid. He then let off a triumphant sound. Emo. He knew that his foe was now at his mercy. Even though he was badly injured, Ranma's human form was no match for his cursed one. There was just no way he could still be a tiger with all that hot water. Victory was his. He would have a new name. It was then that a roar that sounded like a tiger's was emitted from the wrecked locker room. The side wall blew out and out stepped Ranma, who was indeed in his human form, but not the way that Taru thought. Ranma had been trapped under a pile of broken support beams and had to transform into his smaller human shape to wriggle out of the wreckage. Now as he looked up at the towering monster that had spotted him and was advancing toward him, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead his battle aura flared up even brighter as he snarled and his eyes filled with absolute rage. Enough was enough. After all this, Taru still wanted to fight. He was still intent on beating him up and drag him to the Tendo dojo. That's it. The kid gloves were off. Ranma roared as his aura became a bonfire of Kai and he leapt up at Taru. The monster swung an arm to knock down the little flea, but the Neko Ken fighter dodged the blow and slashed forward. Rip, claw, slash. Taru screamed out as he felt his flesh being torn. He brought back the arm and saw that it had 4 new marks on it. His eyes widened as he realized something. Ranma didn't have to be a tiger in order to cut him. As he looked down, he saw the Neko Ken martial artist leaping straight up, one arm held high and the hand with fingers curled like a set of claws. The hand glowed with a bright, blue-white light. Rising claw. Taru winced as the hand ripped up his chest, cutting a deep groove in it. He began thrashing about, trying to knock away Ranma, but the pony-tailed martial artist began using his cat-like agility to dodge. He became a darting blur as he continued to cut down his opponent, hitting him with an endless assault of cat fist techniques. The Chinese boy was slashed, blasted and sliced again and again as though he began to realize that in either form, he was simply no match for the Neko Ken warrior. Tiger Claw Frenzy. Taru's back was slashed until it looked like he had 1,000,000 paper cuts. Quick swipe. A piece of horn was cut off. Raging Tiger Bolt. A Kai blast slammed between his wings. Cat's eye beams. Twin Kai beams blasted the other shoulder. Ranma was totally going ballistic and he was slashing at near full strength against his foe. He didn't care though. He was immersed in the savagery of it all, his tiger instincts running on full and holding very little back. The frustrations he had gained when he came back to Japan all culminated and made him erupt. He wasn't going to stop until Taru was down for keeps. He was running on pure rage and adrenaline. After a full minute of slashing and blasting, Taru looked ready to drop. However, like Ranma, the Chinese boy was just as stubborn and one thought kept ringing in his mind. Less than I must defeat him. I must have my name changed! Greater than with that thought, he charged at Ranma in an all-or-nothing final attack. It was then that Ranma let him have it. Ultimate Neko Ken. Final attack. Berserker Rage. Ranma sped forward at inhuman speed and leapt up. He began slashing at Taru's chest with a ferocity that defied description. The bull-shaped head threw itself back and howled in agony, while the entire body trembled and quivered. Taru was introduced to a pain like no other as he was subjected to the full power of Ranma's final attack. Then after delivering more than 4,000 slashes, Ranma ended the attack with fully powered, double diagonal Kai slashes to the face. The energy exploded in a X shape and sent Taru crashing down to the ground with a thunderous impact. The massive body twitched and spasmed a bit before Taru finally gave in and let the darkness claim him. As Taru slipped into unconsciousness, Ranma landed on his feet and began breathing heavily. When the rage began to cool and his features relaxed, he then stared down at the battered and bloody body of Taru. He then looked down at his own hands, which didn't even have a single drop of blood on them. He couldn't believe that he had done such a thing. He had totally given into the primal urges that he had kept in check for so long. He had not cared what permanent damage he had done to his opponent, but he had done so. For the first time since learning how to control the Neko Ken, Ranma had lost it, and it scared him. He continued to stare at his hands as if he didn't recognize them for what they had done. As a result, he did not notice that 3 men were planning to jump him from behind. Tako's eye and his pupils had seen enough and saw that Ranma was distracted and exhausted. Now was the time for them to claim their prize, totally ignorant of what the consequences of their actions. On the other roof, Cologne was a bit disturbed at the ferocity that Ranma had displayed. Tako's eye and his pupils may have been too stupid to realize it, but she knew and then began to rethink the idea of making Ranma part of the tribe. To be continued, offer single quotes notes. Well, now Ranma has just discovered that though he does have better control over the Neko Ken than most, he still has to be careful not to let it overwhelm him. He is just starting to realize that he may be more like the tiger than he realized, and this will cause conflict with his struggle to retain his sanity. As for Genma, Tako's eye and Soon, well, they may think that Ranma is now theirs for the taking, but they will soon learn that catching Ranma and keeping him are 2 entirely different and difficult tasks. Also, they only see him as a means of achieving their own ends. They have all displayed stupidity and blind obsession to that pledge. Cologne is probably the only one who realizes this changes that Ranma is currently undergoing, and this too will reflect in future chapters. Cat Fist Fury2 1/2 and any other anime mentioned in this story are not mine. You know the rest. Less than greater than. Thoughts Chapter 16 Fall of the Tokyo Tiger Part 1 Ranma winced as a sharp stab of pain ran up his side. Pantyhose had pounded him pretty hard before the Neko Ken fighter had put him down for the count. He could feel that he had 1, maybe 2 fractured ribs, and it hurt like the dickens. His body was also starting to register the bruises and exhaustion as the effects of the adrenaline rush began to wear off. Ranma sank to one knee as he felt his strength start to ebb. He also started coughing up a little blood. Despite his amazing recuperative abilities, it was going to take him quite a while before he recovered completely. Less than man. I used too much energy in fighting that jerk! Greater than Ranma gazed at the battered and slashed form of the Chinese boy. It was clear to anyone who was watching that Pantyhose was unconscious and wasn't going to get up anytime soon. That sweet Ranma just fine. Right now, Ranma was very tired as he let his recent battle rage subside. Well, things can't get any worse. Just as he thought that, his hearing picked up the sounds of someone chuckling. He then saw the shadows of something descending from above. Ranma had sustained considerable injuries from his fight with Pantyhose, and his reflexes were a bit sluggish. He was unable to get out of the way as a large net fell on top of him. The net was made of chains and the ends had lead weights attached to them. As he became entangled in the trap, several round objects were thrown down at his feet. Ranma had about a second to consider them before they exploded and released clouds of noxious gases. The fumes began to make him dizzy as unsteady as he thought to keep from blacking out. He failed as he toppled forward. He was on his hands and knees when he saw 3 people drop from above and land beside him. Soon, Genma. Secure the net before he gets loose. At the mention of that hated name, Ranma began to thrash violently as he realized that his father must be somehow behind all this. Looking up through the holes of the net, he caught sight of the man he thought he left behind at Jusenkyo a year ago. He snarled with rage and could feel his blood begin to boil as Genma held onto the net from behind, trying to keep Ranma's arms pinned so that he couldn't claw his way out. With fumes he had inhaled and the net entangling him, the Neko Ken fighter found it very hard to focus his guy. Oh, happy day. Now the schools will finally be united. Soon bawled Ranma. Stop fighting your father. I'm doing this for your own good. Genma said sternly as he and Soon tightened their grip on the net. Like hell. Enemy, go. I ain't this or anime guy and I sure as hell ain't your son. Ranma, this is for the best. It is high time you stopped this foolishness and fulfilled your obligations to the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts. Accept your engagement to Ken. You break your father's heart by being so stubborn. I'm Geo and I break a lot more if you don't let go of me now. I don't think so. It's time that we tamed this tiger. Taco's eye smirked as leapt up and landed on Ranma's back. With a deft tap of his pipe, Taco's eye delivered a strike to one particular spot on Ranma's back, between the shoulder blades. Ranma felt a hot stinging sensation and the net suddenly became heavier. It felt as if it weighed tons as his legs gave out from the strain. He fell forward and was held fast by both Genma and Soon, who were surprised at how easy it was. Master? What was that? Soon asked as he tightened his grip on Ranma. Taco's eye smiled as he hopped off Ranma's back and replied, "Oh, it's just a little pressure point technique I picked up that can take away a person's strength, making him as weak as a baby. It's called the Moxibustion pressure point. It should be no problem for the 2 of you to get him to the dojo now." "Bravo, Master. You hear that, Genma? We can get Ken and Ranma married as we get him back to the house." Oh, happy day. Ranma still tried to struggle but it was no use. That damned pressure point had taken away all of his superhuman strength and now his worst nightmare was coming true. His stupid father was trying to run and ruin his life and he was powerless to stop it. He still had his Kai techniques, but without the strength to exert the force he needed and no leverage, most of his claw techniques were rendered useless. Less than no. I can't end this way. I won't let it. I won't. I one single quote T exclamation point exclamation point exclamation point greater than Ranma's battle rage began to resurface. The tiger was cornered and injured. His eyes took on a fierce crimson color and his aura began to glow. He could feel his blood burning as it rushed through his veins. On the spot where Hako's eyes had placed the Moxibus on point, Ranma could feel it tingle and it felt like pins and needles. He could feel his entire body begin to charge up with new, savage energies. Then it happened. Ranma's roar of pure, unadulterated anger and frustration took the three conspirators by surprise. Suddenly, Genma and Soon were thrown off like rag dolls as the shape beneath the net suddenly darkened and stood up. Both men were knocked out as they hit the pavement. Hako's eyes widened as he saw the shape under the net suddenly gain over a foot in height and became more massive. Less than wait a second. He didn't get wet, so how is he changing ? Greater than the net was shredded in an instant as two flashes of Kai energy appeared. Hako's eye wasn't much when it came to prayers, but what stood before him made him recall just about every childhood deity that he remembered. The way Ranma was looking at him now in his new form was like an angered cat that was about to tear into a helpless mouse. Considering Ranma's new height of 7,4, Hako's eye did indeed feel like a mouse. Kosho, Kai and Shun were shocked to the core as well as they saw their friend become a humanoid tiger. They couldn't move as they stared with morbid fascination. They had seen this stuff on television and horror movies, but that was all make-believe. This was real. The transformed Neko Ken warrior's eyes flashed with murderous light, as he looked down at the master of the anything goes. What Ranma was feeling went beyond anger. It was rage at its most basic, most savage level, and that's who Ranma was going to vent that rage on. Ranma went totally berserk as he lunged at Hako's eye with a speed that defied imagination. Now to people who knows him, Hako's eye is one of the best martial artists in the world. However, he had never gone up against Ranma before, and certainly not against his more powerful hybrid form. The aged master leapt up to avoid the blow, which instantly pulverized the spot where he was standing on. He was, however, unable to evade the follow-up punch, which came at him at supersonic speeds and slammed into his kisser. The latter had just barely managed to bring up his battle aura to absorb most of the impact, but he was still sent flying backward and smashed through the front wall of the school gates. Die! Ranma screamed as he charged at his foe, intent on shredding him into bloody confetti. Hako's eye was shaking his head as he was sprawled on the ground on a pile of broken concrete and rubble. He didn't understand it. The Moxibustion point was supposed to have rendered Ranma as weak as a kitten. That blow he received would have pulped his face if he hadn't used his aura to absorb most of the force. He only had half a second to contemplate before he saw Ranma leaping toward him. Unknown to Hako's eyes, Ranma's sudden adrenaline rush, his battle rage and the intense Kai energies, which had triggered his transformation to his hybrid form, had caused the Moxibustion point to be overridden. The mystical qualities of Jusenkyo, plus the rock-eye potential of the Neko Ken had forced the pressure point to reverse itself, thereby returning Ranma's strength. Now he was very eager to deal out untold amounts of pain to his tormentors. Since Hako's eye was the greatest threat, Ranma instinctively went after him first. Ranma plowed into the ground feet first, causing a massive crater to be formed in the pavement as Hako's eye just barely got out of the way. Then Ranma rushed forward and began delivering several fast and deadly swipes at the lecher. Hako's eye found himself hard-pressed to avoid his claws, as the Neko Ken fighter moved with far greater speed than he expected. Slash! Whoa! The old pervert sweated a bit as one of Ranma's swipes cut through his GI on his right flank, just barely missing the skin. In all his years, no one had ever gotten that close to cutting him before, in a fight. He decided that Ranma was very formidable and that if he wanted to beat him, he would have to do it fast. Hako's eye dodged the next few slashes, then extended his pipe forward, hoping to catch Ranma by the arm and flip him up in the air. Unfortunately, when he struck forward, he heard a slicing sound and then had to dart back to avoid another series of hyper-fast swipes. It was then that he looked down at his pipe and saw that it had been sheared off and all he was holding was a tiny section of the mouthpiece. If Ranma had cut a few centimeters closer, Hako's eye would have had the nickname of Lefty. Looking down on the ground, he saw that the rest of his pipe had been reduced into tiny slices and blanched. He hadn't even seen Ranma cut off his weapon and that scared him. In another instant, he was again dodging for his life as Ranma continued to barrage him with slashes from his claws. Hako's eye tried to deliver punches and kicks, but because he had a shorter range without his pipe and Ranma was at least 10 times faster in his hybrid form, none of his attacks could even come close. Furthermore, Ranma's endurance was far greater in his intermediate form and his opponent was starting to tire from the intense pace. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows of a nearby alley, another figure was watching the fight with interest. He smiled as he saw Ranma's hybrid form move with unbelievable speed and ferocity. Less than, yes. He does have greater skill with the Neko Ken than all the others. He may be the one to finally give me a decent challenge. He will provide me with much entertainment as I tear him apart! Greater than Tiger Claw Frenzy. Ranma's arms became blurs as he slashed away at the ancient lecher. Hako's eye yelped as he tried to evade. He had experienced the chestnut fist before and had seen Ranma's technique on the video. He had thought he could handle it, but the Neko Ken martial artist was far faster as a pseudo-war tiger than as a human. As a result, Tako's eye winced as more than 40 slashes hit home and dug into his flesh. He leapt away and looked down at his chest and arms. He went pale as he saw that his sleeves and front were tattered and he had several long, red marks on his chest and arms. Surprise gave way to anger as he yelled, "You'll pay for that." Ranma either didn't hear him or didn't care as he charged at him again. It was then that Tako's eye became deadly serious as he began focusing his battle aura. Then it suddenly flared as he released a snake-like Kai blast that resembled a dragon, but had the old Lecher's face on it. The pavement curdled and split apart as it sped toward the Neko Ken fighter. Ranma stopped in his charge as he reared back with his right hand. He began focusing his Kai and slashed forward, his hand trailing a bright blue light, which connected with Tako's eye's attack. Rip claw slash. Tako's eye was taken off guard as his Kai blast was stopped and then cut in half. The energies of his attack exploded outward and dissipated like mist, and that was when Ranma lifted his head and glared at him, his mouth curled back in a snarl. Without warning, twin beams of hot Kai energy exploded from his eyes. Unlike the cat's eye beams he used on pantyhose, these beams were wider and much more intense. Tako's eye just barely managed to duck under the beams to avoid a direct hit, but he winced as he felt the searing heat pass over him. He heard a loud explosion behind him as the beams caused a large hole in the ground as they struck the pavement. Raging Tiger Bolt. Soon Genma's master had just gotten up when he heard that cry and saw a massive Kai blast speeding toward him. The attack was barely avoided as Tako's eye leapt high. He then pulled out one of his secret weapons and shouted out, "HAPPO Fire Burst." Ranma, however, was much faster to react as he simply backhanded the fuse bomb right back up at the Lecher as well as launching another one of his Kai blasts after it. Raging Tiger Bolt. Boom. KBOM. The old pervert was first blasted by his own fuse bomb, then got hit by Ranma's Kai attack, causing him to be knocked down toward the ground. Ranma, however, was far from finished with him. The battle rage that had taken control of him before again erupted as he sped toward Tako's eye to launch his final assault. Ultimate Neko Ken. Final attack. Berserker Rage. Tako's eye didn't even have time to scream as he was subjected to the full power of Ranma's strongest technique, which became even more lethal in his hybrid form. Ranma tossed Tako's eye into the air and then leapt up to deliver the diagonal Kai slashes that completed the technique. There was a bright explosion of Kai energies and Tako's eye's body fell to the ground and bounced lightly before rolling to a stop. Ranma landed near his fallen form and picked him up by the scruff of his neck. He then studied him with an intense gaze and heard a slight and pathetic moan. Amazingly, Tako's eye had managed to survive an amplified berserker rage attack, though just barely. He had deep gashes all over his body and he had lost a considerable amount of blood. Ranma reared back a claw and focused his Kai, intent on finishing Tako's eye off for good. Kojiro. Don't do it. Ranma was just about to give Tako's eyes the unkindest cut of all when he heard Shung's voice. He paused and looked over his shoulder. He saw that Shung was slowly walking toward him while Kosho and Kai were cowering from behind a tree. The Chinese boy had his hands up in an unthreatening gesture and said, "Don't do it, Kojiro. He is grieving. Don't kill him." Ranma looked back at his opponent and saw that he was indeed helpless. As he continued to stare at him, Ranma found that his battle rage was subsiding again. He had begun to think with a level head again and he started to tremble. "Less than what am I doing?" ? Greater than his grip on Tako's eye relaxed and the latter dropped to the ground. Ranma then looked down at his hands for the second time today and that storm of mixed emotions he had after beating pantyhose came back to him. "Less than, my God. I was going to, I wasn't even. What's happening to me? ? Greater than Ranma looked back and saw the terror in his friend's eyes as they looked down at the fallen master of the anything goes. When Ranma took a step toward them, they trembled and stepped back. Ranma quivered as the ramifications at what he'd almost done sank in. He had nearly killed Tako's eye in cold blood. He had been consumed at the rage he had felt and wanted to put a permanent end to it. As a result, his friends were now scared of him. In their eyes, he had become monster. Less than a monster, I've become a monster. Greater than. For a long moment, Ranma just stood there and did nothing. Then he suddenly made an about face and bolted from the scene. He leapt to more than 50 feet and cleared the top of a 3-story building and was soon gone from sight. Kosho and Kai were still in shock and didn't move, but Shun had gathered enough of his wits and ran to the nearest payphone to call for an ambulance. A few minutes later, the paramedics came and took Tako's eyes, Sun and Genma to the nearest hospital. As it turned out, Tako's eyes students had only been knocked out and would recover soon enough. Tako's eyes stay, however, would be of a much longer duration, at least 6 months. The old latter would be receiving extensive stitches and blood transfusions from the injuries he had suffered from his mauling. Meanwhile, on the roof that was opposite to the high school, Cologne and the other Amazons were deep in thought, as they had witnessed the whole affair. Mascara and Cologne were very disturbed at how easily Ranma had dispatched one of their tribe's greatest foes. Controlling him would present a problem and they weren't as sure as before if Ranma would be good for the tribe. Even Shampoo and the others had become frightened at the sight, even though they had practically drooled at the sight of his hybrid form. This was going to take some serious consideration. Sitting on the edge of a distant roof, Ranma had returned to his human form and was deep in thought over the events of what had happened. He was relieved to find out that he still retained his strength when he returned to normal, but that wasn't the most important thing at the moment. No. The most important thing was that he had almost become a murderer. He had been completely immersed in his savage, tiger-like nature, and if it wasn't for Shun, less than I didn't care that I was about to kill him. I had no idea that I could lose control like that. I was just so angry that, greater than, you were very impressive. Ranma became startled at the sound of the unfamiliar voice and quickly got his feet. He had been so immersed in his thoughts that he had totally ignored the faint danger signals that his sixth sense was giving off. He went into a defensive stance as he faced off against the newcomer, who was standing on the roof a few meters away from him. The stranger was about his height and was dressed in a pair of white kung fu style pants and a matching shirt with long flaring sleeves. He had long, straight, silver blonde hair that went past his shoulders. His eyes were gray and his face had a hardened look about him. He had a lean, but well-muscled body, and by the way he was standing, Ranma could tell that he was a skilled martial artist. He wore black shoes and on the front of his shirt, on the left side was a small emblem that was in the shape of a tiger. "Who are you? What do you want?" Ranma asked. The stranger smiled as he placed his hands behind his back. "I saw you fight at that school. You are indeed a very good Neko Ken user." "Neko Ken? How do you know about that?" The stranger ignored Ranma's questions and said, "Though you are far better than most people who try to use my clan's fighting style, you could still improve. Your techniques are sloppy and you seem to hold back too much." "Your clan's style? What are you talking about? Just who the heck are you? What do you want? And how do you know about the cat fist?" The stranger took a stance and said, "I am called White Claw. I know of the Neko Ken because has been the fighting style of my people for thousands of years. And," he smiled evilly at Ranma, "since it is the laws of our people that no outsider may possess the knowledge of the Neko Ken, I therefore must kill you. Double quote to be continued, offer single quote s notes. Well, that takes care of part 1. In part 2, Ranma gets involved in the fight for his life. We will also learn more about the origins of the Neko Ken, and our cat fist fighter will have to undertake a long journey of soul-searching. Cat Fist Fury disclaimer, Rumiko Taka has started this mess. Go blame her. Just kidding, right? Parenthesis. Less than greater than. Thoughts Chapter 16 Fall of the Tokyo Tiger Part 2. Excuse me. Run that by me again. Ranma didn't like the sound of it. He had already been worn out from battling with pantyhose and Ako's eyes. Injuries he had sustained from both fights were only just starting to mend, despite his amazing recuperative abilities. As soon as he heard that death threat, he immediately got into a stance. White Claw assessed his opponent's stance and went into one of his own. "I meant what I said. No outsider may possess even the tiniest fraction of the Neko Ken and live. I have spent the last 10 years or so exterminating all who have succeeded in gaining a foothold on my clan's techniques." "Liar!" Ranma spat out. "You can't have been killing any Neko Ken fighters. That method has been banned for more than 50 years. I'm the only one who has been put through that goddamn training since then." White Claw smirked as he shook his head. "You are mistaken. The last known incident was indeed half a century ago. However, There have been several cases in which some foolish individuals have tried to learn our fighting style. All of them have been dealt with before the outside world had learned of them. I myself had killed about a dozen of them. They were all quite pathetic. Half of them couldn't even summon up the basic cat fist without being scared out of their wits. The others were trapped in their feral state permanently. Those fighters gave me more of a challenge, but not by much. The Neko Ken warrior shuddered a bit as he remembered what he was like before the trip to Jusenkyo. The thought of being permanently like an animal sent a shiver down his spine. So what's this got to do with me? It's quite simple. My clan will not accept any outsider who knows our techniques, and those who do must be terminated. However, I also enjoy the thrill and pain of combat. The others were as nothing to my power. You are far more skilled and therefore will provide me with quite a bit of entertainment before you die. Ranma began to feel his rage boiling again. Why couldn't he be cut a break? Listen, I don't know what the hell this is all about and right now I don't care. I'm really not in the mood to fight now. Ranma's battle aura started to flare again. Too bad. I am. White Claw suddenly flared with an aura that was similar to Ranma's, then let off a roar that sounded just like a tiger's. He then leapt forward with a speed that caught the normally fast Tokyo Tiger completely off guard. Meanwhile, what do you mean you don't know where he is? Yukio asked as she talked to Sean and his friends. She had planned to meet up with Ranma after school and maybe invite him over to her restaurant. However, when she saw the carnage and the ambulances at the front of Shimoto High, she became concerned. It wasn't long before she overheard three boys talking among each other as they watched Takozai and his pupils being loaded into the ambulance and taken to the hospital. The police were holding back the crowds as they inspected the still unconscious and monstrous form of Pantyhose. Yukio was awestruck at the sight of the Jusenkyo cursed martial artist. But when she saw those claw marks all over his body, she knew that there was only a person who was capable of inflicting that much damage. She had introduced herself to Sean and the others and they began filling her in on what had happened. What? Genma was here. Yukio unslung her spatula and looked around for the object of her 10 years' vengeance. He was. Kai replied. The paramedics took him, another guy and Takozai to the hospital. If you ask me, that guy and his friend got off real lucky, compared to what Kojiro did to that monster and Takozai's. Yeah. Kosho added. Kojiro turned those two into the hamburger. Yeah, and that not all. We not believe until we saw with own eyes. Sean said. You may not be ready for this. What? Yukio asked. Sean took a deep breath and said, Kojiro is the Tokyo Tiger. Yeah. We saw him change into a huge, black saber-tooth and then he turned into some kind of werewolf or something. Kosho said. Yukio gazed at the three for a long time. During their dates, Ranma had told her about his friends at Imoto and how much he liked them. It was obvious that he had not informed them of his alter ego as the Tokyo Tiger, but since they now know about it, Hey, did you hear me? Kojiro is the Tokyo Tiger. Yukio nodded as she said, yeah, I heard you. So what? What do you mean so what? Guy asked. I mean, so what if Kojiro turns into a tiger? I knew that already. You too. All three boys gaped at her. The okonomiyaki chef shrugged and gave them a smile. Hey, I'm his girlfriend. Girlfriend. While this conversation was going on, the young Amazons were busy conversing with the two elders. Great-grandmother, why you stop us from helping Aaron? Shampoo asked. She and the others had been ready to jump into the fray, but the two matriarchs had stopped them. I doubt you would have been able to help son-in-law against Ako's eyes. Cologne replied. Besides, you would have placed yourself in great danger if you had tried to approach him. Mascara nodded. It seems that the boy does not have complete control of the Neko Ken as we had believed. He is becoming a berserker, and that is one thing that we do not need in the village, especially a berserker that has the power of the Neko Ken. Cologne nodded as she added, I fear that you 5 girls are partially responsible for driving your future husband to this state. Your constant pursuit of him has made him feel like a hunted animal. Perhaps it would be best to nullify the kiss of marriage law in his case. No. All 5 girls said in unison. They had worked too long and too hard to give up their prize now. No one could make them so eager as Ranma had done, especially after they glimpsed his hybrid form. Cologne and Mascara shook their heads tiredly. Oh, to be young and foolish again. The two elders sighed as they gestured for their protégés to follow them. It was time to rethink their plans. Ranma represented a perfect chance to strengthen the Amazon bloodlines, but it was clear that he needed some space and some help with his emotional problems. As they went back to the cat cafe, the elders had decided on a new course of action. They forbade the girls to approach Ranma until they had a chance to talk with him. Offering to help him cope with his feral tendencies might lessen the animosity he had against the female warriors. When the elders were sure that Ranma could control the battle rages, then they would allow the girls to court him, with none of their previous enthusiasm. If they could get Ranma to trust them, then they could work on getting to know him. And should Ranma fall for one of them, then all the better. Back down at street level. So where did Ko-chan go? Sean went off to where they had seen Ranma heading off. Sean not sure if Yukio-san should go after Kojiro now. Yeah, I mean he could rip you apart like he did to Ako's eye and that other guy. Kosho shivered at the memory. My Ko-chan would never do such a thing. Yukio said confidently. How do you know? Kai asked. Because, whatever else he may be, Ko-chan would never hurt me. Yukio replied. She smiled as she remembered how anguished he was when he found out about Genma's dirty trick a decade ago. She also remembered how much he wanted to rekindle their friendship and gone out with her, albeit reluctantly. She was pretty certain that Ranma would not harm her or anyone else, unless they were foolish enough to attack him first. She had to think of him like the tiger he turned into. As long as one didn't bother him, one would be safe. Trust me, he's not like that. I mean, he listened to you, Sean, didn't he? Sean nodded as he remembered how close Ranma had come to being a murderer. That means that he can be reached, Yukio declared as she began running off to where Ranma had gone off. The three boys stood where they were as they watched Yukio disappear into the distance. They were a bit unsure as to what to do. They were more than frightened at the thought of facing off against the hybrid or tiger form of their friend. They had seen the blood in his eyes and his willingness to end Apo's life. Oh, no one would mourn the passing of the pervert. Murder was still murder. However, they also got to thinking at what Kojiro had done for them as well. The school would have lost its athletic funding if Ranma had not won the no-holds-barred tournament. Kai was making big bucks with selling videos of Kojiro in action. Sean and Koshla were getting better in their martial arts with him sparring with them. Sean liked Kojiro the most as Kojiro gave him a kind of confidence that he never had before. Both Furinkan and Emoto owed a great debt to him, and it was time that they started giving him some returns. One by one, the boys began following Yukio's lead. As they began searching for Ranma, the person in question was in serious trouble, Tiger Claw Frenzy. Ranma blurred forward with his claws, delivering 417 slashes at his adversary. To his amazement, White Claw not only evaded every swipe, but then countered with something even more deadly. Not bad. Now try mine. White Claw Storm. White Claw slashed forward at unbelievable speeds, and each slash left a trailing flash of Kai energy. Ranma winced and bit back the pain as he backed off with his arms crossed. When he got enough distance, he looked down at his arms and blanched. The sleeves of his school uniform was torn to shreds and he began bleeding from dozens of small cuts. Ranma couldn't understand it. He had thought that he was the only master of the Neko Ken, but this guy was not to be believed. Not only had he countered each of his attacks, but he was using much more powerful claw techniques than his own. His speed and strength had proven to be far greater than his, and whatever blows and slashes that Ranma could land were simply shrugged off. They had been fighting non-stop for 10 minutes, and with Ranma on the verge of collapsing, things did not look good. Looking back up, he saw his foe nonchalantly lick the blood off one finger. The Neko Ken fighter began to feel his rage swell as he charged at his enemy to deliver a sidekick. However, as fast as he was, White Claw proved to be faster. He caught Ranma's outstretched foot with one hand, then began swinging Ranma around above his head. He then slammed Ranma into the roof of the building with such force that the tiles were sent flying and the wood below buckled. Crash! Ranma fell through the roof and down into the room below. White Claw stepped back and waited. A moment later, he called down the gaping hole. All too easy. Surely that wasn't all you were capable of, was it? A moment later, he was answered. Raging Tiger Bolt. White Claw leaned out of the way as a blast of Kai energy rocketed up through the hole and into the sky. It was then that a black shape leapt out and landed in front of him, giving off a roar of anger. Ranma's opponent smiled as he gazed upon Ranma's hybrid form. I was wondering when you would change. Perhaps now things will get more interesting. Ranma let off another roar and he powered up his Kai and leapt at him. RIPCLAW/. White Claw simply smiled as he thrust out an arm with the palm open toward Ranma's throat. To an observer, it looked like a suicide maneuver, considering that Ranma had a longer reach than White Claw in his hybrid form. Then something unexpected happened. White Claw suddenly became a foot taller and furrier. Ranma's eyes widened as he saw the transformation, but it was too late for him to stop. His opponent's hand put a vice grip on his neck and the Tokyo Tiger found himself beginning to suffocate. Ranma gripped the forearm in an effort to keep from choking as he was held up by one arm. You fight with the ferocity that is worthy of our clan. Yet you do not fight with your full power or the killer instinct. The transformed White Claw said casually as he continued to squeeze. His hybrid form was similar to Ranma's except that he had white fur and his eyes were gold instead of red. His tail swished back and forth as he continued. Is this the great Tokyo Tiger? Ranma began to gag as he felt the claws begin to dig into his flesh. He knew that he wouldn't last long. He also knew that the battle rage within had started to reach critical again. Ranma didn't want to sink into the depths of his primal emotive 0 ounce, but time was running out. He thrashed about, hoping to kick out at White Claw, but he simply used his free hand to block each attempt. Show me your true power or die. Ranma's eyes glowed with a raging crimson and then fired off twin beams of hot Kai. White Claw tilted his head to the side and only received a slight, glancing hit to his cheek. This was all the distraction Ranma needed to let go of the arm that held him and deliver a double ripped claw slash to White Claw's chest. White Claw let off a yelp in pain, but then threw Ranma hard down toward the ground. Ranma slammed into a wall and felt new pain in his back as he caused a deep depression in the concrete. He then slowly got to his feet as White Claw dropped down to the ground, making a perfect landing. He then smiled at Ranma with slight fangs as he touched a finger to his chest wound. That was much better. So, do you have more? Ranma couldn't believe it. Those 2 slashes alone would have sliced an ordinary person in half, but White Claw was treating it like a minor superficial cut. Ranma found himself like a wounded and cornered tiger. There was no way out of the alley he had landed in and his opponent was coming to finish him off. He could feel his rage building and building. He knew that this was it. It was all or nothing. In order to win, he had to embrace the beast. Ultimate Neko Ken. Final attack. Berserker Rage. White Claw stood motionless for a brief moment as Ranma sped forward, claws extended and Kai blazing. Then he gave Ranma the biggest shock of his life. Final attack, Cat Fist Fury. Ranma could only see a white blur suddenly dash toward him before he was introduced to a world of unimaginable pain. Meanwhile, Yukio and the others were still searching the streets for their friend when they suddenly heard a scream. A scream they recognized as Ranma's. They saw a series of light flashes being emitted from an alley and they rushed toward it. Yukio was the first into the alley and what she saw was horrifying. Ranma was face down on the ground, his hybrid body covered in deep gashes and blood pooling onto the pavement. Standing above him was White Claw, in his human form and giving his defeated foe a frown. "I must say, you were a bit more of a challenge than the others, but you still cannot compare to my skills. Perhaps it would be best if I were to put you out of your misery now." Yukio's eyes widened as she saw the stranger raise a hand and then make a claw gesture that was similar to Ranma's ripped claw slash technique. When she saw that hand blaze with high energy, she knew she had to act fast. With reflexes born from years of training, she threw 3 of her minimum spitballs at White Claw's hand. White Claw caught the movement and then casually swatted the incoming projectiles away. Yukio was undaunted as she took out the extra-large spatula and charged at him. "Leave him alone." She was stopped dead in her tracks as her weapon was suddenly sliced to pieces. The hardened steel weapon fell apart into 5 neat pieces and she found herself unarmed against Ranma's opponent. She backed off a bit, but still looked for an opening. "Who might you be?" White Claw asked casually as he stood up and faced her. He then sniffed a bit and recognized the scent of Ranma on her. "Ah, I see. Are you his mate?" He smirked at her. Yukio blushed at the comment, but then remembered that Ranma was seriously injured. "I'm his fiancée," she replied with pride. "And if you think I'm going to let you kill him then..." White Claw cut her off. "It does not matter. He has already proven to be no challenge to my Neko Ken skills, and in accordance to my clan's laws, he must die." Yukio was surprised to hear that another claimed to know of the Neko Ken, but she then said, "That's only because he was too worn out from fighting Akuzai and that other guy. No way could Kojiro lose to you." "Really?" White Claw leapt to the top of a roof and said, "Then there might be hope for him yet." He then switched to his hybrid form, startling Yukio and the others as they entered the alley. Fortunately, he was too far away for his pheromones to have any effect on her. "Tell Kojiro to rest up and train. Then we shall bat again. I hope that he will give White Claw a match worthy of the Feline clan before he dies. Farewell for now." Fa 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 fa. Yukio shivered as he darted away and was gone. She then remembered Ranma and rushed to his side. She carefully rolled him onto his back and cradled his head in her arms. She was so distraught over seeing him in such a state, she started calling him by his real nickname. Tears flowed down her cheeks as she tried to rouse him. Running up towards them was Shun, Kai and Kosho. "Ran-chan? Can you hear me? Ran-chan?" But Ranma did not respond, to be continued, offer single quote as note say nice tinker, leaving you hanging like this. Well, the readers have been demanding that Kojiro be given a challenge and brother he's got one. Next chapter, Ranma will begin the long road to recovery and will have to come to terms with who he really is. More about the Neko Ken's history will be revealed as well as White Claw. Stay tuned. Cat Fist Fury disclaimer. Well, here we go again. Rumiko Takahashi is blah comma less than greater than thoughts less than greater than Chinese language chapter 17 The long road ahead a flash of light passed by him. Then another. Then yet another. Every time Ranma saw that flash of white light, he would flinch. Then he saw red following the white. For every white streak, a flash of crimson would follow. He could see a pair of gold eyes staring at him from behind the colors, looking at him with hungry intent. Then suddenly, more eyes appeared. Dozens of eyes gleamed against the gray background. Ranma did not know what was going on, but he began to experience a sensation that he had not felt in over a year. Then, the recurring nightmare that had plagued him since he was 6, returned with a vengeance. He could see himself once again being thrown into that pit. Dozens of claws were tearing into his flesh. The smell of blood was heavy in the air. However, unlike the previous recollections, this one had a definite alteration. As he was being savaged by the attacking felines, his eyes widened as he saw a huge tiger with white fur leapt at him with claws bared, and teeth glinting in the shadows. It came at him like a bolt of lightning and Ranma only caught a glimpse of its eyes as it tore into him. Those same gold eyes. Yukio dropped the tray she was carrying when Ranma suddenly sat up from the bed screaming. Without hesitation, she ran to Ranma's side as he was hyperventilating and sweat was running down his furrowed brow. Ran-chan, calm down. It's okay. Ranma looked over to his side and saw Yukio. Recognizing his friend, he started to take deep, calming breaths. As the okonomiyaki chef placed a hand on his right shoulder, the Neko Ken fighter began to take in his surroundings. Where am I? At that time, Kai, Shun, and Koso rushed into the room. What happened? Shun asked. Is Kojiro okay? Kai asked. Yukio looked at the three and nodded. It's alright. Ko-chan here just had a bad dream, that's all. She turned to her fiancé. It was just a dream, right? Ranma slowly nodded as he looked at his friends and noticed that they were gazing at him with awe. He then looked down at himself and saw that his injuries were tightly bandaged. He also realized that he was still in hybrid form. He then returned to Yukio and gave her a questioning look. Yukio nodded and said, "They helped me bring you here to my restaurant and bind your wounds. I had to tell them about your condition." Ranma took in the information, then after a moment's contemplation, nodded. He then turned his attention back to the three boys. So you guys know about? Kosho replied, after we saw you turn into that tiger, Sean told us about Jusenkyo. Oh, we didn't know that you could turn into this. Sean nodded. We tried to change you back with hot water, but not work. Then Yukio tell us that water no cause change. She says you can change on own. The transformed martial artist sighed as he regarded Yukio. The brown-haired girl gave him a slight nod and replied to his unspoken question. I'm sorry, Ko-chan. I had to tell them some stuff or they wouldn't have helped me. They were too scared of you after what you did to Akbozai and that other guy. I had to tell them something. Ranma was about to protest, but then decided that it didn't really make a difference at the moment. She did raise a valid point. He had gotten pretty scary when he tore apart that letter and Chinese boys. His friends did deserve an explanation and it would be good for him to get some things off his chest. With a deep sigh, he began focusing his Kai and shifted back into his normal form. The transformation was a bit painful as his body shrunk down into his more compact, human shape. All three boys gasped as they saw the change. For a long moment, the room was silent. Then finally, the silence ended, but the tension remained. Then, to Ranma's relief, his friends began to smile at him. That was so cool, Kosho said as he and the others slowly moved toward the bed. You're a werewolf? Kai asked. How you do that without water? Sean asked. Just who are you? All three said simultaneously. Ranma bowed his head and let off another sigh. This was going to take some time. Sometime later, so after I got back to Jusenkyo, I found out that my pop had sold me out to over a dozen families, by engaging me to their daughters, including Wuken here. When I found out about him leaving Wuken behind after stealing her dowry when I was 6, not to mention those other engagements, I decided that I had my fill of him and deserted him. I spent the next year or so trying to make a new life for myself and later came here to Japan. I guess you can dope out what happened then. The Neko Ken warrior frowned as he finished his tale. All three boys nodded as they were stunned beyond belief. They couldn't believe that Ranma's father could be so stupid. He engaged you to a dozen girls? Sean said incredulously. He sold you out for a fish, a bowl of rice and 2 pickles? Kai couldn't believe someone could be such a poor negotiator. Imagine selling off his child for a small meal. The term of idiot didn't even begin to describe Ranma's parent. Man! If he was my pop, I would have dumped him a long time ago. Kosho commented. I wouldn't have taken half the crap he pulled on you. So this is all true? Sean turned to Yukio, who nodded. Take it from me, it's all true. When my father and I went to Jusenkyo to find Ran-chan, we heard about those other engagements that damned father of his made. Ranma winced when he heard the nickname Ran-chan. Wuken, I thought I told you never to call me that. Yukio nodded and said sheepishly. Sorry, Ko-chan. Old habits die hard. Ran-chan? Kai repeated. then realized something. Hey Kojiro, that guy you thought before hackos I kept on calling you Ranma Sodom. Is that your real name? During his explanations, Ranma purposely left out his real name, but now he couldn't think of any way to deny it. Ranma frowned as he said, "Yeah, but I never want to be called that. Understand? And I would really appreciate it if you guys didn't say anything about it either." Kai and the others saw the anger in his eyes and knew that getting Ranma mad was definitely on their lists of things not to do. Furthermore, they all considered themselves as Ranma's friend. Is no problem. Sean, keep secret. Fine by me Kojiro, Koso agreed. He then gave a hard look at Kai. What? You think I'm going to blab it out? For a price. Sean commented with a bit of an edge to his voice. Kai held up his hands defensively. Hey! Now wait a minute. Don't go comparing me to that money-hungry sister of Akantendo's. Sure, I'll admit that I've pulled some scams, but it's all small stuff and I never hurt anyone with them. I'm not into the extortion schemes like she is, and I wouldn't do anything that would hurt Kojiro. He's done a lot for us and the school, and I'd be crazy to jeopardize that. He's my friend. You guys are the only few friends that I have, and I don't want to lose any of you. I can keep the secret. Koso and Sean still gave him skeptical looks, but Ranma looked deeply into Kai's expression. Then Ranma waved it off. It's okay guys. We can trust him. Kai smiled as he said, "Thanks Kojiro. You're one of the very few people who will ever give me the benefit of the doubt. After hearing about what your father did to you, it wouldn't be right for me to add to your problems." Ranma smiled. Kai may be a hustler, but at least he was honest about it and knew where to draw the line. He had a conscience. Thanks. Kai nodded. You've suffered more than anyone else in the world, and I can understand what it's like to be lonely. Before I met you, Sean, Koso, and the rest of the gang, I didn't have a friend in the world. To me, that's more important than making a lot of yen. I appreciate your keeping quiet about all this. Hey, no problem. If I had a father like yours, then I wouldn't want anyone to know that I'm related to him. Sheesh. After what you told us about the catfist training, I can understand why you don't want to teach it to anyone. That father is a total moron not to have read that last page. I can't believe he threw into a pit of starving cats. I shuddered as he imagined the young boy being wrapped in fish sausage and then being thrown into a pit with dozens of hungry felines. Hoping to change the subject, Yukio said, "So Keo-chan, just who was that white claw guy that beat you?" Ranma shivered as he remembered his bout with that other Neko Ken fighter. "I don't know. I've never heard of him before, but he was unbelievable. He knew how to use the Neko Ken, even better than I did. He even transformed. Even if I hadn't been so worn out and hurt from before, I don't think I would have been able to beat him." "No way. You would have beaten him if that Chinese guy and Dako's eyes hadn't tired you out," Kai said. Ranma shook his head. "No. I don't think so. I used my strongest attack against him and he still beat me. But it's not losing the fight that's really bothering me. So what is bothering Kojiro? Sean inquired. The catfist fighter took on a saddened expression and said, I lost control of myself 3 times today. In the past, I've always been careful never to let my battle rage get too far out of control. Today, I just totally lost it. You saw what I did to that monster guy and what I almost did to Akko's eyes. I almost killed him for God's sake. If it wasn't for Sean, but you didn't do it, Ko-chan. That's what really counts. Maybe, but that doesn't change the fact that I would have done it. Ranma sighed. I felt like I was losing myself in the Neko Ken and I couldn't stop. And when I went up against White Claw, I lost control again and went full out in my final attack. Even though it didn't work, I still saw no other way for me to win. I just thought like an animal. No, not like an animal. I was a monster. Ranma then brought up his knees and rested his chin on them. He then said in a quiet voice, Guys, I really need some time to think. I need to be alone for a while. I see you guys later, okay? The 3 boys were about to say something, but then saw the despondent look on their friend's face. Seeing that he needed some space, they reluctantly nodded, then bid him goodbye. They each told him that they would be there for him, should he need someone to talk to. One by one, they filed out of the room and down the stairs. A few minutes later, they were out of the Hookins and heading home. As soon as they were gone, Yukio came up to her fiancé and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Ranma, however, did not respond. Seeing this, she then headed toward the door. Before exiting, she paused and said to him, Ran-chan, you're welcome to stay here until you feel better. Also, I'm always here for you if you need to talk. The ponytailed martial artist nodded slightly as he continued to gaze off into space. Giving him a final look, Yukio closed the door behind her. Several hours later, Yukio locked the doors to her restaurant as the last customer left. She then decided to check up on Ranma as he had not come down from his room. When she came up the stairs and knocked on the door, she started to get a feeling that something was amiss. When there was no reply to her knock, she called out his name. There was still no reply. She then decided that it was time that they had a little talk and opened the door. She then stopped dead in her tracks. Ranma was gone. The bed was bare and the window to the room was wide open. She rushed over to the window and looked outside. She could see no sign of her fiancé and began to fear for the worst. It was then that she noticed the note on the bed. She went over and started to read it. To Hooken, sorry about this, but I think that the only way I can sort out the mess that my life has become is to get away from it for a while. I don't know if I'm ever coming back. The fight with Akko's Eye and White Claw has made me realize that I don't have complete control and I'm a danger to anyone who gets close to me. Until I can find a way to control myself, I'm not going to put anyone in jeopardy, especially you. Please don't try to follow me. Take care of yourself, Fuken. Ran-chan Yukio's cheeks became wet with tears as she finished the note. For the second time in her life, her Ran-chan had left her. Somewhere high over the skies over the Sea of Japan, Ranma sat in his seat as the plane made its way toward China. He hated himself for leaving Yukio like that, but he knew that she would not let him go. This was something that he had to do on his own, and it would be best if he was as far away from his problems in Japan as possible. After leaving the Hookins through the window, he quickly had a flight booked for China and gathered his travel bag. He also made arrangements with his employer at the coffee shop he worked at, as well as paying his rent in advance with the landlord. He then caught his flight and was already out of Japan by the time Yukio had found his note. As his plane continued on, Ranma was deep in thought. I still can't believe that I lost control like that. It was as if I wasn't human anymore. All I could see was red. I didn't care that I was helpless or that I tore that other guy apart. I just, greater than Ranma sighed as he looked out the window at the vast expanse of the sea below him. He then saw an image of White Claw and shuddered. He had never been afraid of anything or anyone before, but just thinking about his last opponent gave him the chills. He knew his every move and seemed to be unbeatable. Ranma had thought that nothing could stop his berserker rage, but that cat Fist Fury attack, he became more depressed about it and began despairing about that fact that he may never be able to beat the true master of the Neko Ken. He had been fooling himself for the past year, thinking that he was the best at the cat fist, the one who had truly mastered the cat fist. White Claw had proven him wrong, making him look like a pale copy of the ultimate Neko Ken. I don't know what to do now. I can't go back because of the danger to Yukio and anyone else. I can't face White Claw again. I just can't. I know that running away won't solve anything, but I can't think of any other option. I'm just so lost. Greater than thinking of the fact that his life had lost its direction made Ranma remember of a place that he had visited during his trek through China a year ago. It was just a few weeks after he had left Jusenkyo. It had been a rough time, but the people he had met there had helped him find his path and give direction to his life. It had been a simple world, and it was one of the few places where Ranma had been truly happy and content. I found control over my life once. Maybe I can find what I'm looking for there. Greater than meanwhile, in a darkened room at a hotel in Japan, the one called White Claw was sitting in a lotus position and was meditating in his human form. The smell of incense was heavy in the air as well as catnip. The Neko Ken fighter had a large bandage wrapped around his chest, a memento of his battle with Ranma. He was completely silent as he breathed at a regular and controlled pace. A moment later, his ears picked up the soft footsteps of someone coming to his door. Enter. The door opened and a short, elderly man came into the room and knelt down in front of his master. Master White Claw, I bring news. The Neko Ken fighter nodded without opening his eyes. I know. Kojiro Shinkara has fled Japan. The old man nodded. Without looking up from his position, he then asked, Master, may I ask you a question? White Claw already knew what he was going to ask. Speak. It is the law of the feline clan that all outsiders who know of the Neko can be dealt with. You had never hesitated before in killing all those others. Why did you not kill Kojiro, rather than let him recover? He is certainly far more skilled and may even threaten your position as Kolanjar. White Claw nodded. Indeed he does. However, what is the title for if not to risk it? I had grown bored with these pretenders to the feliner's fighting style and I had longed for an opponent worthy to face me. Kojiro will die, but I will have him battle me at full strength. That will be a victory worth savoring. But Master, that will take some time. Ranma's opponent smirked as he replied, I'm certain that I can amuse myself as I wait for Kojiro to return. Have you gotten the information that I wanted? Yes, Master. The old man produced a folder and placed it in front of White Claw. He then was dismissed. White Claw picked up the folder and began to read it. The folder contained data about Ranma and everything that his spies were able to come up about him, including his true identity. Less than so, his real name is Ranma Sodom and he's the heir to the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts. Interesting. He read the file some more. Well now, according to what my spies have discovered, he is supposed to be engaged to one of Tenbo's daughters to unite the schools and carry on the Tendo Dojo. Commandant greater than White Claw cocked his head for a moment, then smiled evilly. He had just found some entertainment out the next day. Rumors about Ranma losing a fight began to spread like wildfire. Ranma's friends tried to keep it a secret, but the gossip was like a tidal wave and it was all over Himoto and Furakanhai. Kai had kept his promise to Ranma, but Nebiki had no such qualms about it. She began making huge profits over what scanty information she had. Fortunately, most people only knew that Ranma had lost a fight and fled Japan. They did not know about his shape-shifting abilities or the exact circumstances. Kumo began having a field day with the news of Ranma's defeat. He was often seen saying some nonsense about Ranma being too frightened to face his noble blade and would say, the justice of heaven is slow but sure. Surely the cowardly Kojiro has realized that he is no match for the great Takewaki Kumo and has just made up this tale of losing to another, when it was really I that he feared to face. Meanwhile at the Tendo Dojo, Sun and Genma were discussing over the current situation as they played their usual game of shogi on the veranda to the backyard. They had been released from the hospital, but I suppose I was going to be staying there for a while, after the wounds he had received from Ranma. Sodom, what are we going to do? Where is that boy of yours? What about joining our two schools? I'm not sure, Tendo. All I know is that a rumor has been going around that Ranma lost a fight and has gone underground. In any case, we have to find him. Yes, the schools must be joined, Soon said solemnly said as he moved a piece forward. We must have Akan and Ranma married as soon as possible. As soon as he said this, Akan's voice screamed out from the hallway as she walked in. She had just come in from school and had heard about Ranma's loss. Oh no, I'm not. I'm not going to marry that freak. I'm glad that he's gone and good riddance. Akan had been ecstatic when she heard that Ranma had fled and hoped that her father would give up this marriage nonsense and see Ranma's fleeing as being cowardly. Akan, it is for our family honor and you will follow through. I will not marry that arrogant, stupid boy. Akan slammed her book bag onto the ground and turned to head to the stairs. Soon turned to her and said, Akan, you will do as you are told. As heir to the Tenbo School of the Anything Goes martial arts, you will follow through and marry Genma's son. Oh, so she's the heir to this dojo, eh? All three turned around at the new voice and saw a stranger sitting on one of the walls of the backyard. The newcomer was casually looking down at them. He then made a graceful hop down to the ground and stood with his hands behind his back. Huh? WW, who are you? Genma asked. The stranger smiled as he said, I am White Claw. I have come to challenge this dojo. Since this girl is the heir, then it is she with whom I must fight with. Though from what I see, she wouldn't be any challenge at all. What did you say? Akan's temper began to rise as her voice became low and menacing. If there was one thing that could really get her steamed, it was insulting her skills as a martial artist. White Claw shrugged nonchalantly as he said, you wouldn't even be the slightest warm-up. If this is the best that the Anything Goes school has to offer, then we should just forego the match and let me have your sign. After all, it wouldn't be fair for me to fight such a weak opponent. Weak. You are calling me weak. Akan shivered with anger. I'll show you who's weak. I accept your challenge. Akan soon gasped. Stay out of this, Dad. You told me yourself that a true martial artist must accept all challenges. He just came in here and insulted our school and I'm not going to let him get away with it. We'll see just how confident he is when I'm through with him. She turned to White Claw. I'll see you in the dojo. Soon gulped. The challenge had been accepted and there was no help for it. He began to get a sinking feeling about all this. Genma looked over the stranger and began to suspect that this person was more than he appeared to be. Ranma's father may be a sniveling, cowardly and greedy martial artist, but he was a martial artist nonetheless. He knew how to gauge an opponent and this White Claw person was making him an easy dot. Sometime later, Akan was standing opposite to White Claw in the dojo as her father and Genma stood by and watched. Akan took one look at the casual stance her opponent was taking and thought that this was going to be easy. She became even more irritated when her adversary gestured at her with a finger and said, "Come here, little kitten, and let us see if you have any claws." The way he called her a kitten drove Ken's temper over the boiling point. Yay! Ken charged forward. Slash. Wham. Thud. Genma and Soon's jaw dropped to the floor. White Claw was still standing with his arms crossed, but he was now on the other side of the dojo. Behind him, Ken was sprawled on the floor, moaning in pain and her GI torn in several places. The match had taken less than a second and Soon shook his head in disbelief. He rushed over to where his daughter lay. Ken. Tears started flowing down like a waterfall. Genma's eyes were now the size of dinner plates at what he had witnessed. He was very familiar with that particular style. That was the Neko Ken. White Claw smirked as he replied, "You are familiar with it. Then again, since you are Ranma's father, I would assume that you were the one who tried to teach him my clan's fighting techniques." Don't play dumb with me, Genma showed him. In a flash, White Claw rushed across the room and had Genma hoisted above the ground by the throat. The fat martial artist started choking as he tried to break free. However, White Claw's strength was comparable to Ranma's and he held up the heavy-set man as if he were a plastic tub toy. Soon's friend began to get blue in the face. "I had many resources at my disposal," Genma showed him. White Claw said as he tightened his grip. "When I heard about your son's prowess in the Neko Ken, I had a little background check done on him. That is when I found out about you," Genma showed him. "It seems you had gotten a long list of petty crimes over the last decade. One crime in particular, concerning some stolen house cats, caught my attention. You taught your son the Neko Ken by wrapping him up in fish sausage and threw him into a pit of starving cats, now didn't you? Pearl? Well, I come adopt GRK." White Claw tightened his grip even more. Genma's windpipe was about to pop under the strain. "Don't bother trying to deny it. There is no other way that an outsider could gain even a fraction of my clan's fighting skills. Now by all rights, I should end your worthless existence for trying to steal my clan's techniques." However, the Neko Ken fighter casually flung Genma across the room like a rag doll. The Jusenkyo cursed martial artists slammed into the wall with a resounding crash. As Ranma's father lay sprawled, White Claw dusted off his hands and said, "Your son has been the first person in well over 10 years to have given me any considerable challenge. I defeated him, but my victory was hollow and he did not fight me at full strength. Therefore, I shall wait until he battles me once again. After I have dispatched him, I will return to end your miserable life." Genma gulped as he heard these words. If this man did defeat Ranma, then there was no hope for him to be able to beat him. He started sweating bullets. The cat fist warrior smiled as he turned to Jusenkyo, who was still bawling over the fallen form of his daughter. "As for you, Jusenkyo, the dojo's sign now belongs to me. Your daughter or any other member of your school is free to challenge me at any time if you want it back. Though I doubt you'll be able to defeat me. Only one member of the Anything Goes has been able to stand up to me, and he's not in Japan anymore. Fa 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 fa. White Claw's laughter made the two men shiver as he leapt over a wall. A moment later, they heard something being ripped from the front of the house. Genma painfully got to his feet and staggered through the house. When he got to the front gate, his face turned pale. The sign had been pulled off and in its place was a small note. To the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts, you may challenge me at any time at the address listed below. I am feeling generous, so I shall give you a few opportunities to win back your sign. However, should you lose 10 matches, then I will destroy your sign and dojo. Better start training. Signed White Claw of the Felinard Clan. Felinard Clan? Genma said as he read the address listed below. He then thought back to White Claw's earlier words. Less than only one member of the Anything Goes has been able to stand up to me, and he's not in Japan anymore. Greater than he then realized as to whom he was referring to. Less than Ranma. We need Ranma exclamation point greater than without the dojo. Genma would have no reason to stay at the Tendo home. He would no longer be able to freeload off his friend and then he would be on the streets. Worse yet, he would have to get a job. Then another thought crossed his mind. What would Nodoka say? Our enemy, where are you? Genma screamed to the heavens. Somewhere in China, Ranma had just exited a port city near the coast, when he suddenly sneezed. He wondered why he felt that he was needed somewhere, then shrugged as he looked over the countryside. He saw what he wanted on a small hill that overlooked a cliff in the far distance. Nodding to himself, he began trudging toward it. By the time it was sundown, Ranma was already deep in the wilderness of China. By his estimation, he should reach his destination by the next morning. Early morning, the next day, the Shaolin priest Tung Quan nodded as he watched his fellows continue with their work on constructing their new temple. Below the hill where the construction was being done, the fishing village began to rise to start their daily activities. It seemed that it would be just another ordinary day. It was then that he saw a young boy come running up the steps toward the half-completed structures. Less than Master Tung. Master Tung exclamation point greater than the elderly priest, who was about 75 or so, nodded to the excited 10-year-old as he came up to him and returned the youth's bow. Less than good morning to you, Chu. And what brings you here in such a hurry greater than less than Master Tung. The tiger is back exclamation point greater than this caught Tung's attention. Less than tiger. There are no tigers near our village. Greater than less than some of the others saw Master Tung. Just like the one that was here a year ago. They saw it last night near the other side of the forest, eating a wild boar exclamation point greater than less than no. And was this tiger as big as a horse? black as night and it had long teeth like daggers ? Greater than less than ? Yes, Master Tung. Just like the same tiger that saved me last year from that wild boar ! Greater than less than ? Really ? Greater than Tung looked away, as if in thought, then smiled as he caught sight of someone else walking up the steps. He then smiled down at the little boy and said, less than ? Choo, I think it's time that you went home. It seems I will be having a guest at the temple soon. Greater than less than ? But what about the tiger ? Greater than less than ? Do not worry, young one. If that tiger is who I think it is, then you and the villagers have nothing to fear. Greater than less than ? How ? Greater than less than ? Do not be concerned with such things. Now run along. Greater than the boy looked at the priest for a moment before bowing and started running down the steps. In his haste, he nearly bumped into Ranma, but quickly said his apologies as he ran past, not looking up at the tall stranger. As Ranma reached the top of the stairs, he bowed politely at the priest. Less than ? Good day to you, Kojiro. It has been some time, but I knew that you would return to us. Greater than less than ? Good morning, Master Tung. Greater than Ranma looked up and surveyed the monks as they continued to labor. Less than ? I see that you have not finished with your new temple. Greater than Tung shrugged as he replied. Less than ? We do what we can. Greater than Ranma gestured to where a couple of priests were using relatively primitive hand tools. Less than ? If you're just using that kind of equipment, you're going to be doing it for a long time. Greater than Tung made a dismissive gesture with a hand. Less than ? We have nowhere to go. We are not in any hurry. Greater than Ranma nodded as he said, less than ? It seems like I've been in a hurry ever since I left this place. Do you mind if I pick up where I left off? ? Greater than the priest nodded and bowed. Less than ? It would be an honor. Greater than the two started to walk together toward the main building. For a while, nothing was said. Then Tung noticed the tired look in Ranma's eyes. Less than ? You seemed very troubled, young tiger. Greater than Ranma smiled a bit at the reference that Tung always called him by. Less than ? You could say that I've had a few troubles, Master Tung. Let's just say that certain things from my past have come back to give me difficulties, and now I have a problem with the Neko Ken. Greater than Ranma paused as he collected his thoughts. Less than ? Master Tung, I lost to another user of the cat fist. Greater than Tung stopped when he heard this. He turned to face Ranma with concern in his eyes. Less than ? Another user of cat fu ? Greater than Ranma nodded. Less than ? But that's not really what's bothering me. What concerns me is, I lost control. Greater than this news made Tung even more alarmed. He looked at the Neko Ken fighter in silence and finally nodded. Less than double quote then it is clear that there is much work to be done. You can tell me all about it later. For now, let me show you to your quarters. Double quote greater than Ranma nodded as he followed the priest. As they entered the main building, which was also under construction, Tung decided to change the subject. Less than double quote by the way, there has been some sightings of a black tiger hunting wild boar in the forest. Double quote greater than Ranma gave him a sheepish grin. Less than double quote oh, well a tiger's got to eat you know. Double quote greater than he looked away and saw two priests struggling to keep a large support from falling over. He nodded and rushed over toward them. With a single hand, he pushed the massive timber straight up until it was set in place. He then dusted off his hand and bowed to the grateful monks. Turning back to Tung, he smiled. Less than double quote as long as I'm here, I might as well earn my room and board. Double quote greater than Tung nodded and replied. Less than double quote yes, and perhaps helping in building the temple will aid you in rebuilding your soul. Double quote greater than for the first time in a long time, Ranma felt content. Less than double quote I single quote do like that Master Tung. Double quote greater than to be continued comma offer single quote s notes. Well, Ranma has begun on his long journey and he will eventually overcome his problems. Next time, we will be seeing more on White Claw and the Neko Ken as he stirs up trouble in Mirima. The gang will try to stop him, but it will be apparent that they will need Ranma very soon. Cat Fist Fury disclaimer, it wasn't my fault, really. Less than greater than, thoughts less than, greater than. Chinese Language Chapter 18 The Origin of the Neko Ken Part 1 Ranma wiped his brow after he lifted a huge stone block and set it down into place to form part of the outer wall. He was only wearing a pair of black pants. His skin glistened with sweat as the hot noonday sun beat down on him. He had been working non-stop since dawn, but didn't show any appreciable signs of tiring. The Shaolin priests had decided to break for lunch, but Ranma had continued working. He was enjoying the constant exertion of labor as it helped work away the tension of his recent past. It had been a week since Ranma had left Japan and come to his old acquaintances at the unfinished temple. Since arriving at this simple fishing village near the eastern coast of China, Ranma had been living with the monks and had been helping out in constructing the temple. For a while, he had discovered a rare peace as none of the problems he had in Tokyo had followed him. He had been given a respite from those troubles. His old mentor in meditation, the head Shaolin priest Tung Kwai, had welcomed him with open arms and had helped him as he tried to regain the focus he had learned a year ago. Ranma still refused to tell the aged priest about his defeat at the hands of White Claw. Tung had decided to give his old student some space, but he knew that Ranma would have to open up eventually. Less than double quote it is time to rest, young tiger. Double quote greater than Tung said as he brought a tray of food for Ranma. Less than double quote I single quote am not tired, Master Tung. Double quote greater than Ranma waved off the offered tray and continued to stack the stone blocks. Less than double quote even a strong lad such as yourself must rest and eat double quote greater than Ranma paused as he looked at the food on the tray. It was then that his stomach growled a bit. The Neko Ken fighter smiled, as he shook his head and sat down to eat with the priest. As they ate, they conversed quietly as Ranma finally decided to give his mentor the details of why he had left Tokyo. Less than double quote well now Kojiro, or do you prefer the name Ranma question mark double quote greater than Ranma shook his head and replied. Less than double quote I would be most happy if you were to never call me by that name again double quote greater than the priest nodded as he saw the slight anger and pain in the boy's eyes. Less than double quote very well, young tiger. Kojiro it is. In any case, how do you like being here so far question mark double quote greater than less than double quote it single quote has been great, master. Compared to what I had experienced back in Japan, I really don't mind the hard work. Sometimes, I wonder if I should ever go back. There's not really anything back there that I want or need double quote greater than Ranma felt a bit of sadness at leaving his friends behind so abruptly, especially Yukio. Less than double quote speaking of things that you left behind, do you not think that it's time you told me as to what happened in Japan and what made you return to us? As I remember a year ago, you left our temple when you had thought you had achieved the spiritual guidance you needed to control the raging spirit within you double quote greater than less than double quote I thought I had, but now some people had entered into my life. One person I was glad to see. Another I hoped I'd never see again and double quote greater than less than double quote one who had defeated you in battle with the same fighting style, the Neko Ken double quote greater than tongue finished. Ranma nodded as he took a deep breath and began his story. Meanwhile, back in Japan, Ken moaned as she lay in her bed. Kasumi was at the moment wiping her brow with a damp towel beside her. Genma, Soon, and Nebiki stood by as they looked down at the proud, yet extremely temperamental heir to the Tendo Dojo, which incidentally had no right to be called a dojo with its sign gone. Ow! That White Claw guy cheated. I wasn't ready. Ken moaned, as her eldest sister applied some iodine to some new cuts she had gained after challenging the person who had taken their sign. Nebiki shook her head and said, "You charged in there when you weren't ready. Ken, I can't believe just how stubborn you are. This was what? The second time you lost to him in 1 week? He's given us 10 chances to get the dojo's sign back and we now have 7 left. You think that by just rushing in and swinging your fists, that you can beat this guy? Daddy and Mr. Sodom have been training all their lives and even they couldn't beat him." She gestured to the 2 men, who were also sporting bandages on their heads, arms and upper torsos. "I'll get him next time." Ken rose to sit up, but she winced as the pain of her cuts and bruises came back to her, forcing her to lie down again. "Ken, please you must lie still and give your wounds time to heal," Kasumi said in a concerned tone. "Oh Ken, how proud you have made me by your valiant efforts to restore our family's honor. soon started a wiping spree that made Niagara Falls look like a leaky faucet. Genma, however, was a bit more in touch with reality as he began assessing the situation. Well, that may be Tendo, but that doesn't change the fact that this White Claw happens to be a lot more formidable than even the Master. Genma shuddered at the thought of the ancient lecher. Unfortunately, or fortunately depending on who you asked, Kako's eye was still recovering from the mauling that Ranma had given him. Even so, Kako's eye may not be enough to defeat this Neko Ken master. If White Claw was able to trounce Ranma, then the outlook for the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts seemed dim. For the past week, Ken had trained hard and then challenged to get the dojo's sign back. Predictably, her anger and wounded pride, rather than her common sense, had been leading her to flashback. "I've come for the dojo's sign," Ken shouted as she came to the hotel where White Claw was staying. After losing that first time, Soon's daughter had exploded into a fit of rage and vowed to get the sign back. She had started by going through hours of intense training, which mainly consisted of breaking stacks of bricks and other inanimate objects. The Neko Ken fighter's elderly servant gestured for her to follow him to an empty lot behind the hotel where White Claw was practicing. Genma and Soon were with her as they served as witnesses to the match. White Claw was dressed in a simple white gi and smiled mockingly at his opponent. He saw the look in her eyes and then assessed her. You've got to be kidding. Do you seriously think you could defeat me with such pathetic skills? Shut up and fight. Ken went into a stance. The cat-fist warrior shrugged as he stood in a neutral position with his arms crossed and waited for his adversary to make the first move. "Very little kitten, let me see your claws." "Ugh!" Ken yelled as she rushed at her foe with fists flying. Wham! Bam! Slash! Well, that was good half-second of amusement. White Claw was just brushing off his hands as Ken was in a crumpled heap behind him. Her clothes had been ripped apart and were in tatters, as she lay sprawled on the ground. Her body was covered in small cuts and bruises as she moaned in pain and disbelief. Ken! Soon cried out as he and Genma rushed to her side and crouched to see to her injuries. I would have thought she'd last at least 2 seconds, White Claw remarked with boredom. It seems that she hasn't been training very hard. Then again, what can I expect from a school that has her father and Genma Sodom for members? Absolutely pathetic. What? How dare you insult the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts? Soon said as he got up and faced off against White Claw. He had ascertained that his daughter was relatively alright, as she only had the wind knocked out of her. For the honor of our school and our family, I challenge you. Oh really? The cat-fist martial artist smiled as he assessed Ken's father. Then I take it, you also wish to challenge me to regain your dojo's sign? I do. Soon Tendo of the Tendo School of the Anything Goes Martial Arts to hereby challenge you. Soon went into his battle stance. White Claw shrugged and said, Well, since you are a member of the Anything Goes, I can accept your challenge for the sign, but I don't think it would be much of a fight. Why don't we make things more interesting? His smile became even more evil-looking. You and your friend may attack me both at the same time. You can use any technique you wish. There are no rules to this challenge. Huh? Genma said as White Claw looked at him. You are a member of the Anything Goes, Genma showed him. You also have the right to challenge me for the sign. Genma was a bit surprised from this sudden generosity, and soon pounced on this chance as he whispered to his friend. Showed him. This is our chance. Between the two of us, we can take him. I don't know Tendo. It's too easy. Genma was a bit uneasy at this opportunity. One man against two masters of the Anything Goes. Come on, Sodom. We can beat him. Genma looked back at the Neko Ken fighter who had just produced a long strip of cloth and was in the process of tying his right arm behind his back. The head of the Sodom clan was a little confused. White Claw smiled as he finished with his task. His right arm was securely tied behind his back with the cloth looped around his neck and across his chest. How about I add this as a handicap? I'll only fight you with one arm tied behind my back. I'll sweeten the deal even more. I know all about your plans to join the two schools, but Genma's son is very unwilling to fulfill it. If you can defeat me, I promise that I can get Ranma for you, and drive away that perverted Akbozai away for good. Soon Genma's eyes widened at the thought of the schools being joined and being forever free of the lecher. Really? Genma stuttered. I give you my word of honor. White Claw said solemnly. I had already defeated Ranma, so it wouldn't be any problem for me to bring him back. I also happen to know where he is, and it wouldn't take much for me to destroy Akbozai either. How about it? White Claw then turned his back to them and said, Welcome on. The temptation proved to be too great as the two disciples of Akbozai charged at him. When they were about to strike, White Claw smirked and commented of flashback. Nebiki shook her head as she returned her gaze to the sorry pair. Even with his back turned to them and one arm behind his back, White Claw had made short work of Genma and soon. You should have known better than to have accepted that deal. And since he counts the two of you as one challenge each, we now only have 7 chances to get our sign back. Genma let out a depressed sigh. Nebiki was right. They really should have known better. Soon's dreaded demon head attack had proven to be totally ineffective, and White Claw had used that one free arm to slash the two of them like a paper shredder. Ranma's father had been forced to unlock several of his sealed techniques, but they too were ineffective. Genma's secret techniques of the Umisenkan and the Yamisenkan were rendered useless. The vacuum blades were as nothing to the Kai-powered claws of their opponent. White Claw was not so easily distracted by the more dirtier tricks, and Genma found himself totally outclassed. He was just too fast, too savage, and almost impossible to get close enough to land any blows. He would be slashing away before they even got a chance to counter. There was just no way that they could counter White Claw's Neko Ken techniques. Suppose I could have been able to stand up to him, but even then Genma wasn't sure if the ancient lecher could beat him. Other than an incentive to regain the dojo's sign, the old, perverted founder of the Anything Goes may not be willing to fight White Claw. In any case, suppose I would still be in the hospital for some time yet. No, it was clear that they needed someone who could match White Claw in that powerful fighting style. They needed Ranma. Back in China, Ranma had just finished with his tale about his encounter with White Claw. Tung took on a very ominous and serious look as he finished with his meal and began sipping from a teacup. Less than double quote so, this White Claw person knows of cat fu, does he question mark double quote greater than Ranma nodded sadly. Less than double quote I used every technique I had created from what I knew of the Neko Ken, but he brushed them aside like they were nothing. Even my strongest attack didn't work. And he used some kind of attack called the double quote greater than less than double quote cat Fist Fury2 double quote greater than Tung said simply. Ranma was more than surprised as he turned to face his mentor. Less than double quote M Master Tung, you know question mark double quote greater than the elderly priest let off a tired sigh and nodded, as he put down the teacup and faced Ranma. Less than double quote I am sorry Kojiro. I should have told you what I knew of the Neko Ken when you first arrived here. When you came to us to learn our meditation techniques to control the raging spirit within you, I saw from the start that you had a foothold in the true cat fist, which is not just a single technique, but a very ancient and powerful fighting style. It was foolish of me to think that the feline clan would not take notice of you. But you were so young and innocent, unaware of the raw power that you had inadvertently tapped into. I had thought that our meditation techniques would keep that power within you under control and therefore go unnoticed, but I see that the beast within cannot be restrained completely. Double quote greater than less than double quote true cat fist. Feline clan. What are you talking about? Question mark double quote greater than Tung took another deep breath and waited for a moment before responding. Less than double quote listen well, young tiger. It was due to an oath that I had taken more than 60 years ago that I could not tell you of this. However, since there is no other way that I can explain it to you, I must break that oath. Double quote greater than Tung gazed upon a nearby stone slab and then made a casual wave at it. Ranma's eyes narrowed as he saw Tung's fingers curl and glow with a faint light. His hand missed the block by a good foot, but then suddenly, lines appeared across the slab's surface. The stone fell apart into 5 neat slices as if it were like a loaf of bread. Ranma gazed at his mentor with awe and shock. Less than double quote master, why didn't you tell me that you knew the Neko Ken question mark double quote greater than Tung gave him a small smile as he held up a hand and replied. Less than double quote this. What I know is just a minuscule fraction of the power that you and White Claw possesses. I am a mere novice compared to you. However, when I had finally managed to find the means to control this relatively simple technique, More than 20 people had been hideously scarred and killed, including my own mother. Greater than less than master. What are you trying to say? Greater than Tung shook his head sadly as he began his story. Less than when I was 9 years old, I too had been training to be a martial artist. Like yourself, my teacher had come across a copy of the training manual for the dreaded Neko Ken and had tossed me into a pit of starving cats. I was pushed beyond the limits of my sanity and became a mindless, feral beast that would attack anyone that I perceived as a threat. When I emerged from that pit in my feral state, I could see nothing but a red haze and started slashing at anything and anyone. My mother had come to visit me to check up on my progress and greater than the priest bowed his head and shuddered as the horrid memories of his past came back to him. Less than did she greater than Ranma found herself at a loss for words. Tung held back his tears as he struggled to compose himself. Finally he nodded as he said, less than she died in an instant when I slashed across her face. Greater than he sniffled and choked back a bit before continuing with his tale. Less than when I finally came out of that cat-like state, I was so horrified to have become the unintentional killer of my mother and a group of innocent bystanders that I fled from civilization. I lived out the next year of my life like a hermit and avoided contact with anyone. I did not wish to risk being overcome by the Neko Ken's madness and endanger others. Greater than Ranma thought for a moment, then nodded. He could understand the danger of the cat fist if it were turned on innocent bystanders. The only person to have suffered from his own madness was his father Genma. Since Genma was a martial artist, he was able to withstand his attack. Of course, at the time, Ranma was only a boy of 6 when the Neko Ken madness manifested itself. He shuddered at the thought of accidentally killing someone who had no martial arts training. Less than I would have remained isolated from the rest of the world if not for a kind man named Red Fang. Greater than less than Red Fang greater than less than Red Fang is what members of the feline clan called him by. He was the one who taught me how to overcome my fear of cats and helped me gain control over the madness of the cat fist. However, when he revealed that the Neko Ken was a martial arts discipline in itself and offered to train me in it, I refused to learn anything more of it. I feared that I might be tempted to use that power and kill another innocent being in anger or lose control again. Since then, I had sworn never to use the cat fist again. Greater than less than that single quote is the second time you've mentioned this feline clan. Exactly who or what are they? Greater than Tung sighed again as he picked up his teacup and took another sip of it. Less than the feline clan is a very ancient and mysterious group of warriors that had created the Neko Ken fighting style. Their history dates back even further than the legendary Chinese Amazons. From what Red Fang had told me, The clan has been around for more than 20,000 years. Greater than less than 20,000 years. No way. That can't be possible! Greater than Tung shrugged as he took another sip of his tea. Less than that is what Red Fang told me. I didn't believe it myself, until he transformed into a huge, red saber-toothed tiger right before my eyes! Greater than by now, Ranma's face had turned pale. Less than he transformed? Like me? Greater than Tung nodded. Less than yes, Kojiro. Exactly like you. You see, about 200 centuries ago, saber-toothed tigers still roamed the earth, though in very few numbers. The feline clan had adapted a fighting style based on those ferocious cats. They had even developed a way to actually transform into powerful tiger shapes, and even a hybrid between man and cat. Greater than Tung noticed Ranma suddenly becoming agitated and ascertained the reason. Less than I see. You two must have realized that you could achieve a hybrid state. Greater than Ranma reluctantly nodded. Less than I thought as much. Greater than less than but master, this can't be true. I mean, martial arts has been around for a long time, but not that long. There's no way on earth that they could have made a fighting discipline 20,000 years ago. I thought that people would still be living in caves and hunting with spears and stuff. Greater than less than and who said that the feline clan was from Earth? Greater than Ranma took on a skeptical and confused look. Less than wait a second, are you saying that the feline are aliens? Greater than Tung cocked his head for a moment and responded. Less than that single yes, a crude way of putting it, but yes. I prefer the term, otherworldly, but they are from the stars. Greater than less than begging no disrespect, but you've got to be kidding. Greater than less than I expected this kind of reaction, so I took the liberty of calling in an old friend of mine. I believe you know him as well. Greater than less than who? Greater than Tung looked over to a pathway that led into the forest and smiled as he saw a couple of people approaching. He gestured over to them while speaking to Ranma. Less than here they are not. Greater than Ranma looked over to where the two visitors were approaching, and his eyes widened in shock. The first person was a tall man with a neatly trimmed beard and wore black clothing. The Neko Ken fighter instantly recognized the man as Dr. Theodore Diggers, who smiled at him and waved. Beside him was a person that looked like Brittany Digger's hybrid form, but was male and had striped fur instead of spots. He was dressed in a sporty outfit, was well-muscled and lacked a tail. However, he was quite feline as far as he had whiskers, fur and blonde ears. Good day to you, Kojiro. It's been a while. Dr. Diggers said as he and his companion approached Ranma and the priest. He held out his hand, which Ranma wordlessly shook while still staring at Stripe. The Archmage nodded at his confusion and gestured to Brittany's husband. Oh, where are my manners? I'd like to introduce you to my son-in-law, Stripe of the Queen. Hi there. Stripe greeted good-naturedly. Ranma continued to stare down a long while later. So let me get this straight. Ranma said after Dr. Diggers and Stripe had finished with explaining about the Queen. He had also told the Archmage and the Queen about his encounter with White Claw. 50,000 years ago, these Kin landed on Earth with another race called the Atlanteans and set up the city called El Dorado. That's right, Kojiro. The Archmage nodded as he sipped from a cup of tea. Tung and I go way back, and he called me the day after you arrived here. When I left Japan after our meeting, I decided to look more into the Neko Ken and its origins. That's when Stripe here told me about the Felinard clan. Stripe nodded. That's right. What Tung here told you is true. Around the time when we landed on Earth, expeditionary groups were sent out to search for a place to settle. The main group finally came to South America and founded the city of El Dorado. However, a small group was sent to Asia and wasn't heard from again until the era when the Roman Empire fell. By that time, they had developed into a new subspecies of Kryn that could transform into huge cats and even created a fighting style that you know as the Neko Ken. Whoa! Ranma was more than flabbergasted at this new information. Stripe continued on with his story. The Kryn at El Dorado had limited contact with the Felinard clan, which what they now called themselves. We had maintained peaceful relations with them, but they still preferred to remain distant from us, and with very little information about them or their fighting style. From what we've been able to gather, the Felinard had been isolated for millennia until around 1525 BC. I believe that they were revered in Egypt, China, India and other parts of Asia. In Egypt, they were thought to be messengers of Bast, the cat goddess, but they always kept their appearances to a minimum. They were seen as mysterious, mythological beings and great warriors. Besides my people, very few others knew that they existed. However, around 500 years ago, they suddenly vanished from sight, and that was when people maddened by the Neko Ken had started popping up. Apparently, some individuals had attempted to duplicate the Neko Ken, but since they only had myths and legends to go on, it's obvious that some things were misread or done wrong in the training procedure. Ranma nodded at that, remembering how his idiotic father had neglected to read that final page. So where are they now? The Feliners still exist today. They've only resurfaced about 150 years ago and keep to themselves. They are fewer in number, but they do have vast connections and holdings throughout the world. They also seem to appear only when a person is stricken by the Neko Ken. There are several unreported cases in which a person is driven mad by the Neko Ken and then disappear without a trace. Ranma trembled a bit as he remembered what White Claw had told him about what had happened to people who had been trained in the Neko Ken. Do you think that the Feliners are the ones responsible? Most likely. However, by this time, My people had not heard from the feliner as they refused to answer any of our communications. The last message that we received from them was 500 years ago, and it had said that the clan was being led by a new faction. We suspect that these people and their descendants had been running the clan since then, and were the ones responsible for making all those Neko Ken sufferers vanish. Apparently, they are very protective of their fighting style. From what you told me, this White Claw person must be the current Kolanjar. Kolanjar? That's the feliner's term for ultimate champion. That also makes him the clan enforcer. So what's this all got to do with me? Apparently, the clan's present doctrine includes eliminating all outsiders who know of the Neko Ken. Since you had more skill in it than most, you had become a prime target. Now wait a minute. I hadn't intended to learn the Neko Ken in the first place. That was all my dumb father's fault when he threw me into that pit of cats. It was by just pure dumb luck that I landed in the spring of Monster Tiger. Lately, the Neko Ken has been giving me some problems, and I've considered giving it up completely. It doesn't matter. Dr. Digger said, even if you were to never to use the Neko Ken again, the feliner would still hunt you down because of the potential you possess. So what can I do? Ranma asked with apprehension. White Claw beat the living daylights out of me, and he's now just waiting for me to come back and fight him again. If what you say is true, then he'll come after me if I don't show up, will he? Ranma knew that White Claw was just toying with him, since he didn't have the skills to defeat him. Stripe nodded. The feliner are quite relentless. The way I see it, the only way you can get out of this is to beat White Claw. According to their laws, if the Kolanjar is defeated by an outsider in single combat, then he must step down from his position. Furthermore, the outsider would be given honorary status in the clan and recognized as one of its warriors, thereby becoming exempt from the death order. Mind you, we don't have a complete understanding of their laws or how much has changed since we last heard from them. But White Claw is incredibly strong. Even if I hadn't been tired out when I fought him, he was still better than me. He knows all about the Neko Ken. I don't. Then you must learn from someone who does know. Tung said. Who? Ranma asked. The same person who told me about the Neko Ken and the feliner. Red Fang. Meanwhile, back in Japan, so now the Kryn are involved. Yes, master. The servant replied. Our spies had sighted the leader of the Kryn and Dr. Theodore Diggers heading toward the area where Ranma Sodom had last been seen. Interesting. White Claw stroked his chin as he gazed out the window of his hotel room. No matter. I expected that my opponent would learn of the feliner eventually. It will be very exhilarating to face him again. White Claw gave his servant a smug smile. I will battle this Ranma at his fullest potential. Killing a weak opponent sickens me. Ranma Sodom will provide me with the ultimate challenge. A victory worth savoring. But sir, he may just defeat you. As I said before, What good is the title of Kolanjar if it is not for the risking? But sir, if he does defeat you, then he will become a new Kolanjar, not just an outsider exempt from the death order. White Claw chuckled. Yes, who would have thought that he was already a feliner? I was very surprised to learn of it when I read that report on him. The servant nodded as he said, yes, when we did that background check on him, we found out about his trip to Jusenkyo. When we questioned the guide, he had informed us that Ranma Sodom had fallen into the pool of drowned monster tiger. Yes, well that was 20,000 years ago and the guides did not know about our clan. They named it the Spring of Drowned Monster Tiger, when it should have been called the Spring of Drowned Feliner. Fa 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 exclamation point double quote to be continued comma offer single quote s notes. Well, that takes care of part 1. Part 2 will reveal more about the Feliner clan and the Neko Ken as Ranma meets up with Tung's mentor, Red Fang. Stay tuned. Cat Fist Fury disclaimer. Disclaimers are all the same. Once you've seen one, you've seen them all. Asterisk. Thoughts Chapter 18 Origin of the Neko Ken Part 2. Hoo. What a haul! What a haul! Now normally, the sounds of Rakozai coming home from a panty raid would cause Suntendo to moan in despair as he and Genma would grovel at their perverted master's feet. The ancient lecher had recovered from the mauling he had received from Ranma, and was now trying to make up for lost time. Amazing what groping a few pretty nurses can do for the 300-year-old founder of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts. The hospital couldn't get rid of him fast enough. As Hakozai entered the den with his bag of ill-gotten women's unmentionables, he noticed that his two disciples had taken very little notice of him as they stared at the shogi board between them. By the looks of the game, they had not been very focused on the board and had not moved or stolen each other's pieces. The old lecher was puzzled and soon became angered at the lack of respect they were showing toward their master. It seemed that Hakozai would have to remind them. Soon. Genma. The old man said in a very low and menacing tone. The two looked in the direction of their master with very dismal expressions. It took them about a minute before recognition, and the conditioned response from years of humiliation and terror kicked in. Master. In a flash, the two were bowing and scraping at their master's feet. Forgive us, master. We had no idea that you had returned. Genma groveled. We are so very happy that you had recovered. Soon added. Hakozai glared at the two with irritation for a long while before finally saying, your momentary lapse in properly greeting your master is forgiven, for the moment. Both disciples gulped at that statement. Now would you tell your master exactly why you did not greet my return at the moment I came in? Both Genma and Sun looked at each other with fear and apprehension as they tried to think of the best way to explain their predicament. Sometime later, Hakozai blew out a puff of smoke from his pipe as he sat on a cushion before his sniveling pupils. So you lost the dojo's sign. How pathetic. Then again, I should have known that something like that would happen to you idiots. He then held up his pipe to take another puff. So who took the sign? His name was White Claw. Soon replied with dejection. WHAUUUUUGGGHHHHHH. I choked when he heard the name, spitting his pipe out. Hack. ACK. Cough. Cough. The old master went into a series of coughing fits for a full minute. When he finally cleared his voice, his eyes were bugged out and his skin tailed. What? Did you say, White Claw? Genma and Soon were surprised. They had never seen their master in such a state. If this White Claw could make even the greatest evil in all of Japan become this agitated, then things must be bad. Near the entrance to the den, Akan and Nebiki were listening in on the conversation and they too were amazed to see Akbozai in this state. They leaned forward to listen more closely. Master? What's wrong? Do you know this White Claw? Soon asked. The ancient founder of the Anything Goes took several deep breaths and took out a couple of panties to rub against his cheeks to calm himself down. When he finally got control, he said in a slow and nervous voice, "Tell me the whole story." A few minutes later, Takozai nodded as he took a sip of tea. "I see. Well, I'm not surprised that White Claw defeated you two and Akan so easily. He's not a man, he's more like a monster." But who is he?" Genma stammered. Takozai took a deep breath and became what he rarely did. Serious. White Claw belongs to a clan of extraordinary fighters that had its roots in China. They're not very well known, since very few have ever come across them and lived to tell about it. I am one of those people. It has been more than 195 years since I heard of the name White Claw, but even then, he was a formidable adversary. He was virtually unbeatable. 195 years ago. Genma said in confusion. That can't be right. The person who calls himself White Claw today doesn't look like he's that old. He doesn't look like he's a day over 25. Takozai shrugged as he said, "There have been rumors that says that members of the feline clan are extremely long-lived and age very slowly with time. Take me and Cologne for example. We've been around for 3 centuries now. Meanwhile at the Neko Ken, it no use, great-grandmother." Shampoo replied. "No can find Aaron anywhere. Rumor of him being defeated by another called White Claw. They say he also know of Neko Ken." "Really? Very interesting. Tell me more," Cologne said as her great-granddaughter continued on with Top back at the Tendo residence. Takozai continued with his story. "The feline clan is so ancient that no one really knows how long it's been around. I'd say it would be a safe bet that they've existed far before the first Chinese dynasty, the Roman Empire and even ancient Greece. The first recorded appearance of the clan was around 1525 BC in Egypt. There have been legends of great cat-like warriors. As you may or may not know, Cats were revered in Egypt, and the feline clan were seen as avatars of the great cat goddess past. As you may have guessed, they were the creators of the dreaded Neko Ken. The Neko Ken? Genma repeated. Yes, Genma. The same Neko Ken that you had taught to Ranma. However, as you know, the training method usually renders the trainee mentally imbalanced with a fear of cats. No one has been able to correctly duplicate the feline techniques that make the cat fist so effective. The reason why I know about them is due to a slight error in judgment that I made when I was still young and foolish. Soon and Genma gave their master a sarcastic look. Since when had I not done something that didn't end up in disaster? Flashback to 2 centuries ago. So, you think to test yourself against the Grandmaster of the Anything Goes martial arts, eh? A younger Hakozai sneered as he set aside his bag of women's undergarments and stolen treasures. He wasn't worried about facing his opponent. The man couldn't be no more than 20 or 21 years old and looked a bit on the lean side. The pervert had more than a century's worth of experience under his belt. The man growled as he took a strange stance that I did not recognize. I have heard that you are quite formidable, and I wish to see if the rumors are true. Besides, you had committed a serious crime by stealing some of the treasures of our clan. The penalty for this transgression will be quite severe. Ha! As if a stripling like you could defeat me. Some of your treasures are worth a fortune, and I'll never part with my silky darlings. The future mentor of Sun and Genma took out a pair of panties and rubbed them affectionately against his cheek, giving himself a boost in energy. The man smirked as his battle began to show. Let us see if you still hold your silky darlings in such high regard when they are drenched in your blood. In a flash, he charged forward with claws extended and battle blazing. Hakozai nonchalantly held up an arm with his pipe extended. This was too easy. 1 minute, 35 seconds later. Yay! The man was now standing over the battered and bleeding form of Hakozai, who was face down on the ground in a pool of scarlet that was becoming larger with every moment. His body twitched and convulsed as his opponent bent down to pick him up by the scruff of the neck. When his eyes met Hako's eyes, he said in a mocking tone, "Is this the best that the Anything Goes has to offer? I am so disappointed." Hako's eye was just barely conscious and feeling quite woozy from the massive loss of blood he had sustained. He could barely keep his eyes focused on the man, but they became wide as saucers as the man shifted to his hybrid form. What kind of monster are you? Who are you? When the old lecher saw the blonde fangs, whiskers and fur, he began to feel like a mouse before a very hungry and angry cat. A feeling that he would later experience again, 195 years later. The man smiled evilly as he replied, "I am White Claw, Jar of the feline clan. Now that you have experienced a taste of the Neko Ken, Perhaps you will respect my clan and its power. For your crimes against the feliner, the penalty would have been immediate execution. Tako's eye shivered at these words. In his present condition, he was completely helpless. His techniques had been no match for the awesome fury and deadly moves of the true Neko Ken. However, I am feeling generous today, as I had recovered our stolen property and had a light workout. You weren't much, but you lasted longer than my other opponents. Therefore, I think I'll just let you off with a... White Claw cocked his head in thought, then replied, slap on the wrist. Tako's eye was relieved to hear of this, but was then slammed face first into the ground. A moment later, he felt an excruciating burning sensation on his back. The pain was so unbearable that it caused him to black out into blessed unconsciousness. End of the flashback. I nearly bled to death that day. Tako's eye recalled. I had found myself totally outclassed against White Claw. Since that first encounter, I had trained hard to try and improve my skills. I had also delved into the history of the Feliner clan to find a weak point in their fighting style. When I came across an old copy of the Neko Ken training manual, I had thought I had the answer. When I read the whole thing, however, it turned out to be a dead end. Genma winced at the statement. White Claw and I clashed on 2 other occasions since then, but I could never match his power or skills. He would always beat me down to within an inch of my life and then scar me. After the 3rd defeat, I finally wised up and left the Feliner clan alone. You gave up, Master? Tako's eye nodded as he took off the top of his gi and showed his back to Genma and Soon. Both were reviled at the wrinkled surface, but then caught the sight of 3 large and jagged scars that were cut diagonally across the back. Of all the injuries I have sustained throughout my long life, these scars had never completely healed. He then put his top back on and turned to face his students. Now listen up. I'm telling you this for your own good. If White Claw has your sign, then you can just kiss the dojo goodbye. He's far too powerful a fighter to be beaten. But Master, for the future of the anything goes, we must regain the sign. Soon cried out. I couldn't even beat White Claw long ago in my prime, and who knows how much more powerful he's become since then. Besides, the Neko Ken is considered one of the most deadliest fighting styles in the world. Face it, the only way we could regain the sign is if we had a member of the anything goes that also knew of the Neko Ken. Soon brightened at this. Well, then the answer is simple. We'll have Genma's son Ranma get our sign back. He knows the Neko Ken. Good luck in trying to find him, Daddy. Nabiki said as she and Akan decided to get into this conversation. Both girls entered the den and sat down beside their father. In any case, Ranma has already been beaten by this White Claw person and he's fled the country. No one knows where he is now. Oh, the shame of it. My son is a sniveling coward. Genma started crying out to the heavens. Who cares about that freak? Akan remarked with irritation. I'll get our sign back. Just you wait and see. Nabiki shook her head tiredly. Ken, do you have a flat line for a learning curve? You are nowhere near our anime in terms of skill, power or anything to do with the martial arts, and White Claw beat him. He beat our fathers and Taco's eyes. He beat you in under a second, twice. Face it, Ken. There's no way in this lifetime that you could ever beat his Neko Ken. HMPF. Ken turned her head in disgust at her sister's scathing, yet accurate assessment of her skills. Oh, so dumb. What are we going to do? Soon burst out into a considerable waterfall of tears that soon threatened to flood the floor of the den. Genma shook his head sadly and in despair. If only that ungrateful boy of his would just accept his responsibility to the anything goes and his engagement. Now the fat panda's dreams of a long and luxurious retirement of living off the Tendo Dojo was in jeopardy. What did I do to deserve such a miserable excuse for a son? At the hotel where White Claw was staying at, the person in question was getting bored. Ranma had yet to return and challenge him to a rematch, and the Tenbos had yet to issue a new challenge to regain their sign. It had been a week since he trounced Soon, Genma and Ken, and things were becoming dull. He needed to spice things up a bit. It was then that he received some news from his manservant. Apparently, Taco's eyes had been released from the hospital and was back to terrorizing the neighborhood with his acts of thievery and panty raids. Taco's eyes. Oh yes, now I remember. He was the one who had been stupid enough to try and steal from the clan a couple of centuries ago. As I recall, my great-great-grandfather had faced him off on several occasions. Well now, if he was good enough to get the attention of the first White Claw, then perhaps he'll give me some entertainment. After all, he is the founder of the Anything Goes ! The next day. Hoo-hoo. What a haul! What a haul! Taco's eye was gleefully skipping along with his bag of women's delicates. As he rounded a corner to head back to the Tendo home, his load suddenly became lighter. He stopped suddenly and looked over his shoulder. His eyes widened as he saw that he was holding an empty sack with a huge rip in the bottom. Panties and bras were now scattered all over the ground and some were blowing away in the breeze. He then saw a figure that was casually leaning against a wall and was smirking at him. My silky darlings! Hakusai gasped with horror as his ill-gotten loot began to blow away. He then glared up at the stranger. Who are you? Taco's eye demanded with anger. Did you do this? White Claw nodded as he casually took a stance and replied. I did. But what I did to that bag was nothing compared to what I'm going to do with you. Taco's eyes. The old pervert snorted with disdain as he took a stance. So, the little punk wants a piece of me, eh? Well, you are going to learn the error of interfering with my affairs. For the crime you have committed against my poor, defenseless treasures, I'm going to. He then stopped in mid-rant as he got a good look at his opponent. Wait a minute. This guy looks familiar. Where have I seen that face before? He paused to recollect, and then his eyes widened in shock and horror. No, it can't be. Not him. White Claw became even more smug as he saw Tako's eyes' expression. Ah, I see you recognize my resemblance to my great-great-grandfather. Great-great-grandfather? Tako's eye said with surprise. Why yes. I am White Claw, the fifth. The fifth? Yes. An old tale about the members of the feline clan being ageless is just that, a tale. I am the fifth to take up the name of White Claw, but I assure you, I am just as powerful as my ancestor was, perhaps even more so. Tako's eye breathed out a sigh of relief. This wasn't the one who had scarred him all those years ago. He still got the willies whenever he thought of him, though the resemblance between the present White Claw and his namesake was uncanny. As he stared the fighter in front of him, he began to notice the subtle differences between the first White Claw and the present one. White Claw had gold eyes while his ancestors were pure black. His hair was silver instead of dark crimson. However, the fierceness of his ancestor burned brightly in this new White Claw, and there was no mistaking his power in the Neko Ken. Tako's eye could tell from his stance and aura. After being mauled by Ranma, the old lecher wasn't exactly eager to go up against another cat fist fighter. What do you want? White Claw smiled as he replied. I wish to engage you in combat to test your skills and see if you were as good as my great-great-grandfather had told me. Perhaps you would challenge me for the sign of the Tendo Dojo? You are the founder of the Anything Goes, after all. The insolent pervert snorted and said in a nonchalant tone, as if I care for Soon's dojo. The Anything Goes doesn't depend on having a dojo, and it's not like Soon has any students other than his daughter. You won't fight me for it, White Claw said with a little surprise. Heck no. As far as I'm concerned, you can throw the sign into the fireplace. The dojo means nothing to me. I only stay there for my amusement. Soon and Genma are quite pathetic, and it doesn't matter to me whether they lose the dojo or not. I see. White Claw said with thought. Well then, perhaps if I were to give you a bit of an incentive to fight with me for the sign? Yeah, right. As if I'm crazy enough to go up against a Neko Ken master. What could you possibly have that would make me want to fight you for a wooden board? Perhaps this? The Neko Ken fighter gestured to one side, and someone stepped out into view from around the corner. Tako's eyes bugged out when he saw the woman as she seductively leaned against the wall and gave him a playful wink. She was dressed in a revealing, bikini-type outfit that just barely covered up her lush charms. Her breasts swayed and bounced with each slight movement, and her smooth curved hips accentuated her long, slender legs. She had her dark hair done in a long ponytail, and her large, hazel eyes were tilted at a very sensuous angle. She glided over to where White Claw was standing and placed a hand on his broad, muscled chest, and then gave him another wink. White Claw nodded his head to her, and before the old pervert's eyes, she gave a small meow and transformed into her hybrid form. She became taller and more muscular, but her form became even sexier as her clothes were stretched to their absolute limit. Her skin became lightly furred and took on a light tan color with red stripes. A tail appeared below the small of her back, which swayed and twitched as she did a graceful pirouette. Her top was now barely able to contain the bounty that her already well-endowed breasts had become. Her bikini bottoms was a fun style and Happy thought he would have a heart attack when he got a full view of her rear. The Catwoman was pumping out pheromones like nobody's business and White Claw knew that Appo's eye was hooked. "Whoa mama. HODCHA. Come here baby." Appo's eye was like a human missile as he leapt forward to give the female a glomp to end all glomps. However, he was stopped in midair as White Claw casually plucked him by the scruff of the neck. As the old lecher kicked his legs and tried to pry himself from White Claw's inhuman grip, he gave off a short laugh of amusement. To be so close to such beauty was torture for him. "Holy MMA, go! Holy MMA, go!" White Claw shrugged as he nodded to his servant. "That will be all, Tigra." "As you wish, Jar." Tigra touched her lips with two of her fingers and blew her master a kiss before leaping high to an astounding 50 feet. She was then gone in an instant as she bounded away via rooftops. "Hey no! Come back, SWAGI." With a simple flick of his wrist, White Claw tossed the lecherous master of the anything goes to the ground and said, "If you are able to defeat me, Appo's eyes, not only will you regain the dojo's sign, but I will let you have a dozen of those lovely girls as a bonus." "Yay, a dozen." The old pervert couldn't believe what White Claw was offering. He was already wrapped in his own sick fantasies with just that one girl. To have a dozen of those beauties as his own. White Claw shrugged as he slid into a stance. "Tigra was just a small sample. We have many females such as her in our clan. So, now will you fight for the dojo's sign?" Happy looked at the direction where the feline beauty had disappeared. He had never before seen such loveliness in all of his life. Not even cologne when she was 18 could have stirred him up as much as Tigra had done now. The way she moved promised sensual delights and dreamed of, and if he could defeat White Claw, he would not only have her, but 11 more like her. What he could do with such visions of magnificence drove him beyond any previous levels of lust that he had experienced. The acts of perversions he had done in the past were as nothing to what he imagined he could do with Tigra and others like her. They were unlike any other woman in the world. He must have them. He will have them. HIYHHHHHHHHH. White Claw grinned. This had been too easy! That night. Kasumi gasped as she entered the door and saw the bloody and bruised form of Appo's eyes, lying prone before her and moaning in pain. On his back was a small piece of paper. As she called for her father and Genma to help her carry the aged master into the house, she reached out with a trembling hand. She bit back the feeling of nausea from the bloodstains on the message as she read it out loud. 4 down, 6 to go. White Claw somewhere in China. Ranma shook his head as he traveled through the dense forests that was near the capital city of Beijing. It had been a few days after he had left the Shaolin Temple. The directions that Tung had given him were vague at best, and it had been more than 50 years since the monk had last seen Red Fang. Though Ranma wasn't sure if he wanted to find the old feliner, he had no other choice. If he wanted to truly control the raging spirit behind the ultimate Neko Ken, then he needed to find a person that belonged to the clan that created it. He shook his head for the umpteenth time as he continued on. Meanwhile, back in Japan, Yukio Kwanji hung up the phone in her bedroom above her restaurant. She then made the final checks to the heavy backpack on her bed. With everything else squared away, she prepared to depart for the airport. Her destination would be China. Though she didn't know exactly where her Ran-chan had gone to, it was reasonable to assume that Ranma had went there. He had told her of his adventures after abandoning his father at Jusenkyo. It seemed the most likely place that he would go to and was the best lead she had. She had also asked his friends, and Shun had mentioned that Ranma was fond of a Shaolin temple near the coastline. The Chinese boy had often talked with her fiancé during their sparring matches. Though the idea of going blindly into China would seem foolhardy to some, Yukio was used to the idea. After all, she had spent 10 years searching for Ranma before. This was no different. However, now the driving force was concern and tenderness, not revenge. Speaking of revenge, there's just one more loose end to tie up before I go. Yukio first headed to the Tendo Dojo to settle an old score with a certain Genma Sodom. Back in China, Ranma became a bit edgy as he began to sense something was watching him. Traveling through the wilderness had begun to sharpen his cat-like instincts that had become lax from living in Tokyo. He stiffened a bit as he approached an extremely dense grove of trees near a hillside.